Starting cultivation in the world of Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201 Demonic Dragon. The demon trio has absorbed 78% of the evil in the shadow space at this moment. The remaining 2 masks are not available to them in China. However, even this 78% of evil has already brought Basha and Zimu's power to a higher level. The power they can use now is more than double than before. Their confidence has also expanded with a stronger power, and they are ready to attack Bai Sui again. This time, Basha not only set off a tsunami, but also directly carved a huge formation on the seabed. The power of this formation is very terrifying. Although its function is single, it is real and effective. This formation can distort the sea level, with part rising and part falling. On the uninhabited ocean, the sea level will drop madly under the effect of the formation. The squeezed seawater will approach the continent and gradually raise the sea level near the continent. In order to ensure the success of the operation, Basha carved many spare formations on the seabed to prevent people from stealing the house directly. And Zimu was not idle either. During this period, he wandered madly in the entire atmosphere to ensure that his magic power could penetrate every place in the atmosphere. After the 2 demons had completed the preparations, they launched their attacks at the same time. On this day, the seawater rose by dozens of meters in a short period of time, flooding many low-lying areas, and there was also a raging tsunami, destroying all places that the waves could reach. The most terrifying thing is not only that, people found that as the seawater rose, they gradually felt that it became difficult to breathe, their whole body was sore and weak, and all kinds of flying insects and birds could not fly normally. After that, a large number of bubbles emerged from somewhere in the ocean. From a distance, it looked like the seawater was boiled. It was originally just a joke, but then people found that the power of the sun had become stronger, a large number of people were burned by the sun, and the global temperature began to become abnormal. The temperature in the places exposed to sunlight was abnormally high, and the temperature in the dark was abnormally cold. Even in places where the aurora was not seen before, strange aurora began to gradually appear. After testing by various countries, it was found that the Earth's atmosphere was leaking out. A large amount of air, in a strange way, broke away from the Earth's gravity and began to quickly disperse into the universe. The entire atmospheric pressure was rapidly decreasing. According to scientists' calculations, 500 trillion tons of air would be completely dissipated in a month at most. Although some scientists have calculated that as the air in the atmosphere decreases, a large amount of seawater will evaporate, and at that time, the water vapor will replace the atmosphere to a certain extent, thereby slowing down the speed of the atmosphere's complete withdrawal. However, this discovery is of no use, because humans cannot wait for the day when water vapor replaces the atmosphere, and will become extinct before that. Faced with such a disaster, Bai Sui had to peel his attention away from the ocean of various knowledge and began to look for the culprit this time. However, the demon trio, who had learned to be smart, did not choose to fight hard this time. After using their respective abilities, Basha and Zimu directly hid in the shadow space in the mask, leaving Bai Sui's consciousness empty. No matter how Bai Sui's consciousness searched, there was no way to find the figures of the 3 demons. As a last resort, Bai Sui had to calm down the disaster this time. The best thing to find was the formation that Basha had drawn in the ocean. With the destruction of all the formations, the seawater gradually receded. Even the raging tsunami was just smashed by Bai Sui. Although the seawater receded, the disaster did not end for humans. After all, the areas where seawater poured in occupied almost 90% of the world's arable land. The land in these areas was turned into saline alkali land by seawater. It can be said that the subsequent famine was the real beginning of the disaster. Then, the rescue of the atmosphere became relatively troublesome. It was not as simple and direct as directly destroying the formation. Bai Sui had to use gravity to control the atmosphere that had already left the Earth. And because of Zimu's secret control, these atmospheres have been in a state of expansion and cannot naturally gather around the Earth. They must be imprisoned there with Bai Sui's power, which is very involved in Bai Sui's energy. Fortunately, through the research of the Central Court, it was found that there was still a lot of demonic power in it, and it could be offset by using justice magic. However, what followed was a tug of war that Bai Sui hated. Basha and Zimu usually hid in the shadow space, But from time to time they would come out of the mask, one to move the seawater, and the other to control the atmosphere, wantonly destroying the entire Earth. It really made Bai Sui hate it, but he could do nothing about it, because Basha and Zimu's chaos was completely random, and even the two demons did not necessarily come out at the same time, and they might just destroy it. Such random destruction made Bai Sui very helpless. The reason why Bai Sui's consciousness never caught Basha and Zimu was that we had to talk about the role of the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord in a soul state was more sensitive to the spiritual energy of consciousness. Although it could not hurt Bai Sui's consciousness, the Holy Lord could sense the scan of consciousness. Once the Holy Lord senses that his consciousness has passed through the mask, he will then inform Basha and Zimu to let the two demons randomly choose a time to go out, so as to avoid the two demons from directly colliding with Bai Sui's consciousness. In desperation, Bai Sui had to do his old job again and began to record the rhythm of the entire Earth in his inner scene. After all, once the entire rhythm is recorded in the inner scene, it is equivalent to Bai Sui having the ability to monitor the entire Earth in real time. Even if the other party's hidden space is not on the Earth, the first time the other party opens his mouth on the Earth, he will be discovered by Bai Sui. However, this is another long time, which will take Bai Sui decades. This is also the reason why Bai Sui did not do this at the beginning. After all, in Bai Sui's view, the time he stays in this world will not be too long, and it is completely unnecessary to spend so much time to record the Earth. But now it is different. The other party has three demons hiding, which directly leads to Bai Sui's inability to separate the good and evil of the world in the future. After all, the demon itself is the embodiment of evil. Unless Bai Sui is willing to risk offending the 8 immortals and just walk away, he will have to find the 3 demons first. Fortunately, Bai Sui is now an immortal and doesn't care much about the passage of decades, otherwise he might not try. Then Bai Sui discovered that suffering can really inspire human inspiration, because natural disasters appear from time to time, and human technology has developed by leaps and bounds, especially in terms of geological improvement and blackbody radiation protection. Especially in terms of blackbody radiation protection, its technological level is even higher than that of the Naruto world, which has entered the space civilization. The Naruto world, which has obtained this technology, has directly improved the efficiency of solar power generation and the safety performance of spacecraft. Although the technology of geological improvement is not very useful for the Naruto world, after all, they can directly improve it with manpower through chakra. And there are many habitable planets in the universe that are suitable for living, and there is no need for the ninja world to directly improve the planet, but this is also a practical technology after all, and it is also of great reference value to them. It has to be said that some technologies are just used in the wrong direction. This geological improvement technology was used to transform various barren planets almost 20 years later so that chakra microorganisms could grow at its request, and it never provided nearly endless chakra for the ninjas. And this clone of Bai Sui was just repairing the leaky atmosphere at any time while recording the land under his feet. Yes, with the development of time, Bai Sui no longer has to worry about the seawater. Because Basha and Zimu only come out for a short time each time in order to avoid Bai Sui's discovery, this limits the power they can exert. Now, as long as the tsunami is not too strong, countries can directly defend themselves through the power of technology and magic. Although some seawater will occasionally flow to the earth, they can also quickly improve the texture of the soil through various means. Not only that, in recent years, the country has also developed a variety of crops that can grow normally in saline alkali land, which makes the harm of each tsunami smaller and smaller. Although the world has not yet found a way to quickly repair the atmosphere, according to this progress, it will probably not be too long. But these are all later stories. After all, Bai Sui has found the masks hidden by the Holy Lord. It can only be said that Bai Sui had good luck this time. He only burned half of the entire earth and found the secrets hidden by the Holy Lord. So, with Bai Sui's right hand, the mask inhabited by the demons came into Bai Sui's hands. This time, Bai Sui did not stop at all, and directly used yin-yang to create 3 corresponding items, namely the flute, gourd and sword. Perhaps because of the evil deeds committed by the 3 demons before, 3 waves immediately fell on the 3 items in the void and released their corresponding power. The 3 demons forced out of the mask by Bai Sui saw their seals as soon as they opened their eyes, and the Holy Lord was the first to be sent to hell. As for Basha and Zimu, because they absorbed a lot of evil, they had unlocked a small part of the seal, which gave them a certain resistance. They were able to struggle against the seal twice. But they did not fall into the gate of hell. Seeing this, Bai Sui rewarded them with a thunderbolt and put them into the seal. It can only be said that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Although the unlocked seal gave Basha and Zimu the power to fight against the gate of hell, without the protection of the seal, they suffered real damage again after countless years. And the damage of this thunderbolt can be said to have given the two demons new ideas about the seal, so they did not resist and fell directly into hell. This time, although the other demons still felt unhappy with the Holy Lord, after all, his success allowed Basha and Zimu to enter the human world and ruled Eagle Sauce for many years, which saved the Holy Lord from an eating. Basha stopped the other unhappy demons and diverted their dissatisfaction with the Holy Lord. I was injured when I was hit by that wizard just now. Zimu immediately cooperated and said, me too. The other demons didn't care. Injured? What's the problem? Won't it recover immediately? I was burned by that wizard for a long time before. The one who spoke was Zhongsu, who was burned to death by Bai Sui at the beginning. Basha and Zimu immediately shook their heads. No, this is not an ordinary injury. Our injuries have not recovered. You see, the wounds have not recovered yet. Following the guidance of Basha and Zimu, the demons saw that the injuries on the two people were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although this recovery speed is still very fast, it seems very slow for them. Soon, the injuries on the two people were completely recovered, but the demons didn't say anything. Finally, it was the boss of the demons, Zulin, who spoke. We should experiment again. So after that, each demon cut a wound on his body. Obviously, Basha and Zimu's recovery speed was slower. Why is that? I clearly feel that your power has become stronger. Zulin was puzzled by this phenomenon. I really hate the dryness here. Basha flicked his tail. This is exactly what I want to say. Zimu and I broke through part of the seal by absorbing the remaining evil on the earth, but then we discovered this phenomenon. Our recovery speed has slowed down. Not only that, our defense seems to have weakened a little. With Basha and Zimu's explanation, the demons gradually accepted that the seal on them was a kind of protection. After all, they all knew the balance of good and evil in this world, and naturally understood why the 8 immortals did this. After that, the other 7 demons focused their attention on the Holy Lord, because the Holy Lord's performance before was no different from other demons. But according to Basha and Zimu, the Holy Lord also absorbed a lot of evil, and there must be a reason for this. Seeing that he couldn't slow down any further, the Holy Lord quickly explained, don't look at me. Because I am in a soul state, I can't absorb much evil, so I didn't waste that power, but left that evil on earth. I used part of my own power to combine with that evil, and finally created a little demon dragon. I hope that he can think of some way to help us open the seal in the future on the human side. Chapter 202, Formation. Under the friendly greetings of the demons, the Holy Lord finally told them his plan to escape with the help of the demon dragon. After evaluating the feasibility of the plan, the other 7 demons also thought it was a good idea, so they expressed their willingness to help, on the condition that they must help them, otherwise they would monitor the Holy Lord 24 hours a day, and once the Holy Lord had the opportunity to escape from hell, they would do their best to stop him. In desperation, the Holy Lord had to agree to the request of his brothers and sisters, and generously expressed his willingness to be the last one to escape from hell. However, with the help of other demons, the growth rate of the demon dragon has also increased by a leap. After all, compared with the Holy Lord's own fire magic, with the magic blessing of the other 7 demons, the future demon dragon will be stronger, more comprehensive, and have fewer weaknesses. Especially now that Basha and Zimu have unlocked a little bit of the seal, they can more and more conveniently project their power from hell to the human world. As a result, the demons who were originally barred in hell now have a new type of entertainment besides fighting the Holy Lord, which is to observe the growth of the demon dragon. In addition to the 8 demons taking turns to feed their own power to the demon dragon through the loose seals of Zimu and Basha, they also instructed the dragon to find the fragmentary power left by the previous demons in the world. Some of those powers were lost in the battle with the 8 immortals, and some were extracted from hell by various great wizards through their own means after they were sealed. Although those powers were finally sealed by the wizards because of their indelible emotions, it is just right to feed them to the demon dragon now. After all, the demons also know the balance between good and evil. While cultivating the demon dragon, they are also trying not to add extra evil, because they are afraid that the actions of themselves and others will further strengthen the strength of Bai Sui. In fact, For Bai Sui's powerful strength, all the demons blamed it on the Holy Lord, believing that it was the Holy Lord who tried to find his own power through various methods over the years, thus destroying the balance between good and evil, which led to the birth of Bai Sui. After all, it is not easy to explain the appearance of Bai Sui, because his strength has exceeded the scope of the previous great wizards. Facing his many brothers and sisters, the Holy Lord also had a hard time, and in the end he could not say anything, so he had to admit his mistakes. Bai Sui, on the other hand, was starting to make the final preparations, and through the power of the country, it was easy to carve the corresponding formation diagrams all over the world. After all, the disaster caused by the two demons before caused extremely serious damage to the whole world. China is one of the few countries that have the spare capacity to provide external assistance. As for the so-called demon dragon, it has long been under Bai Sui's surveillance. After all, he is not like the three demons before, hiding in another space. The demon dragon lives on the earth like this, which naturally cannot escape Bai Sui's inspection. However, Bai Sui did not interfere with the other party. After all, the appearance of the demon dragon was an important part of what Bai Sui was waiting for. Bai Sui just watched the little demon dragon grow up little by little, becoming stronger day by day. Because of the feeding of the 8 demons, the little demon dragon now not only uses the fire of the Holy Lord, but also inherits the abilities of the other 7 demons. Under the influence of the 8 demon powers, the appearance of the little demon dragon has also begun to change dramatically. The original Holy Lord did not look like a dragon, but more like a dragon, and the little demon dragon has further grown into a lizard. However, the little demon dragon now, under the complete demon power, is increasingly turning into a crocodile dragon. Although its appearance has become ugly and terrifying, it has also inexplicably added a kind of domineering aura, and no longer looks like a green lizard from a distance as before. Bai Sui looks at the little demon dragon now, and finds it more pleasing to the eye. At least the little dragon now still looks like a villain. Bai Sui is actually trying to figure out how to get the demon dragon to absorb the power of the 8 demons. After all, through the active feeding of the 8 demons, the demon dragon has completely established a connection with the 8 demons, and can swallow the 8 demons directly into its body through the seal. Once the 8 demons combine their power, the demon dragon they create will inevitably be the greatest evil since the birth of the world. At that time, in order to balance good and evil, they will naturally feed back the same good. Creating such a great good is also a burden for the world itself, which is the best time for Bai Sui to attack the world. As for whether Bai Sui can deal with the ultimate demon dragon after the 8 demons combine, Bai Sui is not worried about this at all. The reason is that after obtaining the entire inheritance of the 8 immortals, Bai Sui has made contact with a pure Yang master. Or it can be said that he has only made contact with a clone of the pure Yang master. After all, the other party is just a consciousness that resides in the 8 immortals mark, and it was awakened after Bai Sui collected the complete inheritance of the 8 immortals. Through communication with the consciousness of Chunyang's Henren, Bai Sui also confirmed his own thoughts. After the 8 immortals awakened their wisdom, they quickly regained their own strength and successfully killed the 8 demons that ruled the world at that time. As a result, the 8 immortals found that the death of the 8 demons was not an end, but a beginning. With the fall of the 8 demons, the world spontaneously gave birth to more evil. These evils are crazier and more irrational than the 8 demons. They only know the most primitive killing and desire. They pounce on the 8 immortals endlessly. No matter how many are killed by the 8 immortals, the world will give birth to more evil to be hostile to them. If it is just endless evil, it is nothing for the 8 immortals. After all, their existence is the upper limit of this world. It is easy to deal with those evils, but the 8 immortals later discovered the problem. As more and more evils are bred, the world becomes weaker and weaker, and finally the world is heading towards self-destruction. In desperation, the 8 immortals rely on their supreme power to reverse time and space and pull the 8 demons that have been killed back from death. Since the 8 demons still had normal reason, they did not come out to die, which finally stopped the world from breeding evil. Perhaps because of the high efficiency of the 8 immortals' ability, which could remedy the irreversible power at any time, the world spent some of its power to simulate the operation of the 8 immortals to reverse time and space and create a book of history. The 8 immortals had seen the world out of control before, so even if the 8 demons themselves had reason, they felt uneasy, and also to prevent any descendants from losing and killing them, so they set up such a seal. Directly out of nothing, A separate space was created, and the 8 demons were put into that space to prevent them from interfering with each other with the world, and also to prevent the 8 demons trapped in the space from killing each other. The 8 immortals used their supreme power to use the Book of History as a formation object, and imposed immortal protection on the 8 demons. This set of seals, to put it bluntly, is to record the rule of the immortality of the 8 demons in the Book of History, and it is also with the power of the Book of History that all demons can live forever. The magic to seal the 8 demons back to hell is actually very simple. It is the corresponding rules that the 8 immortals recorded in the history book of time in advance. Each corresponding magic weapon corresponds to a demon. As long as the magic is used to activate the corresponding magic weapon, it is equivalent to directly touching the corresponding text in the history book of time. Originally, the 8 immortals wanted to stay in this world for a longer time and find a way to completely solve the problem of the balance between good and evil in the world. However, their own existence is equivalent to endless goodness for the world. Although there is no evil because of the existence of the 8 demons, the world can no longer breed any good. This prompted all the lives born at that time to be neither good nor evil or biased towards evil, which was not what the 8 immortals wanted, so they were forced to leave the world. However, they still couldn't let go of this world, so the pure Yang Zhenren left behind a consciousness of his own, and also wanted to find an opportunity in the future to see if he could solve the problems of this world. It can only be said that it is also a fate. The Taiyi Jinho principle practiced by Bai Sui in his previous life and the Lingbao Bifa practiced in this life are inseparable from the pure Yang Zhenren. Although what Bai Sui practiced was different from what was originally described, the consciousness of the pure Yang Master could sense it. This was why Bai Sui felt that something was attracting him at that time. It was the consciousness of the pure Yang Master that was calling Bai Sui. Although in the eyes of the pure Yang Master, Bai Sui's current realm was still a little low, he could barely help the pure Yang Master complete this final operation. After all, the realm of the 8 immortals was high enough at the time, but when they tried to separate the good and evil in the world, they faced obstacles. That is, all their magic power came from the supply of the world. So under the resistance of the origin of the world, their power could not be exerted directly. What the 8 immortals needed at that time was not a few more immortals like them, but external power like Bai Sui. According to the discussion between Bai Sui and the pure Yang Master, the final decision was to promote the growth of the demon dragon, and it would be best if he could directly obtain all the power of the 8 demons. If it didn't work, the pure Yang Master would directly reverse the original seal and make the demon dragon the ultimate demon through the history book of years. So Bai Sui took the time to consult with Master Chunyang about all the questions he had about cultivation. After all, such opportunities were rare. As for the growth of Demon Xiaolong, let him improve slowly. Anyway, Demon Xiaolong didn't dare to act like a demon now. He had been lying dormant, trying to find ways to unlock the seals on the 8 demons and release them from hell. However, now with Master Chunyang, the founder of the seal, all attempts were ineffective. Not only did they not let any demon escape from hell, but they also let the 8 demons use more magic to feed Demon Xiaolong. After all, they couldn't imagine that every time the seal seemed to be just a little bit away from being unlocked, it was directly controlled by Master Chunyang behind the scenes, in order to make them think that the problem was with Demon Xiaolong's power. After all, among the 8 demons, no one believed each other in their hearts, and they were unwilling to let Demon Xiaolong release only one demon, and unlock the seals on 8 demons at the same time. How difficult this was, they actually had a scale in their hearts. So although the 8 demons complained to each other every time, their enthusiasm never diminished. After all, this was the closest time for them to freedom. As for whether the demon dragon would become an ultimate demon king above them because of the magic they fed, the 8 demons had never thought about it. After all, they had been sealed and protected for too long. Although the previous experience of the 2 demons Basha and Zimu made them understand the protection of the seal on them again, it was just that this mode of thinking that had been developed for countless years could not be reversed so quickly. In the minds of the demons, they were still the immortal demons who were not old or dead, and they did not even realize that the breakthrough of the seal they were pursuing now was depriving them of their immortality, or they knew it, but their consciousness could not change. They stepped into the trap that Bai Sui and Chunyang Zhenren had dug for them step by step, and they were still rushing to it. On the contrary, Bai Sui now hopes that Xiaolong's growth rate can be a little slower. After all, according to the plan they discussed before, The final step of separating the good and evil in the world requires the full power of this pure Yang Zhenren consciousness. After everything is completed, the consciousness will dissipate. This consciousness itself has no idea about this. After all, this is the meaning of his staying in this world. Bai Sui feels it is a pity. After all, this is the first fellow and the first senior ancestor that Bai Sui has met in the true sense. Seeing that the final outcome cannot be changed, Bai Sui has to seize the time and communicate with his consciousness as much as possible, and tell all his doubts as much as possible. However, this is not such a simple thing. After all, Bai Sui has been practicing for hundreds of years. There are too many problems accumulated in these hundreds of years. Even if pure Yang Zhenren can easily grasp the key points of Bai Sui's problems, he can't stand Bai Sui's too many problems. In addition, basically most of the practice was explored by Bai Sui himself, which led to many places going astray unconsciously, and he had to start from the basics again. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Evil of This World. As time went on, the power of the demon dragon became stronger and stronger, and as his power grew, his ambition gradually grew. One day, the demon dragon thought that he had surpassed the previous 8 demons and was ready to rule the world. This world ruled by humans is too monotonous. There are no demons in this world. You know, they were born in this world earlier than humans. The demon dragon burst out with all his strength, just standing in the air, announcing his existence to the world. Is this world fair? No. Think about it. Now it's time to make some changes in this world. Now my first plan is to change this world. The demon dragon seemed to have fallen into his own beautiful fantasy. Demons can run rampant on the earth at will, and the whole world must obey my orders. How beautiful this world will be. It must be said that the demon dragon, who has obtained part of the power of the 8 demons, is really much cooler than other demons. As the magic power in the demon dragon burst out, the sky of the whole world began to change rapidly. Thick dark clouds instantly covered the entire earth, and unlike the original black clouds, these clouds projected dark red light from them. For a moment, the whole world became dark red and smelly. The source of this smell came from the blackened ocean. Endless thunder struck from the clouds, and countless buildings could not withstand such fierce thunder. A large number of human power grids were damaged, and a large number of fires were caused. As for the demon dragon itself, it relied on its own ability to control gravity, throw a large amount of life and matter into its mouth, and cooperate with its swallowing ability inherited from Bogang to transform everything swallowed into power, and thereby strengthen itself. Bai Sui looked at the eagle sauce destroyed by the demon dragon, and was also a little helpless. Why do the father and son of the Holy Lord like to toss this land so much? Every time they are aimed at this country, but this may be good news for the country. Bai Sui did not choose to sit back and watch the demon dragon wreak havoc. After the opponent's power was fully revealed, he immediately opened the portal and stood opposite the demon dragon. The moment the demon dragon saw Bai Sui, he was also nervous. After all, he had heard of Bai Sui's great achievements from the 8 demons before. However, the demon dragon soon became confident because he believed that he had obtained all the power of the 8 demons and could definitely defeat Bai Sui. However, the demon dragon was facing Bai Sui, who had experienced the remedial lessons of Chun Yang Zhenren. Now Bai Sui has a deeper understanding of his own power, a more detailed control, and even a new understanding of the world. Just you? You are still too young. If you really want to rule the world, you must at least completely integrate the power of the 8 demons. You have no chance, Bai Sui deliberately said to the demon dragon in front of him. You are so arrogant. Don't think that you can seal a few demons based on the seal of the 8 immortals. Do you really think that it is your own strength? Now I will let you see what is truly powerful. The self-confident demon Xiaolong was not listening to Bai Sui's words. However, facing such a demon Xiaolong, Bai Sui was not surprised. Instead, he raised his right hand and shot a golden light towards Xiaolong. This golden light easily penetrated the magic power surrounding the demon Xiaolong, drew a circle around the demon Xiaolong's body, and then immediately shrank inwards, turning into a rope that tightly bound the demon Xiaolong. The demon Xiaolong, trapped by this golden rope, immediately felt that his connection with the world was cut off, and his abilities given by the world disappeared. Although the demon Xiaolong, who had lost all kinds of authority, still possessed powerful magic, he could not use it well now. After all, he was not like his father or those uncles. He had not learned any methods to use magic, and he did not know any spells. So the little demon dragon fell directly from the sky and hit the ground. Open, Bai Sui snorted softly, and directly opened a passage from the human world to hell on the ground, sending the little demon dragon to hell so that they could reunite as a family. As the little demon dragon disappeared, the passage opened by Bai Sui quickly closed. For this passage, Bai Sui used the magician of this world. The reason why he didn't need to recite spells like other magicians was because Bai Sui had thoroughly understood the essence of magic. He could directly skip a lot of cumbersome rituals and spells and only use a few short characters to prepare the entire spell. This is the same as the way that Dad can simplify all spells into demons and ghosts. Please leave quickly. Of course, the premise of this simplification must be that the original principle and structure of the spell must be thoroughly understood. If it is really a brand new spell that he doesn't understand, Bai Sui must also recite the full set of spells honestly, but this is almost impossible in this world. After falling into hell, the demon dragon regained his freedom. The golden rope that Bai Sui had bound him with dissipated when he just entered hell. However, the demon dragon who regained his freedom did not leave, but just stayed there blankly, at a loss. It was not until a group of demons sensed the breath of the human world in hell and rushed over that the demon dragon took action under the watch of a group of demons. After seeing that it was the demon dragon, the demons were disappointed and angry, because in their opinion, this attempt failed again, so they cursed and attacked the demon dragon. This is actually a habit among demons. Every time the Holy Lord failed to escape from hell, other demons would treat him like this. However, they forgot that the demon dragon was not the Holy Lord, and was not an immortal being like them. Facing the thunder, fire, etc. that hid him, the demon dragon was full of surprise. In his opinion, in order to release the 8 demons from hell, he killed a god like Bai Sui who was comparable to the 8 immortals. After being sealed in hell by the other party, he not only did not receive any thanks, but the 8 demons wanted to kill him at the first time. At this moment, the demon Xiaolong suddenly remembered what Bai Sui said before: if you really want to rule the world, at least you have to completely integrate the power of the 8 demons. So after dodging the attacks of several demons, the demon Xiaolong's eyes looked at the 8 demons and changed. He now regarded these demons who intended to kill him as stepping stones for his own rule of the world. However, the demon Xiaolong was not stupid. He knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the 8 demons in front of him. If he really wanted to do it, he would definitely look for opportunities to defeat them one by one. However, all of this was seen by Bai Sui. Do you remember the golden rope that dissipated before? Although it dissipated from the rope, the power did not disappear directly, but disappeared directly in this space. Now the power is acting as the eyes of Bai Sui, and now he is watching everything in front of him together with Master Chun Yang. Yes, with a little guidance, I think this little demon dragon can devour the other 8 demons. When everything in the world gathers together, it's time for our plan to begin. Master Chun Yang stroked his beard and said to Bai Sui. Bai Sui also agreed. What the immortal said is correct, but although this demon dragon has 8 different kinds of magic power, it is not so easy for him to deal with any of the 8 demons with his own strength. At that time, as long as the attack demon delays the time, when the other demons arrive, it will be difficult to end. It doesn't matter. This hell was created by us 8 immortals. Although this space has been completely infected by magic power for tens of thousands of years, I still have a certain control over this space. When the time comes, I will strengthen the seal on the corresponding demon at the critical moment, and I think I can help the demon dragon. The immortal Chun Yang is still confident of victory. After that, things are very simple. With the help of the space administrator Chun Yang, the demon dragon swallowed all the demons along the way without any danger, and became the biggest evil in the world in one fell swoop. After the demon dragon swallowed the last demon, he suddenly seemed to have a sudden enlightenment and completely ended the 8 demon powers he had obtained before. Now, even if Bai Sui cut off his connection with it, he could rely on his understanding of the 8 powers to directly use his magic power to activate the corresponding abilities. It can be said that now, the demon dragon has truly mastered the power he has obtained. Although he is still a long way from understanding the essence of power, compared with his previous self, It is already a world of difference. The dragon floating in hell opened his mouth and began to swallow all the free magic power in the entire hell. Not only that, the dragon swallowed up all the materials in the hell that were not rich to begin with. After swallowing up the entire hell, the dragon directly broke through this already dilapidated hell with his own strength, and gained freedom with his own strength. Looking at Bai Sui standing in front of him, the eyes of the demon dragon were full of teasing. Ha ha ha, thanks to your previous words, I have swallowed all the demons into my body. Now I am the only evil in the world. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Seeing the little dragon laughing so arrogantly in front of him, Bai Sui just took a step to the side, revealing the pure Yang Zhenren behind him. Everything that follows depends on the performance of the boss. Seeing that the person who blocked him in front of him suddenly changed, the demon dragon was also stunned, and then he noticed that this person turned out to be the 8 immortals who had left the world in the legend. Ha ha ha, cough. Oh. Even if you are the 8 immortals, it's useless. Now I have obtained all the evil. If you are the only one, you can't stop me. That's it, perhaps because he felt threatened. The demon dragon said that he was not afraid, but his real action was to turn around and flee, without even the slightest desire to fight. From the wide sleeves of the pure Yang Zhenren's robe, a green light flew out and slashed towards the demon dragon who was fleeing in the distance. The head of the demon dragon fell off his neck immediately, but he, who had become the world's #1 demon king, immediately grew another head. However, the green light did not disappear, but turned directly into a green dragon, swallowing the dragon's severed head in one gulp. Ah, damn wizard, you are really bullying too much? The new head that had just grown immediately roared and roared at the two people in front of him. Fortunately, everyone was not on the earth at this moment. Although the furious and surging magic power destroyed countless meteorites in the starry sky, it fortunately did not affect the disaster-stricken earth. However, the people on the earth did not find nothing. Through the astronomical telescope, the earth clearly found the huge explosion fluctuations next to Mars. It can only be said that Mars has suffered too much damage to help the Earth this time. Not only were Phobos and Deimos shattered in the battle, but even the huge ice caps at the poles of Mars were directly evaporated by the demon dragon with flames. The entire Mars became the battlefield for the two men. It was either burned by fire or struck by lightning. In the end, it was flattened into a round cake shape under the huge gravitational force. It can be said that the entire Mars was completely changed under the attack of the demon dragon. As for why the attacks that fell on Mars were all the attacks of the demon dragon, it was entirely because the pure Yang Master could perfectly control every force of his own. No force was wasted. Either all the attacks were on the demon dragon, or the unhit forces were taken back into his own hands. Therefore, although it seemed that the demon dragon had a very strong destructive power, in fact, no attack fell on the pure Yang Master. So far in the battle, the pure Yang Master's clothes were not dirty. On the contrary, the demon dragon was getting more and more injured, even to the extent that his super recovery ability could not recover. After that, the pure Yang Master stimulated the demon dragon in front of him through pain, while guiding the other party to continue to expand the scale of destruction. The reason for this is to squeeze the world and let it breed more goodness. Chapter 204 Heavenly Immortal. The whole world, because of the world's own selection and manipulation, has only life on the earth, which leads to the world's good and evil being concentrated on the earth. When Chun Yang Zhenren squeezed the surplus value of the demon dragon, Bai Sui was not idle either. He directly manipulated the formation on the earth and turned the earth into a forbidden magic zone, making the spells of most mages ineffective, further weakening the power of good. As one grows and the other declines, the world has gathered almost all the good on Chun Yang Zhenren. Sensing the power around him that is enough to reopen the world, Chun Yang Zhenren still shook his head, thinking that it was still not enough. Now is the time to start the alternative plan. Before, various cults across the country also absorbed a lot of antisocial people when the extraordinary power was revived. There are really many people with strong abilities in them. However, because of the previous demon's rule over Eagle Sauce, countries around the world further rejected them. In the end, those cults all went to South Korea. After all, it was a paradise for cults. All this was under the eyes of Bai Sui and the country, but because they had always been in peace and did not expand outward, they turned a blind eye and ignored them. However, there are many cults that want to destroy the world and turn the earth into hell. They are an alternative plan prepared by Bai Sui and others. The previous formation deliberately avoided several areas, including several cult areas in South Korea. When the cults found that they could not use magic except in those areas, they immediately fell into madness. In addition, the demon from the outer world who destroyed Mars made them think that Bai Sui had no time to care about him. So all kinds of evil spells bloomed in the hands of those black wizards. For a while, the whole South Korea was in chaos, and all kinds of monsters beyond ordinary people's imagination were released into the world. Among these black wizards, the most powerful one is a wizard named Daolong. He not only has the ability that is not inferior to the great wizard, but also has great ambitions. He is ready to take this opportunity to conquer the world in one fell swoop. However, he is different from other dark wizards who are not clear-headed. He is very clear about the power that the country has now, so his first goal is not the country, and he is not even going to stay here for long. Instead, he is going to summon a demon army under his control here, and then go to South Africa to occupy a piece of land, and then seek development in the future. Although these black wizards can't provide much evil, they are good in number. Even ordinary people in the cult are willing to sacrifice their lives and use themselves as tribute to please various ghosts. Feeling the power bestowed on him, Pure Yang's Henren nodded with satisfaction. Okay, it's time for this world to make changes. Cut. With the order of Pure Yang's Henren, the whole world suddenly began to tremble, which was directly changing the rules at the bottom of the whole world. Pure Yang's Henren's Qinfang sword turned into a carving knife at this moment, carving in the core of the whole world according to his own wishes. The demon Xiaolong, who was originally very angry and ready to tear the person in front of him, suddenly stopped his action, because just now he felt a sense of relief. As if the shackles that had been buckled on him were removed. This sense of freedom from the most authentic nature made the demon dragon subconsciously stop disturbing the Pure Yang Master. Although he didn't know what the other party was doing, he knew that what the other party did might give him real freedom. This kind of freedom is not just physical and spiritual freedom, but a more fundamental freedom, as if he is about to break away from the control of the whole world and no longer be affected by the world. This is actually just an illusion caused by the sudden relief of the burden, but since the demon dragon is willing to watch obediently, the Pure Yang Master is also happy not to attack him. After all, the existence of the demon dragon itself will make the world continuously weaken itself to produce more good. With the Qinfang sword's depiction of the origin of the world, the rules of the whole world are changing, and the world's resistance is becoming stronger in this process. Gradually, the key in the whole world is becoming quiet, and all kinds of spells that could be used can no longer produce effects. The whole world is changing towards the direction of no magic, and this is the reason why the transformation of the world has failed many times before. Bai Sui, it's your turn. The Pure Yang Master was waiting for this moment. As the power originally bestowed on him disappeared, it meant that the process of modifying the world has reached the last step. Yes, Bai Sui followed what he said before, using only his most fundamental magic power to carve in the air. The highest virtue is not virtue, so it has virtue. The lowest virtue is not without virtue, so it has no virtue. The highest virtue is to do nothing, and it has no purpose. The highest benevolence is to do something, and it has no purpose. The Tao is always nameless. If the princes and kings can keep it, all things will be self-conscious. The upper is for the lower heart. If they are conscious and want to act, I will keep them true with the nameless. If you keep them true with the nameless, they will not be humiliated. If you are not humiliated with emotion, the heaven and earth will be self-righteous. What Bai Sui wrote in the air was exactly a book of virtue and Taoism. This chapter was completely constructed by Bai Sui's magic power. When the last word was written, it naturally turned into a book and floated into Bai Sui's hands. Go. The article immediately came to the front of Chun Yang's Henren under the escort of Bai Sui's magic power. Yes, it's time. Today, let me settle this regret from 10,000 years ago. As soon as the words fell, the incarnation of the thought of the pure Yang true man decomposed in the air, decomposed into the most primitive thought, and fell on the article. Originally just an ordinary article, with the blessing of this thought, it immediately bloomed with endless brilliance, which penetrated Mars, penetrated the demon dragon, penetrated the earth, and penetrated the entire world. These lights shone on everything, but did not cause any changes, as if they were simply light, but when scientists on the earth intended to detect these lights, they could not capture them, as if they did not exist in this world. However, these lights were indeed seen by them, and they were clearly shining on the whole world. It was not until they found that even blind people could see these lights that they temporarily gave up, because they knew that this was beyond the scope of current technology. However, they did not give up, but prepared to leave it for later analysis. After all, science is a practical method of understanding the universe. Everything that appears must be reasonable. Even if they cannot be understood for the time being, it only shows that their current scientific level is not enough, so they just need to continue to develop. The light that illuminates the world lasted for 3 days. During these 3 days, the light was different every moment, always shining on everything. Gradually, these lights began to weaken, and finally it took half a month to become completely invisible. And this process is the time for the scripture to transform the underlying rules of the world. With the washing of the light, the rules originally portrayed by the world have been washed away and restained with new world rules. The whole process did not make any living being feel uncomfortable and painful, as if it was just a simple light. In this process, Bai Sui was like an outsider, watching the light passing through his body, but without leaving any mark. Feeling the changes in the underlying rhythm of the whole world, this is a great help for Bai Sui to understand the world and the rhythm. This new world will naturally not really forget Bai Sui. After all, the last article was provided by Bai Sui, which contains the power to promote the transformation of the world. Although the one who really contributed more was actually the pure Yang Master, that thought had completely consumed him, and in the end, the only person the world could find was Bai Sui. After the world was completely reborn, it immediately condensed a mark, which did not fall directly into Bai Sui's body, but floated in front of Bai Sui, allowing Bai Sui to deal with it himself. Since it was just a clone, Bai Sui boldly grabbed the mark with his hand. At the moment of contact, the mark fell directly into Bai Sui's inner scene and turned into a sun. At the moment the mark fell into his body, Bai Sui realized its existence. In the East, it can be called a fairy scroll or a divine scroll, and in the West, it is called a divine position. At this moment, Bai Sui suddenly thought of the description of the celestial being. The celestial being is tired of living in the 3 islands and preaches in the human world. There are merits on the road, and there are deeds in the human world. When the merits and deeds are satisfied, they receive the heavenly book and return to the cave heaven. They are called celestial beings. Since they are celestial beings, if they are tired of living in the cave heaven, they will serve as immortal officials. Is this the heavenly book that was obtained by making great contributions? Not only that, the heavenly book in Bai Sui's inner vision can be changed. As long as Bai Sui is willing, he can move it towards a certain position. Not only that, in order to express his gratitude to Bai Sui, this heavenly book is not bound by this world, and it is still valid even after it is brought out of the world of Jackie Chan adventures. This is originally a book that the gods need to obtain. After countless years of exploration, they can thoroughly analyze the book and turn it into part of themselves. Only then can they be free from the restrictions of the corresponding world and use it across the world. Bai Sui thought about this book for a long time, and finally decided on a direction and made it a cloud. As soon as Bai Sui's thoughts fell, the world directly squeezed Bai Sui out, allowing him to complete the last transformation directly outside the world. The sun in the inner vision immediately changed its form after this thought was finalized, and turned into a golden cloud. If you look closely, you can see that the entire cloud is composed of countless tiny golden talismans. Bai Sui, who was squeezed out of the world by the world, could not draw strength from the world, so he could only use his own mana as nutrients to promote the formation of the immortal scroll. In this way, it can only be said that there are both good and bad. On the one hand, the bad side is that the supply of nutrients is limited, and the level of the immortal scroll is not high. On the other hand, the good side is that its composition is pure and will not be affected by any world. It completely belongs to Bai Sui himself. If calculated according to the Eastern grade, Bai Sui should be from the 6th grade now, which is considered to be a medium-level divine power in the Western system. Of course, this grade is just a reference. After all, Bai Sui is not a creature in the original system of any world. Even if he goes to the corresponding world, he will only enjoy the bonus and will not be oppressed by the world system. It can be said that this is already the best thank you gift that can be taken out in this world. Don't think that the level of the 6th grade is very low. This is enough to reach the level of Xianjiang, Gaokeo, and Jiazi God. It is already a step to heaven. It should be said that the span of celestial immortals is too big. From the 1st grade to the 9th grade, they can actually be considered celestial immortals. For example, the 3 officials Emperor and the 4 heavenly masters are the pinnacles that can be reached through normal cultivation. The 2nd grade is only second to the 5 elders and 6 imperial masters. As for the lower limit, There are many different levels. The 9th grade or even lower is not impossible. After all, compared with the gods, celestial immortals have no essential transformation. It is more of a difference between the system and the outside. If you are not subject to the heavenly book and are willing to be a scattered immortal who relies on himself, you can continue to practice. It is just to comprehend the great way. The system is just relatively blessed by the world. The most important thing is that Bai Sui found that his current realm belongs to permanence certificate. Although his clone obtained the heavenly book, his original body also obtained divine power. Now he can already say that he is the cloud god. After all, he has indeed obtained the authority related to the cloud. The body of Kashiwasu, who lives on the moon of the ninja realm, feels endless and complicated thoughts at this moment. If you look closely, you can find that most of these are people chanting Kashiwasu in their hearts, or directly speaking Kashiwasu's name. People consume their own gods all the time, most of which are scattered outward in various ways, and words and thoughts are also one of the ways of consumption. Originally, these gods that should have been scattered now have a destination, that is, following the connection with Kashiwasu, they gather towards Kashiwasu. These are the origins of the power of faith, or they can also be called incense. It's just that people's own thoughts are too complicated. Often, when a thought arises, several or even dozens of related thoughts will arise again. These complicated and chaotic thoughts will also be gathered in the hands of the corresponding gods. These are the most common powers of faith. Although the number is sufficient, it is too complicated and cannot be directly used by the gods. Above this, there are the thoughts that people emit when they burn incense and paper money. Because the thoughts are more concentrated in this process, although they are also more complicated, most of them have a unified direction. This kind of thought is a force that is easier to utilize for the gods, which is also one of the reasons why this power is called incense. Chapter 205 Cloud. Since it had been squeezed out of the world, Bai Sui's clone no longer entered it, and as for saying goodbye, it was simply omitted. This clone was traveling in the void, and although it had already walked the road once, it was still so difficult to walk. However, because there was nothing urgent, Bai Sui let the clone slowly return. But when flying in the void, he suddenly had an idea and tried to use his newly acquired immortal scroll, and the whole person turned into a cloud. Bai Sui, who turned into an auspicious cloud, greatly accelerated his speed in the void, directly shortening the travel time by 1/3, which made Bai Sui more and more interested in the divine duty of Yun. You know, traveling is not what Yun is good at. Even so, it can speed up Bai Sui's travel speed, so he must be more outstanding in other aspects. But for now, Bai Sui's cognition of Yun, the immortal scroll, really has no overall concept, and even when he made a choice before, he just subconsciously followed his own choice. When the clone returned, Bai Sui took it back and began to summarize the gains of this time. Not to mention the heavenly book given by the world, this is the key for Bai Sui to enter the heavenly fairy, which is naturally extremely precious. After that, he asked Chunyang's Henren for advice on various cultivation matters. It can be said that many doubts in Bai Sui's heart were dispersed, and he was no longer confused about the future. As for the various magic systems in the world of Jackie Chan adventures, they naturally became an effective supplement for Bai Sui, giving him many new means. Finally, there are the inheritance marks obtained from the 8 immortals. The reason why they are ranked after the magic system is not that they are not strong, but because they need Bai Sui to cultivate himself, which takes a long time and cannot immediately help Bai Sui to form a corresponding improvement. Thinking this way, it can only be said that Bai Sui does not know the actual strength of the magic weapons in the hands of the 8 immortals, and lacks the concept of the original power separated from the magic weapons. Look, before Bai Sui refines the magic weapons according to the inheritance, 7 marks have begun to change. Do you still remember Bai Sui's kaleidoscope and samsara eyes? The pattern of Bai Sui's kaleidoscope is a blooming lotus, and it has 2 pupil skills, namely clear and pure. Pure means a clean mind, clear means incorruptible. The lotus in Bai Sui's hand and the mark of the yin-yang huban turned into streams of light and fell into Bai Sui's eyes. Perhaps because of their compatibility, the mark of the lotus was first absorbed by Bai Sui, and its own power of self-cultivation was directly added to the power of purity, making its effect on itself more significant. The yin-yang huban itself has the function of purifying the environment and making everything quiet. It overlaps with the power of clear, causing the pupil skills of Bai Sui's eyes to soar. The mark that flew out later was Zhang Guoliao's fishing drum, which itself has the power of divination. Combined with the power of the past in the wheel eyes, the power that originally only controlled the flow of time has changed, and an ability to remotely view the future has been added on the original basis, allowing Bai Sui to peek into the future without affecting the outside world. Teak Li's gourd is essentially a powerful space magic weapon, with a world inside. Its combination with Bai Sui's Huan makes Bai Sui's original private space more stable and gradually transforms into the world. The original space was just a simple space, with no difference from the whole world. It was Bai Sui who used his own power to separate it from the whole world, which made it an independent space. Now this space has a thin boundary wall at the outermost edge. Although it is easy to break for Bai Sui, it means that it has spontaneously separated from the world. If it continues to be cultivated, it will become a real world sooner or later. Then there are Lan Kei's medicine basket and Han Xiangzi's purple gold flute. These two marks flew directly into Bai Sui's pseudo-world that had just changed, bringing vitality to this world. These two marks, one with healing power and the other with nourishing power, are very beneficial to the growth of this space. As for Han Xiangzi's palm leaf fan, it has the power to fan fire, fan evil, fan wind, cover the sun and roll the moon, collect fog and move clouds. When entering the world, it brings flow and change to this world. Remember the seawater and sea kings that Bai Sui collected in the Huan world before? Those seawaters just gathered in the center of the world in a dead state. Now, these seawaters have evaporation, rainfall and other flow methods, so that they are no longer a complete dead water. Not only that, Bai Sui found that with the emergence of flow, the forces in various worlds also began to interact with each other. With the rainfall, many healing powers fell into the sea with the rain, becoming a healing rain. With healing rain, there are naturally healing clouds, and Bai Sui, who has the power of clouds, immediately gained the ability to control the clouds in front of him. After thinking about it, Bai Sui collected one of the healing clouds. It was better to let it participate in the subsequent circulation. It was a treasure that Bai Sui held in his hand and could be used at any time. In this way, of the 8 immortals marks obtained by Bai Sui, only the sword mark of Chunyang's Henren remained, and the others had been integrated into Bai Sui's eyes. Based on the principle of choosing a day is worse than a day, Bai Sui simply took out his original portable sword and stamped the mark of the sword into it according to the method recorded in the inheritance. When this mark was integrated into the sword, the original sword immediately began to liquefy and gasify, and a large number of imperceptible impurities were eliminated in this process, making the original sword more refined. However, as this process progressed, the original sword gradually shrank and eventually turned into a sword pill. Looking at the sword pill spinning in his hand, Bai Sui felt a little bit amused. The sword that was originally a decoration had now become such a sharp weapon for attack. But Bai Sui was not good at fighting, and he was not good at swordsmanship. Now that the sword has turned into a sword pill, Bai Sui has never used it before. However, when Bai Sui really controlled it, knowing the benefits of this sword ball, he could completely follow the control of his spiritual consciousness and cut out his attack almost without delay. In other words, as long as Bai Sui's spiritual consciousness arrived, the sword ball arrived. Not only was it extremely concealed, but the speed was also extremely fast. In addition, the refined sword ball was countless times sharper than the original sword. In this way, Bai Sui didn't have to worry about any sword techniques or sword moves. As long as his thoughts could keep up with the opponent, he could fight with the opponent. At the same time, Bai Sui also paid more attention to the sacrifice of the sword ball in front of him. After all, this was the most convenient killing method in Bai Sui's hands. It was just that the metal in the Naruto world was really not up to standard. According to the records in the inheritance, it was just ordinary iron, and even chakra metal was just a fine product among ordinary iron. This is why the sword made entirely of chakra metal can be refined into a sword ball so easily. According to the records in the inheritance, the sword ball in front of him can only be called a common product. Although it is very agile because of the blessing of the mark, its texture is not good and it is very easy to be damaged during use. Thinking of metal, Bai Sui suddenly thought of the Marvel world. In addition, Tony Stark's invitation before made Bai Sui want to go there. Thinking of this, Bai Sui felt a little sorry in his heart. After all, the so-called chat group he joined at the beginning helped Bai Sui obtain several world coordinates. The reason why Bai Sui has not gone to other worlds for decades is that the group was disbanded not long after Bai Sui joined. At that time, a prompt suddenly popped up in the chat group, This group has been closed because the group owner died and there are no other managers in the group. At that time, Bai Sui also sighed for a long time. It seems that it is not possible to become the protagonist of the world with a golden finger. This traverser who doesn't know which world he is from has disappeared directly in the vast and infinite world, without even a splash. Although the sudden closure of the group chat made Bai Sui lose the opportunity to obtain more world coordinates, he still remembered the coordinates that Stark sent when he invited him. I don't know how the Stark of that year is now after decades, whether he will change his inevitable death and live happily with his wife and daughter. Once the idea of going to the Marvel world comes up, it will never go away. After all, there are real gods in that world, not just all kinds of magical metals. Maybe you can communicate with other gods to make your understanding of the immortal scrolls better. Although the intention to go has been set, Bai Sui still needs to make some preparations. The first thing is to build a statue and a temple for himself in the Naruto world. On the one hand, it is used to collect the incense power after he leaves, and on the other hand, it is also to set a clear coordinate for himself. The reason why Bai Sui knows the use of useful coordinates is that in the Demon Slayer world and Jackie Chan Adventure world, someone spontaneously built a statue for Bai Sui and set up a sacrifice. Before he became a celestial being, Bai Sui could not feel it, but now he can use it as a beacon. As for the brightness of this beacon, it depends on the power of faith gathered in the world. As long as there is one person facing Bai Sui, he can provide Bai Sui with a weak direction. The reason why the coordinates are set now is because Bai Sui is ready to go there in person. After all, that world is not ordinary, it is definitely a high-level world. And before leaving, Bai Sui collected and refined the incense power collected in the Naruto world, and refined it from loose and messy incense power into divine power that can be used by gods. In the process of refining, Bai Sui found that his strengthened Mangekyo pupil technique is very useful. He can first use his pupil technique to purify the more messy and biased thoughts, and then refine them according to the records in the heavenly book. This will not only be faster, but also have a higher yield. If he joins that god system in the future, Bai Sui can also make a living with his hand alone. Bai Sui found that these divine powers were not easy to store because they were essentially spiritual powers. Either they were directly stored in one's own mind or in one's own immortal scroll. Any other means of collection would not have much effect on them, and those divine powers would evaporate and disappear at a certain speed. If all those divine powers were stored in one's own mind, they would be affected by those divine powers. Although the distractions of mortals would not have any effect on the gods, their number was too large. This was because Bai Sui had already obtained the realm of immortals through the means of cultivation, and then he came into contact with a divine power. If those who were deified after death came into contact with a divine power with the body of ghost immortals, they would definitely be affected by it. Although at the beginning, the effect might not be obvious because of the place in the heart, but as time gradually stretched, from vigilance to habit, those ghost immortals would inevitably be affected by the divine power. In addition, if the other party's refining method was rough, leaving many distractions in the divine power, the impact would definitely be greater, and this might be the reason why incense is poisonous. Although Bai Sui, who had already cultivated into an immortal body, would not really be affected by distracting thoughts, no one would like to hear a large group of flies and mosquitoes flying around their ears every day. Bai Sui also did not want to listen to the various thoughts in the divine power every day. Although most of them were words of praise and chanting, it would be boring to listen to them too much. So Bai Sui just filled his immortal scroll with divine power and stopped absorbing it. According to the records in the heavenly book, these divine powers should be divided into 3,000 drops. The reason for such a measurement is entirely due to the nature of the divine power itself. The amount of each drop of divine power is fixed. No matter how pure it is, as long as it reaches the required amount, it will become a drop of divine power. Even if there is a slight lack, the divine power will disperse from a perfect state and become loose divine power. Only when the amount is sufficient will it gather into a drop. As for the divine power that has been refined, since it cannot be taken away, in order not to waste it, Bai Sui focused all of it on his statue, which was considered as an opening for it. As a large amount of divine power was poured into the statue, it gradually changed. After absorbing about 100 drops of divine power, a miniature divine domain was opened up in the entire statue. After that, as divine power was poured in, the entire divine domain became more and more open. Only after all the divine power he had previously refined was poured into it did Bai Sui stop. This newly opened divine domain immediately began to collapse inwards after the divine power was no longer input, but then the incense power that had originally gathered outside the statue filled in the divine domain and provided support for the stability of the divine domain. Chapter 206 Marvel. After Bai Sui's calculation, the incense power he obtained in the Naruto world is enough to support the existence of this new divine domain, and there will even be a certain surplus. It must be said that compared with the gods, the divine domain can use these incense better. After all, the divine domain is just an area and does not care about the influence of the distracting thoughts in these incense, so even if it is not refined, it is just the simplest incense, it can be well absorbed by the divine domain. After doing everything he could think of, Bai Sui simply told the people here that he would leave for a while. No one doubted this. After all, relatively speaking, Bai Sui, a great Otsutsuki level strongman who has been sitting on the earth for hundreds of years, is already unique. After all, other great Otsutsuki level strongmen, because they have almost endless lives, either choose to die by themselves like Senju Hashirama, or enter the universe and make their own way in it. It is really only Bai Sui who has stayed here on Earth for hundreds of years and never left. Even if people from the Research Institute persuaded Bai Sui to go out more and change his mood, Bai Sui was unmoved. Because when Bai Sui said that he was going out, the people in the entire institute felt incredible at first, and then they felt it was very normal, and sincerely admired Bai Sui. After all, they had to live in one place for decades, and they were obviously capable of going out to see it, but they were always unwilling to leave in order to protect this place. Naturally, they could never do it. So after telling people to burn incense to his temple regularly, Bai Sui left this world and headed towards the coordinates obtained before. As soon as he entered the void, Bai Sui turned into an auspicious cloud. Later, he felt that this was more eye-catching, so he changed it into a dark cloud. Although the speed was relatively reduced, the concealment was improved. It's just that the whole void is too big and too empty, so Bai Sui didn't encounter any accidents along the way, and he came to the coordinates obtained before safely by himself. However, when Bai Sui arrived at the Marvel world, he found that this world was different. This world was like a nesting doll. What came into view was a huge world barrier, and within this huge barrier were countless worlds of all sizes, and these worlds were still changing at any time, with new worlds being born from time to time, and some worlds disappearing directly under various possibilities. These worlds each had different colors, and the auras they exuded were also different. Just a glance at Bai Sui and he understood the reason for this situation. Obviously, these were all different Marvel worlds. After all, from the perspective of the previous life, the Marvel world itself had countless worlds, such as the main universe number 616, the ultimate universe number 1610, and other worlds such as the Lost Universe and the Gender-Changing Universe. In addition to these universes, there were many various subsidiary spaces clinging to many worlds. These spaces wandered between various worlds, and were connected to all worlds, but rarely in direct contact, and were always in a state of being close and distant. Bai Sui tried to contact the outermost world barrier, wanting to see if he could enter the interior first, and then find the world that was suitable for him to enter. Before Bai Sui analyzed the rhythm of the world barrier and sneaked into the framework of the big world, Bai Sui found that the world barrier did not exclude him. Although it was not as welcoming to Bai Sui as the world of Jackie Chan adventures before, it did not have any disgust or rejection of the other world. A thought flashed through Bai Sui's mind, and he turned into a cloud again and tried to enter the world barrier. After that, Bai Sui found that although he was not excluded in the original immortal form, the normal defense ability of the barrier was still effective. Bai Sui could clearly feel the obstruction when he touched the barrier. And now the cloud-like Bai Sui just floated in from the barrier. It should be said that the thank you gift from the world of Jackie Chan adventures before was really good. After entering the boundary wall, Bai Sui first approached the closest world, but because of the close proximity, Bai Sui did not enter, but activated his Samsara eye to try to see the situation in the world. The reason why Bai Sui was so cautious was that this world was emitting a strange green light. The following observations prove that Bai Sui's caution was correct. The whole world was infected by an unknown virus. The power of this virus was really terrifying. Not only was life infected, but even some non-living things were mutated under the influence of the virus. The whole world should be in chaos and distortion at this moment, but it was not dead silent. Although the virus had mutated the whole world, those lives finally found a way out for themselves. In this completely distorted world, they established a set of order that was in line with the current situation. After just a few glances, Bai Sui immediately retracted his gaze. Not only that, Bai Sui also activated his kaleidoscope pupil technique, using Twing and Jing at the same time to prevent the virus in the world from infecting him. Although it was only a glimpse before, it was possible to see that some of the more powerful creatures were eroded by this strange virus. The performance of these gods was much better than that of ordinary creatures, and they could even retain their complete thinking, but their appearance also showed different degrees of mutation. Bai Sui didn't want to be like them. Bai Sui did not even stay in this world area. After all, judging from the previous green color, it is very likely that the world emitting a green light around is also the same as the one seen before. After leaving the world area in front of him, Bai Sui visited many world areas in succession. It was just through Bai Sui's observation that these worlds all had various problems. Although there was no strange virus distortion like before, they were not the worlds that Bai Sui wanted to enter. Is it because the position I entered was not good? Bai Sui could not help but have such a thought. After all, it was obvious that the worlds around were all tending to be destroyed. Bai Sui then flew far in another direction and came to a world that looked brighter in color. Then he stopped and looked inside again. What he saw was a peaceful world, a prosperous universe, and vitality everywhere. Although there was still a barrier on the outer circle of these worlds in the barrier, it was much weaker than the super thick barrier outside. However, in order not to alert the enemy, Bai Sui still chose to enter the world in the form of a cloud. However, even though Bai Sui was so cautious, he suddenly saw it blur as soon as he entered the world and entered a strange space. Standing opposite Bai Sui was the supreme mage Gu Yi, demon from a foreign land. This is not the place for you to come. Please leave this world. Looking at the eye of Agamotto on the other's neck, Bai Sui was also a little helpless. After trying to tell Gu Yi about his intentions, the other party remained unmoved and wanted to save Bai Sui from this world. The reason why Gu Yi was so determined was entirely because she had not found Bai Sui's figure in any future before. Even after Bai Sui entered this world, there was still no future. In order not to affect the future she chose, Gu Yi did not allow variables like Bai Sui. Seeing that the other party was determined, Bai Sui did not force it. After all, the other party's strength was there. If he really took action, Bai Sui was not very sure. After all, the other party could ask Odin for help at any time. So Bai Sui nodded to Gu Yi. Okay, then I won't force it. We'll never see each other again. Perhaps Gu Yi didn't expect Bai Sui to be so easy to talk to, so he gave Bai Sui a piece of your metal before he left. Although he didn't enter the world, he had this metal, which was a big gain, so Bai Sui didn't stay. After leaving this world, he went to the next world. However, as long as it was a world where Gu Yi was still there, the other party would definitely appear and prevent Bai Sui from entering. Although this allowed Bai Sui to obtain hundreds of pieces of Yoru metal, he still felt a little awkward that he couldn't enter a suitable world. So Bai Sui flew to a farther world, trying to find a world where Gu Yi had passed away. However, in the world where Dr. Strange became the Sorcerer Supreme, he would also prevent Bai Sui from entering, and would not give Bai Sui Yoru metal, causing Bai Sui's perception of him to plummet. Until such a world, Bai Sui finally succeeded in entering the world. The place where Bai Sui entered was on the earth. At this point in time, the Ancient One was fighting with her disciple Caecilius in the mirror space. Caecilius was one of the many disciples of the Ancient One. After discovering that the Ancient One also used black magic, his faith collapsed. In the end, in order to explore immortality, he dedicated his faith to Dormammu. The Ancient One took this opportunity to unload his responsibility to protect the Earth at the cost of death and handed it over to Strange. It was also after the death of the Ancient One that Strange became the new Supreme Sorcerer. After successfully entering the world, Bai Sui did nothing, just quietly watching the sky of the Earth. Blue sky and white clouds, sunrise and sunset. As the sun's brilliance faded, the stars in the sky gradually became brighter. Looking up at the sky, it is the devastated starlight, and overlooking the world, it is the hustle and bustle of the city. As the night gets colder, the breeze in the sky gently caresses, and Bai Sui feels the emotions of the earth. This emotion carries reluctance, gratitude, wishes, and expectations. Bai Sui understands that this is the planet's final farewell to Gu Yi. At this moment, Bai Sui also has different feelings. What is heaven and earth? What is life? What is responsibility? What is responsibility? 500 years may be extremely short for a planet. But the world will repay every creature that treats her well with its greatest kindness. Because at this moment, Bai Sui saw not only Guyi himself, but also the traces engraved between heaven and earth. Following the marks engraved on it, Bai Sui saw many, Guyi, Shenlong, Agamotto, Odin, Sakyamuni, Jade Emperor, and countless other characters or gods. These characters are deeply imprinted in their memories by this planet, and they will not forget these people until the day when the planet is destroyed. At this moment, Bai Sui's heart was also infected by the emotions of heaven and earth, and he couldn't help but shed a tear. Alice, however, this emotion came quickly and faded quickly. With Bai Sui's sigh, all his emotions were kept in his heart and no longer expressed. However, the tear that had fallen before, after sliding down Bai Sui's cheek, turned into a crystal clear teardrop, which was well collected by Bai Sui. This is a tear of a celestial being because of the sadness of heaven and earth. It is naturally extraordinary. Even if it is not used, it can be regarded as a good collection. This time point can be said to be just right. Ancient One died, and Strange had just taken over the position of Supreme Sorcerer, and he was not clear about the situation in the world before him. He was not very clear about the situation in the world before he officially took over the Eye of Agamotto. Although he could use the Time Stone to view history after that, Bai Sui himself did not leave a figure in history. This news was also the information that Bai Sui obtained through countless conversations with Ancient One and Strange. In the communication with them, Bai Sui knew that he would not leave any mark in the past and the future, and Bai Sui would only appear in the present. Therefore, for Bai Sui, as long as he avoided the interception when he first entered, he could move freely in the world afterwards. After all, as long as Bai Sui is not blocked from sneaking into the world, then Bai Sui is the native creature of this world. After all, no one can see the scene of Bai Sui sneaking in from any history. Not only that, Bai Sui directly activated his immortal scroll and allowed himself to accept the blessing of the God position of this universe. With this blessing, anyone who looks at it will think that Bai Sui is the native god of this world. It should be said that the rules of this world are relatively loose. The same god position can get greater blessings in the Marvel world, which allows Bai Sui to passively improve a certain amount of strength. However, simply obtaining the blessing of these world powers is still acceptable. Because the world regards Bai Sui as a legal and compliant god, it has opened up some permissions that are not open to the outside world to Bai Sui. Through this authority, Bai Sui learned about the development of the entire universe from the perspective of the entire world itself. In the endless nothingness, there is a huge consciousness, and then this consciousness began to gather and became the earliest gods in the universe. They are also the embodiment of the energy perception of this universe, the four gods of eternity, infinity, death, and entropy. Among them, eternity created the first batch of life in the world and named it the celestial gods. Chapter 207 Dormammu. In this universe, there is an initial singularity. As the singularity collapses, fragments of rules burst out from it, and energy begins to reverberate in the universe. These fragments of the singularity collapse are also created by the gods of creation into 6 infinite gems: space, mind, reality, power, soul, and time. After that, the whole world revolves around the wandering of these gems and the actions of the gods, which promote the development of the entire universe. Through this permission open to him, Bai Sui can clearly see from the creation of the universe to the current Earth calendar in 2017. However, the closer it is to the present, the narrower the perspective open to Bai Sui. Until now, all Bai Sui can see is the range around him, which is not even as wide as Bai Sui's own vision. But even so, it still provides great help to Bai Sui. After all, there are too many Marvel universes, and Bai Sui can't be sure which world he has entered. Now, by watching the history of the Earth, Bai Sui found that it was very similar to the Marvel Cinematic Universe number 199,999. Even if it was not number 199,999, it was not much different. Suddenly, Bai Sui felt his head sink, and his whole spirit was a little dazed. There was no way to do this. Although Bai Sui's spirit was strong enough and would not be broken by the billions of cosmic memories, and even did not cause any serious injuries, compared to his own memory of only a few hundred years, the volume of these external memories was too large, and it had a certain impact on Bai Sui. Although it was not a big problem, it also made Bai Sui appear dazed in a short period of time, and he had to recuperate for a period of time before he could fully recover. However, Bai Sui's own adaptability was also very strong. Although his spirit was a little dizzy, after simply shaking his head, he also forced himself to cheer up, so that he could carry out some daily activities without being affected. He found a gun store on the side of the road and exchanged the gold in his hand for some US dollars with the other party. Then he found a hotel nearby and prepared to rest first. Thanks to the cooperation of magic, the hotel staff had already completed all the check-in procedures without seeing Bai Sui's ID lying on the bed in the hotel. Bai Sui began to try to speed up his recovery. After a series of attempts, Bai Sui found that his kaleidoscope pupil technique was really useful. Although it could not achieve instant recovery, the trial of the two pupil techniques of clear and purity helped Bai Sui to remove the external influences at all times and continue to adjust himself to the best state. In addition to these two long-term passives, Bai Sui found that divine power was also very useful. It should be said that divine power is worthy of the word divine. It is a panacea in itself, with the power to turn decay into magic and realize various wishes. It's just that because the thoughts of the divine power itself are different and its purity is different, the effects that the divine power can exert are also different. The divine power stored in the immortal scroll is like a glass of ice water drunk in the hot summer, which brought a hint of coolness to Bai Sui's spirit, which had become a little drowsy due to the impact of memory before, and made him sober up instantly. Bai Sui consumed nearly 1,000 points of divine power. And only then did he successfully eliminate the influence of the cosmic memory on himself. This is mainly because divine power belongs to the special attack of the mind, and it is most effective for the spirit, so only so much divine power is consumed. Of course, this is also because Bai Sui has just obtained divine power and has not summarized the best use plan. He can only rely on the properties of divine power itself, so it is inevitable that there will be a lot of unnecessary consumption. However, this is Bai Sui's free gift, so it doesn't matter even if it consumes a little more. Bai Sui spent a day in the hotel until the evening of the next day, when he was suddenly disturbed by a wave. After recovering from the state of cultivation, Bai Sui opened his eyes and sensed that this wave came from the other side of the earth. Bai Sui's divine consciousness immediately radiated outward and quickly enveloped the entire earth. Oh, is this Hong Kong? Bai Sui quickly found the source of the wave, which was the Mage's Holy of Holies in Hong Kong. Bai Sui still had an impression of this. After all, he had seen most of the Marvel movies back then. Bai Sui immediately thought that this was the plot progressing to the point where Silius and his men destroyed the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Mage, thus directly breaking the defense array on Earth, so that Dormammu from the Dark Dimension could invade the Earth. Bai Sui felt that he needed to show his face, and it would be best if he could directly establish contact with the SHIE Bureau, which would also facilitate Bai Sui to obtain various rare metals in the Marvel Universe, and also help Bai Sui spread his beliefs. Yes, after discovering the usefulness of divine power, Bai Sui was also prepared to delve deeper into this aspect. After all, the gods and Buddhas in the sky, and various big figures, were also collecting and accumulating divine power, which was obviously a very advanced power. Although Bai Sui has not yet figured out the specific functions and effects of divine power, it is obvious that there will not be any big problems if he follows those big figures. Bai Sui took a step out and came to the streets of Hong Kong from the hotel. At this moment, the streets of Hong Kong have been in chaos due to the damage to the Sanctum Sanctorum of the Mage, and the whole city is shrouded in darkness. Bai Sui was also alarmed by the fluctuations of Dormammu breaking through the boundary wall. When he arrived, he happened to see Strange using the Eye of Agamotto hanging around his neck. Not to mention that Dormammu was disgusted with the Eye of Agamotto, Bai Sui was also very unhappy. After all, no one would be in a good mood if they were blocked outside the door for hundreds of times in a row. For this reason, Bai Sui also had some sympathy for Dormammu's subsequent experience. With just one glance, Bai Sui recognized Silius and his two younger brothers. After all, if they were good people, they would not put on such a scary makeup and come out in the middle of the night to scare people. Seeing Bai Sui coming out of here through the portal, both sides of the battle were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect that a third party would intervene in the battle. However, Strange had already activated the Eye of Agamotto and could not stop. Therefore, although both sides were observing Bai Sui's next move, they did not stop and continue the previous fight. The whole of Hong Kong, under the effect of the Eye of Agamotto, began to go back in time, and Silius tried his best to stop Strange from casting spells. Bai Sui felt the power of time from the Eye of Agamotto and activated his pupil technique to fight against it. So under Strange's surprised eyes, he saw Bai Sui staying in the same place without being affected. Bai Sui just shrugged his shoulders and didn't say much. The reason why Bai Sui could fight against this power of time was not that Bai Sui could already fight against a time stone representing the rules of the world, but that Dr. Strange was not strong enough now. You should know that the necklace on the periphery of the Eye of Agamotto is not just a decoration, but a seal that can effectively prevent the leakage of the power of the time stone. This is also the reason why the Eye of Agamotto can be touched by ordinary people at will, because they have not touched the real time stone. Although Strange has used the Eye of Agamotto many times now, the magic power it possesses is not too much, and the seal that can be unlocked is not too big. Therefore, now Strange actually only triggered a very small power of the time stone, and this is the first time he has acted on the outside world on such a large scale, which makes him lack control over the details. If it were not so, Silius would not have been able to directly break through Strange's control of time with the help of the power given by Dormammu, thus successfully preventing time from continuing to go backwards and making the entire Hong Kong in a state of time stagnation. In this regard, Bai Sui was also very emotional. Although he still had some opinions about Strange, he had decided that the other party's talent was indeed high. After today, Strange's control level of the Eye of Agamotto has reached a higher level and has become more and more proficient. Looking at Silius, who was lying on the ground because of the sudden outbreak of the power of the dark dimension, Bai Sui pressed down with his right hand and directly controlled gravity to press the three opponents to the ground and unable to move. The reason why he didn't kill the other party directly was because Bai Sui didn't know whether Dormammu would directly control the bodies of his believers. Don't let the problem not be solved at that time, but help Dormammu invade the world. However, Silius and others still have strong beliefs. Although Silius is still resisting, the two believers behind him are directly chanting Dormammu's name in their hearts, trying to sacrifice themselves to the other party so that the entire dark dimension can descend directly. Although the two believers were not qualified and the power they could hold was too limited, they directly extradited a large amount of dark power at their own risk. These powers instantly blasted the two believers, and the two instantly turned into two balls of blood mist, and rushed towards the still struggling Silius along with a large amount of dark power. Because Silius was a qualified mage, he knew the consequences of wholeheartedly believing in a dimensional god and demon, so although he appeared to be extremely crazy, he was not as pious as the two believers in his heart, and he still had the most primitive vigilance. It was under the effect of this vigilance that Silius, although he borrowed the power of the dark dimension, always maintained it within a controllable range. Although it also affected Silius's mind to a certain extent, it did not make him completely lose himself. But now it is different. The two believers, at the cost of sacrifice, directly helped Silius overcome the final struggle, and directly allowed a large amount of dark power to enter Silius' body, allowing him to be completely eroded by darkness. The power of the dark dimension, after entering Silius' body, immediately began to transform it. In addition, the flesh and blood contributed by the two believers ensured that there was enough material for this transformation. Silius, who was originally a little thin, was quickly transformed into a tall and strong monster. Endless darkness permeated Silius' body, covering his entire figure, but with his evil eyes, Bai Sui saw Silius hidden in it through these powers. Silius now has an extremely strong upper body, with knotted muscles and bulging blood vessels, all showing the power contained in his body, but the opponent now only has the upper body. I don't know if it's because of insufficient materials or some other reason, Silius' entire lower body has disappeared, replaced by a large amount of dark energy, which flows out from the broken part of his waist, holding up Silius' entire upper body and floating in the air. Silius now looks like a dark version of Aladdin's lamp god. Since Dormammu's power can ignore the life and death of believers and directly project power into the world, Bai Sui will no longer hold back and immediately control his sword ball to fly out of his sleeve and slash at Silius on the opposite side. The sword ball, guided precisely by Bai Sui's spiritual consciousness, only left a white light in everyone's vision, and had already penetrated Silius's head. The extremely fast speed brought huge energy, directly blasting the head on Silius' neck to pieces. However, all this did not end. There was only a surge of black mist, and Silius's broken head grew out again. Another white light, this time penetrated from the back of Silius's head forward, and shattered his head again. Not only that, The sword ball penetrated Silius' body and smashed his entire body to pieces. However, these are still useless. Under the blessing of the power of the dark dimension, Silius seems to be immortal and can be resurrected infinitely. Even if Bai Sui only used fire to burn Silius' body to ashes, the power of the dark dimension could still create another Silius, although the current Silius had long lost his own thinking consciousness. Not only that, everyone also found a very unfavorable point for them, that is, the power of the dark dimension did not decrease with the resurrection of Silius, but was even slowly increasing. The black fog that originally shrouded Silius had now expanded outward by half a meter. In fact, Bai Sui was not without a way to deal with Silius in front of him. It was even very simple. He just needed to take it into his own space. The only price was that the space that originally belonged to him would be occupied by Dormammu. For Bai Sui, this price was not small. During this period of time, Strange, who was knocked to the ground by Silius, had already climbed up from the ground and discussed with his companions beside him, "Mordo, are you sure we can intervene in this kind of battle? And are you really sure that the Supreme Sorcerer is the strongest on Earth and the guardian of the whole world?" Mordo on the side was also surprised now. It's incredible that someone can stop Dormammu. Chapter 208 Divine Spear Bureau. Although Strange lacked experience, he was indeed very talented. Just by watching the battle between Bai Sui and Silius, he discovered the key point. No, Mordo, although Dormammu's power is being consumed, more power is invading the Earth from the dark dimension at the same time. Although this has blocked and slowed down the invasion speed of the dark dimension to a certain extent, Dormammu will break through sooner or later. Strange was a little anxious, and was also thinking about solutions quickly. Soon, he thought of the key point of the whole incident: Dormammu, so Strange jumped into the junction of the dark dimension and the Earth and took the initiative to talk to Dormammu. "Dormammu, I'm here to negotiate terms." Strange was killed by Dormammu countless times afterwards, and at the same time used the power of the Eye of Agamotto to turn back time to when he had just entered the dark dimension, and began the infinite torture of both the enemy and us. Although Strange is not a chatterbox, he is too annoying to Dormammu, a dimensional demon who can retain his memory in the reversal of time. He was so annoying that he had to give up this invasion. If the Ancient One relies on his own hard power to protect the Earth from being invaded by various dimensional demons, then Strange is like a toad that does not bite people but irritates people. He can easily abuse those who are weaker than him with the help of the Eye of Agamotto, and can also use the Eye of Agamotto to annoy those who are stronger than him. No matter how many times Strange died in the dark dimension, it was just a moment in the eyes of the outside world. Strange had just entered the dark dimension, and Dormammu agreed to leave, and before leaving, he took away Silius, who had been transformed by the dark power and was not in human form. He is really a good demon who cares about the environment and does not litter at will. However, Bai Sui did get some wool from Silius in the previous battle and secretly collected some power of the dark dimension. Bai Sui was not attracted by this kind of power and wanted to strengthen himself by absorbing the power of the dark dimension. Instead, he was simply curious and wanted to do some research to see if there was any difference between this so-called dimensional power and ordinary power. Seeing that Dormammu's crisis had been resolved, Strange continued to use his Eye of Agamotto to restore the destroyed Sanctum Sanctorum to its original state before the damage. Because Strange knew that Bai Sui was not an enemy through the previous battle, he deliberately avoided Bai Sui when using time reversal and did not use the power of the Time Stone on Bai Sui. Although Bai Sui had not actually studied the Infinity Stones, he had studied spells and the Book of Time in the world of Jackie Chan Adventures. Not to mention the Universal Wishing Machine, the Book of Time is completely the self-condensation of the world's rules, which is equivalent to a world remote control made by the world itself, which can only control the changes of the world itself. The reason why the 12 spells show their abilities and often give people a feeling of manipulating the rules is because they are manipulating the rules. It's not that the Holy Lord has arrived. The various powers separated from his body have reached the rule level. This is entirely because of the seal imposed by the 8 immortals on the 8 demons. Because the essence of that seal is to use the Book of Time as a talisman to compile the rules of the entire world into chains, and then bind and protect the 8 demons. And the magic that Lope used to extract power from the Holy Lord's body was not only separated from the Holy Lord himself, but also stripped away a lot of the seal power that was bound to him. That's why the 12 talismans have some rule-level power. Otherwise, the Holy Lord with such strong power would have dominated hell and become the leader of the 8 demons, and he would not have been bullied by other demons for so many years. It is precisely because he knew that the controllers that manifested the rules of these worlds would lose their control ability after being taken out of the world, so Bai Sui did not take the 12 talismans when he left the world of Jackie Chan Adventures, because as long as the 12 talismans left that world, without the blessing of the rules, although they also had a certain power, their strength might not be as high as the fake talismans that Bai Sui imitated with chakra. The same is true for the current Infinity Stones. In Bai Sui's view, the Infinity Stones are also remote controls for the world's rules, and they themselves are not important. However, they are only unimportant in themselves. For example, the energy cube created by the Space Stone is a very good energy reserve for Bai Sui. After all, that energy is real and is mobilized and condensed by the rules of this world. It can still exist after being taken out of the world. So although Bai Sui does not need the Infinity Stones, he needs the byproducts of the Infinity Stones. Odin of Asgard also sees through this. In the past, Odin also collected Infinity Stones wantonly, and even created an Infinity Glove to hold the gems. Later, he discovered the essence of the gems and regarded them as a threat and trouble, so he threw the gems he had collected before onto the earth. Looking at Bai Sui, who was still floating in the air, Strange took the initiative to say hello. Hello, I am Strange, the new Supreme Sorcerer. Thank you for your help just now. Hello, the new Supreme Sorcerer. My name is Bai Sui. I just came to check the situation because I found a dimensional invasion. You don't have to care about me. Bai Sui is very standard to discuss. The reason for this is that Bai Sui's perception of Strange is not very good. Although there are many good things in the Sanctum Sanctorum, Bai Sui does not want to get them by means of relationships. After all, there are many good things in this world, and Bai Sui simply can't get them all. It's good to be able to gain something. After watching Strange and Mordo leave, Bai Sui still stayed in the same place, waiting for the people of the SHIE Bureau to contact him. Sure enough, the previous explosion of the Sanctum Sanctorum did attract the attention of the SHIE Bureau, although because Strange used the power of the Eye of Agamotto to turn back time, from the perspective of the SHIE Bureau, just found a suspicious person, and suddenly nothing happened. If it was just an organization made up of humans like S.H.I.E.L.D., then this incident would have been ignored. However, the SHIELD is also connected to the legendary mythical world of Daluotian. Daluotian is the world where the Eastern gods live, just like Asgard where the Aesir live. Both are worlds in another dimension. In the past, these gods lived on it. But after fighting with a member of the celestial god group, all the gods were forced to leave the earth and go to another dimension to survive. However, the locations of those gods are not far from the earth, and each of the gods has a means to easily contact the earth. Unlike Asgard, which has built a rainbow bridge for convenient transmission, most of the Daluotian is just to communicate with the earth, such as dreaming, asking gods, asking for divination, etc., to contact people on the earth. Because it is in another dimension, the gods in the heaven and Daluotian sensed the abnormality in Hong Kong, and informed the SHIE through specific channels. After that, they found Bai Sui waiting there. Although Bai Sui was flying directly in the air, because he intentionally used air magic to hide himself, ordinary people could not see Bai Sui's figure and would not feel any fear or panic. Even among the 5 members of the Shenmiao Bureau team who came to investigate the situation, only one person could see Bai Sui's figure. This person who could see Bai Sui was a special person in the Shenmiao Bureau. Although there are more than 150,000 staff members in the entire Shenmiao Bureau, there are not many people with extraordinary powers, only a few thousand people. Therefore, on weekdays, special personnel and other ordinary team members go on missions together. After the team found Bai Sui, they immediately reported the situation and asked their superiors for instructions on the next action. Because of the intelligence obtained from Daluotian before, the entire Shenmiao Bureau attached great importance to this matter. Now this request came directly to the hands of Zheng Xian, the director of the Shenmiao Bureau. After understanding the situation at the scene, Zheng Xian immediately asked the frontline team members not to take any action. Then he immediately contacted the director of the Mission Service Office under his command and asked him to lead the team to the scene for negotiations. The reason for doing so is that Zheng Xian also wants to have a certain decision-making power during on-site conversations and contacts, and understand the degree of it to avoid unnecessary mistakes. It must be said that the technology owned by the Shenmiao Bureau is indeed advanced, and the technology of small-scale personnel transmission has been mastered. Although the energy consumed by starting the transmission is extremely large, The number of people transmitted at a time is limited, but it is also effective when dealing with some emergencies. For example, now, Chi Wenfu, the director of the Mission Service Office, went to the Hong Kong branch with a saber of the Confer God Squad, and mobilized some of the personnel in the branch to temporarily block the area near Bai Sui. After confirming that it would not affect civilians, he took the initiative to contact Bai Sui. People's Strategic Law Enforcement Vigilance Corps, Chi Wenfu, under the protection of the extraordinary people around him, the director of the Mission Service Office took the lead in revealing his identity to Bai Sui. Bai Sui had known about it when they were clearing the crowd and conducting area control. However, in order not to cause misunderstanding, Bai Sui did not try to contact directly at that time. Now is the right time. Hello, I am Bai Sui, the god of clouds, and I am waiting for you here. The reason why he brought out this god of clouds was that Bai Sui wanted to spread his faith and collect incense to condense his divine power. Although Chi Wenfu is the team leader at the scene, Director Zhang Xian was actually observing the situation at the scene in real time through various devices. After Bai Sui removed the key magic that had covered his body before, he was directly exposed to various devices at this moment. By actively appearing like this, Shield also felt the kindness of Bai Sui himself. After hearing Bai Sui say that he was the god of clouds, Zhang Xian immediately asked someone to contact Ocean to see if the other party knew this god. The other party's reply was also very fast, saying that there was no such god in their heaven. They only had one god of clouds, that is, Yun's Hongjin, that is, Feng Long, and even this god was not only the god of clouds, but also the god of thunder and the god of rain. Zhang Xian immediately had Chi Wenfu, who was at the scene, informed of the relevant situation through the headset, but all of this was simultaneously known by Bai Sui's consciousness. Bai Sui's plan was simple, that is, to speak directly if there was anything to say. After all, he would not live in one world permanently. When there was no major conflict of interest, it was better to treat each other sincerely. Yes, I am not a cloud god of this world. I am also from the Eastern god system, but not from your Eastern god system. I think you should have known that this world has more than one dimension, and there are other dimensions such as Asgard and Takamagahara. Bai Sui continued to talk after seeing Chi Wenfu nod to indicate that he knew. Then I don't know if you know about other universes outside this universe. Bai Sui smiled and looked at the people in front of him. Just as there are other dimensions outside the dimension where the Earth is, there are other universes outside this universe. Seeing that Bai Sui wanted to talk about this issue, Chi Wenfu and Zhang Xian behind him immediately realized that the scene was not a suitable place for conversation. After all, some things, even in the Shenmue Bureau, not everyone can know. So Chi Wenfu immediately proposed to Bai Sui that they all go to the headquarters of the Shenmue Bureau and have a detailed discussion there. Bai Sui had this intention in the beginning, so he naturally would not refuse at this moment. Okay, but I don't know where the headquarters is yet. How are we going to get there? Chi Wenfu is very proud of his own base. Our headquarters is in the sky, and ordinary methods cannot get there. We will first go to the branch in Hong Kong, and then transfer to get there. Hearing this, Bai Sui immediately extended his spiritual sense upwards, directly covering the sky of the entire country, and soon found a circular-shaped aerial fortress. Your fortress looks really unique. The whole is in a circular shape, and there are 6 sentence-shaped engines on the periphery that provide downward thrust. This should be very fuel-consuming, right, Director? We just felt a slight energy fluctuation that swept directly over our base. Zhang Xian listened to the report from his subordinates, and his face was also serious, and he began to look forward to meeting Bai Sui later. After receiving the director's instructions, Chi Wenfu accompanied Bai Sui all the way to the base of the Shenmue Bureau, and enthusiastically explained many things that Bai Sui was interested in. I didn't expect that you are so knowledgeable about technology. To be honest, this is really beyond my expectation. Chi Wenfu also have seriously complimented Bai Sui. Chapter 209 12 Talismans. The special plane that Bai Sui and others took soon arrived at the base in the air, and was personally received by Zhang Xian, the director of the Shenmue Bureau. Zhang Xian, dressed in a well-dressed suit, smiled and welcomed Bai Sui. Welcome to the headquarters of our People's Strategic Law Enforcement Vigilance Corps. Of course, we can also say our Shenmue Bureau for short. The entire aerial fortress is full of a sense of technology. If you want to compare it with civilian technology, it is at least 40 to 50 years ahead. Soon Bai Sui and others came to a conference room. In addition to Zhang Xian and Chi Wenfu, 2 acquaintances, There were many other high-level people from the Shenmiao Bureau, who obviously attached great importance to this exchange. Of course, there were also many extraordinary people from the Shenmiao Bureau sitting here. The ones that Bai Sui could recognize were the Monkey King and the Weather Witch. We heard you say before that there is a world outside this world. Can you please tell us more about it in detail? It was Zhang Xian and others who took the initiative to speak first. Of course, Bai Sui didn't care. After all, he came here for friendly communication. I said before, just like there are other dimensions outside the Earth dimension, there are other universes outside this universe. I don't know how you are connected with the heaven and Dao Ocean. I think there should be some gods in the heaven who understand the single universe, the multiverse and the omnipotent universe. Can you explain it in detail? Qi Wenfu, who had a relatively harmonious conversation with Bai Sui before, asked further. The single universe, to put it bluntly, is in this universe. Once the power of their gods leaves this world, it will become weak, and in serious cases, they will even lose all their power. And their own consciousness is also limited to a single universe, and they cannot know the situation in other worlds. Compared with the single universe is the multiverse. The one who destroyed the Holy of Holies in Hong Kong was a believer of a multiverse god. Sorry, I forgot that you didn't know this yet. Bai Sui suddenly thought that because of the time going back, they didn't know what happened. There is a dimensional demon god named Dormammu. I think you should have heard of this dark dimension god. After all, he once tried to get involved in the Earth in history, so many people should know him. Bai Sui asked everyone. Dormammu? We do know about this. It is said that he has the power to destroy the world, but we have never really seen him. I don't know if I feel a little regretful when I say this. It's better not to meet him, because once you meet him, either the Earth has been completely dragged into the dark dimension by him, or you yourself have entered the dark dimension for some reason, neither of which is a good thing. Okay, that's a bit off topic. Let's get back to the issue of Hong Kong. The mages once built a powerful Earth defense array in the world, and Hong Kong is an important node in the array. In order to break through this defense array, Dormammu's followers decided to destroy this node so that Dormammu could come to Earth. Afterwards, the supreme sorcerer used the Eye of Agamotto, which had been passed down from generation to generation, and used the power of time to trace the entire Hong Kong back to its appearance before the abnormality occurred. So the Hong Kong you see now is actually the one that has been destroyed once and then reshaped. Bai Sui explained the situation to everyone. Let's talk about a multiverse. I just wanted to give you an example. This Dormammu is a multiverse-level god and demon. He occupies more than one universe in his hands. He can act independently of a single universe without losing strength, and his consciousness can appear in different universes at the same time, and is not absolutely controlled by a single universe. For example, Director Zhang Xian, although there are many of you in countless universes, because your consciousness is limited to yourself, just yourself in this universe, you are alive at the level of a single universe. Once you in many universes suddenly connect your consciousness or power through some kind of hand, then you will transcend the constraints of a single universe and become a multiverse-level existence. But even if it is a multiverse-level existence, the number of consciousnesses he can connect is limited. If he can go one step further and connect his own consciousness in each world, and diffuse his own consciousness or power to each world, then he can further become an omnipotent universe-level existence. Bai Sui explained it as concisely as possible. After giving everyone present some time to absorb, Bai Sui continued, that's what I said before, in order to make you understand that this world is composed of countless worlds. For example, I have seen a universe that has been contaminated by a strange virus, and I have also seen a universe where the gender of all life in the universe has been reversed, as well as many other worlds of various styles. In order to increase credibility, Bai Sui used key magic to show the pictures in his memory to everyone, so that the people present could intuitively feel some of the worlds that Bai Sui saw at the time. Although the people present still had some doubts, they decided to choose to believe it temporarily. After all, there was no way to prove this matter for the time being. However, they also decided to arrange someone to contact the Heavenly Court and ask about the multiverse. Anyway, Bai Sui has already explained his origins. He is an Eastern god from other universes. As for whether they believe it or not, it is their own business. After that, Bai Sui and Zhang Xianjiao talked about the cooperation opinions of both parties. As a special consultant of their Shenmiao Bureau, Bai Sui enjoyed certain privileges and only needed to fulfill limited obligations. More of it was just a name to arrange an identity. The two sides are more of an exchange. Bai Sui provides some technologies that Shen Miao Bureau does not have, and a certain amount of power to help. Shen Miao Bureau helps Bai Sui arrange the spread of faith and collect various special materials. Of course, it can also choose to use some technologies that Bai Sui needs for technical exchanges. After finalizing the framework of cooperation, Shen Miao Bureau arranged a room for Bai Sui in the base as a temporary foothold. The reason for this is that although Zhang Xian is the director, he is not the only one who has the final say, and he himself is not a professional. For some professional technologies, it is necessary to have a dedicated person to evaluate. For some considerations, Bai Sui first took out a spaceship construction technology and handed it to Zhang Xian, which was regarded as his own sincerity. You must know that the current spaceship construction technology can be improved by the joint improvement of the two worlds of Naruto World and Jackie Chan Adventures. It can already use all conventional materials to ensure the overall performance of the ship. It is an absolutely impressive technology. Although Zhang Xian was attracted by it after just a few simple glances, he did not know its specific feasibility because of his lack of professionalism, so he had to hand it over to the Space Program Office for research. However, with the spaceship construction technology, it not only increases the credibility of other universes, but also increases the importance of Bai Sui in their minds. After all, it is not difficult to see from those technologies that they are from the hands of humans, even humans with oriental thoughts. After all, there are alien life in this universe, and there are even many aliens in the Shen Miao Bureau. Those alien technologies are serious for relevant scientists, and they can instantly distinguish the differences. After all, civilization and thought have a great influence on technology and the expression of technology. After obtaining this information, the Space Program Office was also shocked, and took people to conduct various data analyses without stopping, and finally confirmed the feasibility of this information. Similarly, in the conversation with the Heavenly Court, it was also learned that there is indeed a multiverse. In this way, the Shen Miao Bureau can basically confirm the authenticity of Bai Sui's words. In fact, even if it is found to be false, Zhang Xian and others are ready to admit it. After all, the technology in Bai Sui's hands is too fragrant. With the analysis of the information provided by Bai Sui, other domestic research institutions that know about this matter and have the ability to intervene have begun to contact Zhang Xian. So the next morning, Zhang Xian personally came to Bai Sui, wanting to finalize some details of the previous transaction. After all, from the way Bai Sui easily took out the spaceship technology before, it was obvious that Bai Sui had more good technology in his hands. So at Zhang Xian's invitation, Bai Sui went to the conference room with him, and through the equipment inside, he showed Bai Sui all the special materials collected in the country, even those that he didn't get but could get through certain means, so that he could choose. It stands to reason that this kind of thing does not need Zhang Xian, the director, to do it personally. There are countless people under him who can do it. After all, he, the director, is not without things to do every day, and his daily work schedule is very fulfilling. In fact, after knowing the relevant situation, the country has raised the level of attention to Bai Sui to a very high level. After all, Bai Sui, a god of the East, is still rare in China. After all, those gods in the heavens rarely come to the earth, and more of them lend their power to their spokespersons. It is still very rare for Bai Sui to be able to directly contact it. As for lending their power to their spokespersons, all the gods in the world are doing this. For example, the Monkey King in the Spear of God Bureau was a criminal. Later, he was framed by one of his opponents. According to legend, he went to steal the golden hoop that might exist. As a result, he was sealed in a cave and met the real Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong said that it depends on whether his soul is righteous or evil, but this person is a criminal and his soul was tested to be evil on the spot, so he was saved and thrown into hell. After that, Odin's brother Kul, the former Asgardian god King Serpent, lost a lot of power on the earth to choose his apostle and attempted to destroy the world. This criminal was released from hell by Sun Wukong and allowed to atone for his sins by preventing the destruction of the world. Therefore, he who was given power by Sun Wukong called himself the Monkey King and had the ability used by Sun Wukong, but it was weakened by many levels compared to the original. Therefore, in addition to obtaining technology from Bai Sui, Zhang Xian also wanted to learn from Bai Sui whether he could borrow power. Although Zhang Xian said it very tactfully, Bai Sui immediately knew what the other party wanted to ask, so he took out the 12 talismans, which of course he forged with chakra. Each of these 12 talismans has a unique and magical power, which can allow the user to obtain different powers, and they can be used separately or by one person, and the requirements for the user are very low. As long as you are a normal person, you can use it. Although Bai Sui said it casually, Zheng Xian, who took the 12 talismans, was serious. Especially after hearing that the horse talisman can cure 99% of the world's injuries and diseases, and the dog talisman can directly bring people back to life, the rating of Bai Sui was raised to a higher level. After all, in the Chinese pantheon, the gods who can reverse life and death are all great gods. Although Bai Sui claimed to be the cloud god, none of the abilities he showed were related to clouds, which made Zheng Xian wonder if the clouds that Bai Sui said were not the same as the clouds he understood. Bai Sui's divine sense has always been around him, and he can easily sense the other party's thoughts, so he didn't do that. These powers do not come from the priesthood of the cloud god, but completely from myself. After you spread the faith from me, you can choose some temple priests. At that time, as long as those temple priests serve devoutly, they will naturally gain some abilities related to the priesthood of the cloud god. The minimum is to make clouds and rain, and if they go up, they can control the wind, rain, thunder and lightning. You mean, some temple priests? Zheng Xian immediately grasped the key point in Bai Sui's words. That's right, I don't believe in God myself, so I don't need too much faith power. Faith is more of a supplement to me, so if there is enough faith power, I can give it to those temple priests, as a salary for them to manage related matters. This kind of thing, sometimes the clearer it is said, the better the effect. On the one hand, it tells the other party that you don't have to believe, and even directly shows the other party all kinds of magical abilities, and then uses this method to make the other party more concerned. After all, this is a win-win model. Zheng Xian had no doubts about what the cloud god said. After all, these were things that could be verified by a try, so there was no need to lie. Therefore, he could already foresee what kind of power such a group of temple priests who could control the clouds and rain could display in the hands of the country. Zheng Xian couldn't wait to report the situation. After all, it was no longer something he could decide. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Air Magic. After Zheng Xian's report, the higher-ups attached great importance to Bai Sui, and quickly arranged personnel to screen and select candidates with relevant professional skills. After all, after listening to the previous communication with Bai Sui, this ability to move clouds and make rain is different from the use of scientific and technological means, which can only wait for rain clouds to pass by and then force them to fall. One is that rain clouds can be transported from other areas, and the other is that a rain cloud can be directly created out of thin air by using the power of incense. This means that even in the driest desert, rainfall can be forced through this method, which is an extremely practical ability for the entire national construction. Even the country suspects that if this ability is announced, some regions and countries in the Middle East will come all the way to invite Bai Sui. After all, this is simply the ability they dream of. Not only that, the country also searched for a group of senior officials of the Buddhist and Taoist Association overnight, as well as some deadly vehicles and screenwriters, and urgently compiled a practical manual for temple worship based on the existing information on the earth. In this manual, the beginning first tells about the situation related to Bai Sui, and emphasizes the role of the work of temple keeper in national construction. After all, as long as you have the heart to serve the people and are willing to act for it, then he is a comrade in common construction, and everyone should be treated with courtesy. After that, the book briefly describes what incense is, what faith is, how to look at gods from the perspective of modern science, as well as the daily work of temple keeper and the meaning behind it, etc. In short, everything is from a practical perspective, so that readers can quickly understand and get started with this tool book. Bai Sui was very satisfied with this book compiled in China. Either professional things should be done by professionals, or if Bai Sui himself came, he would never be able to explain the whole thing so thoroughly in such a concise and easy-to-understand language. So Bai Sui also asked for a few copies for collection, and planned to take pictures of this manual when he arrived in other worlds in the future, and he would also appear to be very professional. In fact, through previous communication and contact, the country has basically recognized Bai Sui's goodwill. After all, Bai Sui obviously occupies a strong position, But all the requirements are put forward from a weak perspective, and it is obvious that he is unwilling to cause any trouble to others. So the country prepared a meeting for Bai Sui, and many high-level officials at the national level were present. In the invisible places behind this, there are many think tanks that conduct multidimensional and multi-level analysis through real-time broadcast images. This time, the exchange is not only limited to the relevant matters within the Shunmiao Bureau, but more directly reached a cooperation intention with the Bai Sui at the level of the entire country. For this cooperation, the country took the initiative to increase the funding and assistance provided to Bai Sui. After all, in the eyes of the country, cooperation is a two-way thing. If only one party pays, it will not last long. Feeling the sincerity of the country, Bai Sui also took out the air magic. You must know that in the world of Marvel, there are masters behind all magic. If you use their magic during your lifetime, you will dedicate your soul to the other party after you die. Therefore, the magic in this world, to put it bluntly, should actually be divine arts. The most representative ones are white magic and black magic. White magic comes from Vishanti, while black magic comes from Dormammu. The air magic that Bai Sui took out is another way. It completely uses the power of heaven and earth itself. Although it is also borrowed, it is borrowed directly from heaven and earth, not from a specific god or demon. Therefore, in this world, air magic may not be as powerful as other magic because there is no blessing from other gods behind it, but it will not collect personal souls. After all, if the creditor is heaven and earth, it is equivalent to having no creditor. When Bai Sui first took out such a brand new magic book, the people present did not care too much. After all, the people present were all at the highest level of the country, and they had long been in contact with these forces, so they also understood the nature of magic. At that time, everyone thought that this magic book was Bai Sui's own divine art. Although Bai Sui's goodwill was basically confirmed, there were not many people who really dared to bet that Bai Sui would treat the user's soul well in the future. It was not until Bai Sui explained the principle of this key magic that the people present became even more solemn. Although some people present were still joking, anyone who was not blind could see that the atmosphere on the scene had become extremely solemn. Of course, the appearance of this magic itself represents something. I think you can understand that this is a way for mortals to gain power directly, and there is no supervision of gods on this way. It is a way for mortals to truly counterattack gods. Of course, because its power is based on the world itself, it cannot be used across worlds. It can only be comparable to gods in a single universe, Bai Sui said easily. I said before that I am not a god on this universe, so I don't care and am willing to share it. However, once other gods know that you have such power in your hands, you will definitely become the target of public criticism. Therefore, the choice is up to you. If you don't want it, I will take it back. Bai Sui observed the reactions of the people present. The final choice was not unexpected to Bai Sui. Guo Ren still accepted it and expressed his gratitude to Bai Sui. After all, this was a bright and detached road, and there were no obvious disadvantages. This made Guo Ren unable to give it up. But in the end, Guo Ren also found another way to avoid the eyes and ears of other gods, that is, to generate externally. This is the exclusive magic given by Bai Sui. Of course, this skin is not for nothing. For this reason, various rights and treatments for Bai Sui have been increased. Now Bai Sui basically has anything in China. Whatever he wants, he can be directly delivered to him. Even some in China will try their best to help Bai Sui get it. So Bai Sui looked at this familiar and unfamiliar environment in China and began a very comfortable modern life. Eating, drinking and having fun every day, surfing the internet for more than 20 hours, he passed many games that he had not finished in his previous life, and chased all the movies and animations that he had not watched. And throughout the whole process, Bai Sui did not use any extraordinary abilities. He used his previous life state to complete these activities, which was a beautiful ending for his previous life that came to an abrupt end. Although it is not surveillance, the country's focus on Bai Sui is conceivable. Therefore, after seeing Bai Sui's daily activities, they are also a little confused. How can this be a fairy with a fairy-like style? Isn't this obviously a modern tooth-born ape? Let's not talk about other people's reactions. Anyway, those who observe Bai Sui's activities are very happy. After all, their task is to take care of Bai Sui throughout the process to avoid any accidents, so they followed Bai Sui to watch all the anime that they didn't have time to watch before. It should be said that different worlds also have different advantages. At least movies and TV series are different. For Bai Sui, it is a brand new feeling, which makes Bai Sui life very comfortably. Of course, Bai Sui is not really addicted to it. He has never forgotten his own purpose. It's just that the country is still training candidates for temple priests, so faith has not yet begun to be obtained. After all, according to the country's thinking, this matter must be done well, and Bai Sui must not leave a bad impression. So there are temples being built all over the country. Now on the one hand, they are waiting for the decoration to be completed, and on the other hand, they are waiting for the trainees to take up their posts. On the other hand, Bai Sui receives a large amount of rare resources every day, mainly metals. After a series of attempts by Bai Sui, he selected several relatively outstanding ones from various rare metals. They are adamantium, vibranium, carbon alloy, mithril, and urumetal. Adamantium itself has extremely strong hardness, which can enhance the hardness of the sword ball. Vibranium can absorb shock and external energy to ensure that the sword ball will not be damaged during the attack. Carbon alloy has the ability to suppress self-healing, which can enhance the sharpness of the sword ball and make it indestructible. Mithril can enhance the controllability of the sword ball, making it more sensitive to Bai Sui's consciousness and easier to be driven by consciousness. As for urumetal, it contains powerful energy itself, which can make the sword ball itself contain powerful energy, and at a certain moment, it can choose to explode this energy and cause huge damage to the enemy. Of course, these metals are really rare, and even the metals that can be collected by the country are limited in number. Bai Sui just wants to use it to refine the sword ball, and the consumption is not too large. What Bai Sui didn't know for the time being was that this was actually an illusion, because the sword pill was essentially a common item, and it could only absorb a limited amount of other things. Once it simply broke through the common item and officially became a magic weapon, its speed of absorbing metals would become faster and faster, and there would be no upper limit. It can only be said that sometimes ignorance is also a blessing. Bai Sui was like this, chasing the show every day, madly arguing with netizens, and squeezing out some time to practice the sword pill. Time passed quickly, and a few months passed in a flash. Because Bai Sui was also a special consultant in the Shenmeo Bureau. The Shenmeo Bureau would also report some things to Bai Sui during this period. Recently, a relatively big thing was that Master Motto, who believed that he was deceived by the Ancient One, no longer believed in the magic world of the earth and left the temple alone, and challenged the magic world of the earth. Although the previous Master Ancient One was born in China, the real attention to the magic world in China has only been since Bai Sui talked about the Hong Kong incident last time. There is no way to do this. After all, the temple has always been separated from the secular world, and it has deliberately avoided the visits of the world, and has never established contact with the government. After all, in the eyes of the temple, what they do is to maintain world stability. While secular things are not only of no help, but also often hinder them for various reasons. Therefore, the entire temple simply stopped contacting any secular government. It was with the help of modern technology that the shield, which was intentionally searching, discovered the other party's traces. After all, the temple also has water, electricity and the internet. If they really searched deliberately, they would always find some flaws. Although ordinary people may not see or ignore these anomalies due to the effects of various magic, there are not only ordinary people in the shield, but also many extraordinary people. Finally, after a series of communications and contacts, SHIELD successfully contacted the Hong Kong temple, and because of the precedent of the New York temple contacting SHIELD, this contact was also very successful. After obtaining the air magic, the country immediately selected personnel from the army to study, and after confirming its authenticity, it began to promote it on a small scale. Not only that, these practitioners of air magic also successfully entered the ranks of mages with the help of this contact with the temple. It is also through these mages that the SHIELD Bureau can obtain a lot of information that it has never been exposed to before. In the past, due to the difficulty of inviting gods and dreaming, the contact and communication with the heavenly court was often pursued to be simple and efficient. This time, with the help of the collection of books in the temple, the understanding of the supernatural world in China has been taken to a higher level. Many information that was previously closed and blocked to them have been open to them. At the same time, because of the way of the temple, the country has learned a lot of information about SHIELD in disguise, which is somewhat unexpected for the country. Combining a lot of information obtained from the temple and the notes of many senior mages, they also compared air magic with other magic. After confirming that it did not show any phenomenon of divine intervention, the country officially promoted it in the army. It's just a pity that, just like learning mathematics, some people can understand it at once, while others can't figure it out even if they study to death. The same is true for air magic. After national statistics, only 30% of people can learn air magic. And among these 30%, 60% relied on rote learning and countless mechanical memorization to barely learn it. These people not only have great difficulty in learning, but also the speed of casting and the power of magic are much lower. 30% can learn key magic through normal learning intensity and some simple practice. And only the last 10% of people can learn it at once. However, the ability of these key magic is really beyond common sense. Even those who can barely use magic can use one or two simple magics to play an unexpected role. For example, the fireproof magic cast on firefighters can protect their lives to a certain extent. Even ordinary earth escape magic can become a good helper for farming in their hands. Chapter 211 Asgard. During this period of time, Bai Sui also got a better understanding of this world through the internet and various channels. Especially those national-level information sources, which allowed Bai Sui to successfully learn some important information. You must know that Bai Sui's strength is not the best in this world, and there are still many existences that can threaten him. Although there are not many existences that can really threaten Bai Sui's life, there are many people with higher combat power than Bai Sui. After all, there are true gods in this world. It has been said before that Bai Sui's current level of immortal scrolls is approximately equal to the medium divine power in the West. Even if Bai Sui's various other means are added, his strength is just about to reach a powerful divine power, and it may even be worse, so Bai Sui is still very cautious in the Marvel world. Now, Bai Sui has been living in peace on Earth. After all, there is still Odin, a father-level strong man, protecting here for the time being. Bai Sui decided that during the period before Odin's death, he would still accumulate strength here on Earth and improve himself as much as possible. After all, it will not be long before Odin's death, which will happen within this year. During this period of time, Bai Sui had gained sufficient power of faith. After all, this was an action coordinated by the state. Not only was the amount of incense very abundant, but also, under the special publicity, the thoughts were relatively integrated, making it easier to refine into divine power. In just half a year, Bai Sui had collected nearly 1,000 points of divine power, and had already replenished all the divine power he had consumed in order to eliminate the negative impact of cosmic memory. Bai Sui collected 80% of these divine powers and gave 20% of them back to many temple priests. Although it was only 20%, it was already a lot compared to other gods. In the past, other gods basically only gave back 10% of the harvest. However, because this 10% of divine power was often concentrated on a few spokespersons, its effect was very powerful. And here in Bai Sui, there were thousands of temple priests. Although this 20% of divine power was not small, the effect was not so significant after sharing. However, this situation is known in China. In addition, even so, temple priests can already make rain out of thin air, which means that the country has thousands of walking rain masters. You should know that these thousands of people can not only make rain, but they can also control a rainfall by manipulating clouds, so that they can artificially control the weather in the country. Once the number is large enough to completely cover the whole country, they can artificially create a country without weather disasters. The number and thickness of clouds can be used to control the temperature to a certain extent by affecting the sunlight. This means that even if there is global warming or cooling, China can also use these rain masters to make certain adjustments. After all, when there are many clouds, less solar radiation reaches the ground, so the temperature is low, otherwise it is high. When there are many clouds, the cloud layer is equivalent to the film covering the greenhouse. The temperature is relatively low during the day and relatively high at night, so the temperature difference is small, otherwise it is large. What's more, the country has further used these clouds to block satellite reconnaissance in the sky, making those confidential facilities built on the ground safer. It has even developed a method of using clouds to conceal fighter jets, so that domestic fighter jets can achieve dual stealth from radar and vision. It can only be said that with the addition of science, the power and effect of the same divine power have been greatly improved. Although it has little impact on the top powerhouses at present, it has increased several times for these temple priests. Since the emergence of these temple priests, the grain production in the second half of the year has been guaranteed to soar. After all, an environment with perfect light, rainfall, and temperature is unique for those grain crops, which makes them grow very happily. Not only that, after the country confirmed the effects that these rainmasters can achieve, the relevant research institutes can also adjust the improved varieties in a targeted manner. In the past, in order to ensure that crops can have a high yield even in unsuitable environments, part of the yield was often abandoned to allow the production capacity to reach the highest level. Now, the seeds with the highest yield that have been sealed can be taken out and used. In the past, these seeds required a harsh environment, such as high water consumption and demanding growth temperature, but now they are no longer a problem. It is foreseeable that the domestic grain production will rise as the rainmasters gradually control every piece of the sky in the country. Such changes are most obviously reflected in the daily grain prices of the people, which further reduces people's daily food expenses. As for farmers, although the unit price of grain has decreased, the output has also increased. In the end, the overall harvest is still higher than in previous years. It is estimated that in about 2 years, the country will increase its grain harvest by nearly 100 million tons compared to now. At that time, these grains will become weapons at the national level and have a greater role. It has to be said that the idea that food is the first necessity of the people in China has been integrated into their bones. All the power they get first thinks of whether it can be used to increase grain production. That is why the country is now very grateful for the arrival of Bai Sui. Even if the role of these rainmasters is not counted, the air magic that can be promoted on a large scale contains many magics that improves oil quality and increase yield. Having tasted the sweetness of magic and divine power, China began to work on engraving a super large magic circle across the country. Such a super large project was carried out so quietly under a series of controls. There are really not many countries that really pay attention to the domestic actions. After all, in their view, China just likes to build infrastructure. Maybe it is building some large-scale transportation facilities. Even so, China has made preparations in advance and announced to the outside world that it has overcome the braking and energy problems of the maglev train, solved the unreliable braking ability in emergency situations, and the emergency measures after sudden power outages, so it began to build maglev trains across the country. In this way, a large part of the vision was drawn to this maglev train. Not only that, the country has also introduced a lot of improved technologies one after another to cover up the super large project that is being carried out in secret. It is also because of the help of magic that this project can use magic to plasticize the rocks without using methods such as blasting. Otherwise, even with those emerging technologies exposed, it would be difficult to completely cover up this project. On this day, through the news from the Sanctum Sanctorum, Bai Sui learned that Thor was looking for his father Odin and was currently seeking Strange's help in the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York. At this point, Bai Sui knew that the safe environment of the Earth was about to disappear, and from then on there would be no more father-level strongmen to stand up for the Earth in public. Although there are many other gods living in various dimensions outside the Earth, there are not many of those gods who are really willing to stand up for the Earth. Bai Sui gradually understood the reason through communication with the Spear Bureau and combined with the many scenes he had seen from the memory of the universe. The cause was still the battle with the Celestials. Thousands of years ago, there were still frequent battles between the gods on Earth. Later, a member of the Celestials came to the Earth and held a meeting with the gods on the Earth. In that meeting, the member of the Celestials asked the gods not to have any more disputes and not to interfere with the development of the Earth. Although the specific negotiation process was not seen, from the final result, after that meeting, the gods of the Earth all agreed and left the Earth completely. The Spear of God Bureau had also inquired about some information from many aspects. From those words that were inadvertently revealed, a lot of useful information could be extracted, such as the fact that many pantheons were seriously injured in this battle. Even the so-called evacuation was actually more of a seal by the Celestials. After that, only the Airseer clan, because they obtained a space gem in the external conquest, and used it to build a powerful weapon, the Rainbow Bridge, and finally relied on this Rainbow Bridge to fight the Celestials to draw. Therefore, although the Airseer clan also agreed to leave the Earth, it was not forced to be imprisoned in the seal like other pantheons. Although in the years that followed, those pantheons that were still alive also broke free from the seal sooner or later with their own strength, they were forced to not interfere with the Earth unless necessary due to the oath they signed with the Celestials. According to the intelligence collected by S.H.I.E.L.D., many pantheons were destroyed directly under the attack of the Celestial God group that year. Even if they were not destroyed at that time, some pantheons disappeared in the years of being sealed because of the lack of faith. As far as they know, Takamahara next door is a pantheon that was completely destroyed. Although some new gods were born through the gathering of faith later, they were not the same group of gods in Takamahara that year. This matter was still known from the mouth of a heavenly god. The reason why the other party paid so much attention to Takamahara was that after discovering that its pantheon was destroyed, they wanted to enter its pantheon to see if they could pick up some benefits. It was just because they could not find the entrance to the other party's pantheon. So they did not succeed and made them miss it for a long time. This piece of information also inspired Kashiwasu, and made Kashiwasu also think about looking for Takamahara. The reason for this is because of the names of their own abilities, whether it is Yomi Hirasaka or Susanoo, these are the names of Takamahara pantheons. If we use this as a guide, maybe we can find the location of the other party's Takamahara. So Kashiwasu turned around and told the domestic high-level officials about his idea. After a simple analysis, the domestic officials felt that it was feasible, so they arranged people to spread the belief of Susanoo in the island country. Under the offensive of money and various resources, several shrines quickly appeared on the island country. The gods enshrined in these shrines were Susanoo. However, unlike the tradition that most shrines in the island country do not have statues, there is a tall statue of Susanoo in this shrine. The image of the statue is also somewhat different from the traditional Susanoo. It is completely carved according to Kashiwasu's Susanoo. Not only that, it is also carried out through the internet to carry out bombardment propaganda on the island country's network. Although many people do not like such advertisements, it is inevitable that people will be curious after seeing too much. So some people who live nearby will try to worship in the shrine, which creates the illusion that a large number of people come to worship the shrine. Under another round of bombardment propaganda, it is gradually accepted by everyone. At the beginning, Bai Sui personally blessed the statues, and then used his spiritual sense to observe for a while. After confirming that there was no reaction for the time being, he stopped paying attention to it. After all, this is not something that can be completed in a short time, so it is better to let nature take its course. Soon, Bai Sui once again felt the fluctuations that affected the entire earth. His spiritual sense swept away, but he knew what happened. It was after Odin's death that his eldest daughter, the goddess of death Hela, broke through the seal and came to the earth. Now she is flying towards Asgard with the rainbow bridge summoned by Loki. The fluctuations just now were emitted after the seal was broken, and it was not only Bai Sui who felt and came to check. Under the spiritual sense that just now, Bai Sui found no less than 10 sites coming to explore. Bai Sui thought about it and decided to make some preparations. He wanted to see if he would have a chance to pick up some garbage after Asgard was destroyed. He didn't need anything else. He could just use some scrap copper and iron like Yoru metal. If that didn't work, he could just take some weapons and armor that the Airseer didn't want. At most, he could come back and refine them. Since he had made up his mind, Bai Sui began to prepare. After all, Loki would release the eternal fire Surtur in just a few days. Since Surtur, holding the Twilight Sword, would definitely destroy the Asgard continent, it would be better not to leave this ruin in space and become garbage. Now it is November 21st, 2017. Bai Sui has converted all the incense he has collected during this period into divine power, and used this divine power to condense a divine power clone. This is also an attempt by Bai Sui to use divine power during this period. Because he has the foundation of various systems such as chakra, ki, magic, etc. Bai Sui has also explored many applications in a short period of time. This divine clone quickly flew into the universe, and through the transformation between dimensions, it arrived outside the Asgard continent, and found that there was already chaos there due to the war. A large number of Asgardians crowded on the Rainbow Bridge, and were preparing to evacuate in an orderly manner under the leadership of Heimdall. Chapter 212 Explosion. When Bai Sui's divine clone arrived, he happened to see Banner jumping down from the Quinjet. Unlike the appearance of the Hulk that Bai Sui expected, Banner broke his neck after falling from a high altitude and was in a state of near death. Such a change even frightened the giant wolf Fenris, who came straight to the Asa civilians. Of course, this does not mean that Banner fell to death directly. In Bai Sui's vision, it can be clearly seen that although his life was rapidly lost, it was not reset to zero after all. Just when it was about to be reset to zero, the Hulk that was living in Banner's body and mind finally appeared. At this moment, Bai Sui couldn't help but recall his previous memories and found that when Banner took the initiative to summon the Hulk in the past, it was indeed achieved by killing himself, which made Bai Sui have to admire his courage. The startled demon wolf Fenris was immediately attracted by the green monster who climbed up from the ground, opened his bloody mouth and bit him. At this moment, Thor was also grabbed by Hela's head and dragged out of the palace, forcing him to open his only remaining good eye and watch his people being slaughtered. It must be said that Thor's eye was wasted. You must know that his father used one of his eyes in exchange for wisdom, and he was simply blinded by his own sister. Just when Hela humiliated Thor, the god of thunder seemed to suddenly open his mind, and finally got rid of his identity as the god of hammers, and could use the power of thunder and lightning without relying on the hammer. Hela, who was caught off guard by the lightning, gave Thor a good opportunity to escape. He drove the lightning towards his people, intending to help them get rid of the siege of Hela's soldiers and get out of here as soon as possible. At this moment, Loki also drove the transport ship he stole from the High Lord and let the people of Asgard board the ship to escape. It must be said that Thor's lightning power is still very useful for clearing soldiers. Although he can't beat his sister Hela, none of those soldiers could withstand Thor's lightning. After all, this is Asgard, the source of the power of the Aesir, and on this continent they can exert the full power of their divine duties. Hela, who was attacked before, once again walked in front of Thor. Although her steps were slow, she was full of oppression. Just a glance at her made Thor feel a little weak in his heart. After all, he was no longer a warrior, but the king of Asgard. Now he can't ignore his life and death, and act according to his mood. Although he is not afraid of fighting to the death with Hela, even if dying in battle is just the destination of a warrior for him, he must be responsible for his people now. He is afraid that he can't fulfill the responsibility of a king, and he is not afraid that his people will die because of his recklessness. At this moment, Thor thought of his father who was no longer brave. In the past, he always felt that he was no longer as brave as he was when he was young, and his behavior began to become nagging, but now he began to truly understand the burden on his father. This oppression forced him to put down his dignity as a warrior and became restrained. Thor, who has already awakened, faced his sister Hela head-on, but he no longer thought about killing Hela. Instead, his goal became to delay time, to provide time for his people to board the ship, and to delay time for his brother Loki to release the fire giant Surtur. This is his most hated strategy. In his cognition, fighting should be a fortitude collision between warriors. The intervention of conspiracy will only shame the identity of the warrior. Now he took the initiative to speak to Loki and let him release the full-blown fire giant Surtur to contain Hela's actions by destroying the entire Asgard continent. Thor knew that from now on he could no longer bear the title of warrior. Although he felt a little lost in his heart, he was not depressed, because he now had another identity, that is, the king of Asgard, a king who was about to go into exile. Thor, who had awakened, burst out with the momentum of a king. At this moment, Thor truly gained the blessing of the entire continent for the king. In the past, the people of Asgard and Thor himself did not think that Thor was a qualified king, so he was not recognized as the king of this continent. They only thought of him as the god of thunder, and even the god of thunder was incomplete, because Thor did not understand himself enough. Later, through some measures, the people of Asgard recognized Thor's identity and completely accepted the new king, but Thor was always worried that he could not be a good king, and could not accept the death of his father. In his heart, he still believed that his father Odin was the king of Asgard. It was because of this kind of resistance that the land did not recognize Thor's identity as a king, so he did not receive this blessing. On the other hand, his opponent, his sister, the goddess of death Hela, not only recognized her as the goddess of death, but also the people of Asgard recognized her identity, and even this recognition was earlier than the time when Thor was born. It was precisely because of the blessing given to Hela by this continent that she could not be killed as long as she set foot on this continent. After all, she was the god of death, and how could the god of death be bound by death? It was also this kind of power that gave rise to her ambition to usurp the throne, which made Odin determined to seal her. The reason why the sealing location was chosen on the earth was because the blessing Hela received there would be reduced a lot. But even if this blessing is reduced, she will not die. Once she dies in other places, she will be resurrected on Asgard and become an unkillable monster again. In other words, as long as the Asgard continent is not destroyed, she is an existence that cannot be killed. Just looking at the strength of the blessing, in fact, The blessing that the king can get is much higher than that of the god of death, otherwise Hela would not have peeped into this position like that, because she hoped to further strengthen herself through or obtain the blessing of the king. It's just a pity that Thor can't fully control this power now, let alone the blessing of the king. Even the blessing of the original Thor cannot be fully controlled. However, this sudden surge of power also helped Thor resist Hela's attack and successfully attracted her attention to himself. At this moment, Loki, who rarely sang against his brother, honestly went to the treasure room of Asgard, found Surtur's helmet from it, and threw it into the eternal fire. Loki did not do anything fancy the whole time, but just took away the cosmic magic when passing by. Hela seemed to be at ease in the face of the siege of Thor and Valkyrie. After all, in order to protect Valkyrie, Thor would take most of Hela's attacks, and was smashed away by Hela's sword at this moment. Seeing that the transport ship had picked up all the people of Asgard and was taking off, Hela turned her attack direction and gave up trying to get rid of Thor directly now, but chose to attack these people to distract Thor's mind and add bricks and tiles to the subsequent victory. So under Hela's control, a weapon larger than the transport ship appeared out of thin air and stabbed the transport ship fiercely, delaying its chance to take off. Not only that, a large number of death soldiers who obeyed Hela's orders also climbed towards the transport ship along this weapon, trying to enter the transport ship to kill. This move really caught the minds of Thor and the others, causing them to lose again and again in the subsequent battles, and they were about to be killed by Hela's sword. Although Bai Sui's purpose was to wait for Surtur to destroy the Asgard continent and see if he could pick up some bargains, and he was not going to intervene in the other party's coup, but now seeing the massacre of civilians, Bai Sui finally took action. However, the help he provided was very limited. He only used the spell of sowing beans to summon some yellow turban warriors to protect the civilians, and did not even attack the death soldiers. Although it was just like this, it also attracted the attention of many people. After all, those golden yellow turban warriors were too conspicuous. To be honest, this was something Bai Sui had not expected. After all, it was the first time that Bai Sui used divine power instead of a key to activate this spell. He really didn't know that under the blessing of divine power, these yellow turban warriors actually had their own golden flashing special effects. Although the yellow turban warriors in this state were very handsome and in line with the fairy magic in Bai Sui's mind, the current occasion was not so appropriate. After all, he didn't want to attract attention now. This Thor and Hela discovered these lights almost at the same time, and quickly found Bai Sui who was floating far away in the sky. Although they both looked at Bai Sui, their eyes were completely different. Thor was puzzled with the gratitude, and Hela was pure evil, because now she just wanted to kill this outsider who dared to destroy her plan. However, before Hela could do anything, a sudden explosion attracted everyone's attention. It was Surtur, whose figure became increasingly huge and directly broke through the palace. Unlike the reaction of seeing Bai Sui, Hela also knew the prophecy of the fire giant destroying Asgard, so she was attracted to all her attention at the first time, and she didn't even notice her brother's actions. While Hela was still shocked by the prophecy, Thor burst out his thunder and lightning power with all his strength, directly destroyed the bridge deck where everyone was, and rushed Hela into the water. At this time, Thor immediately rushed to the direction of the transport ship with the Hulk and the Valkyrie. Although he was reluctant to leave his hometown, he was ready at the moment when he asked Loki to release Surtur. Now the most important thing is to lead the tribe away from here. Seeing that the situation has stabilized, Bai Sui immediately lifted the spell of sowing beans into soldiers, and used the transparent escape to hide himself in the void. At this time, when they wanted to find Bai Sui who had helped them in Asgard, Thor found that Bai Sui had disappeared. For this, Thor could only put his gratitude in his heart and decided to express his gratitude when he had the opportunity in the future. Now the most important thing is to leave here to avoid being affected. Hela, who fell into the water, now stood on a huge weapon and confronted Surtur. If the previous battle with Thor could only be regarded as a tug-of-war, now facing Surtur, Hela directly took out all her strength. The overwhelming huge weapons emerged one by one under Hela's control and rushed towards Surtur, obviously wanting to attract the attention of the fire giant in this way, so that he could not directly insert a twilight sword in his hand into the ground under his feet. Unfortunately, Surtur, who was inspired by the eternal fire, completely ignored the weapons that would attack him and suddenly inserted the big sword in his hand into the ground. With a stab of this sword, the core of the Asgard continent was directly destroyed. After a bright light flashed, The continent was directly blown into dust. A good continent has become a ball of cosmic dust. Although the various energies that burst out of it are still exploding and flying in it, and this process will even continue for countless years, it still cannot change the fact that it has become a ruin that no longer exists in the world. The Asgardians have since lost their homes. Looking at the transport plane that is flying towards the wormhole, ready to use it to cross the dimension and go to the Earth, Bai Sui finally did not intervene. After all, the other party will be hit by Thanos and forced to accept the population reduction plan, all because they took away the cosmic cube. If you don't know the principle of innocent people being guilty of holding a treasure, Bai Sui can't do anything. After all, this kind of thing is not something that outsiders can control. On the one hand, only when the other party has really experienced that kind of humiliation will they realize that they are no longer the Aesir who used to dominate the universe, and there is no Odin covering them. On the other hand, it is also because Bai Sui is not a member of the Aesir, and what happened later did not happen directly in front of Bai Sui, so he was unwilling to care. Ignoring the transport ship heading off into the distance, Bai Sui stared at the dust in front of him, searching for the figures still fighting inside. Hela was indeed the strongest warrior in Asgard back then. Even without the blessing of this continent, and having faced the previous impact, her armor was only shattered, and at least she didn't seem to have any serious injuries. On the other hand, Surtur, who was standing in the void, not only had his body shrunk a lot, but even the Twilight Sword in his hand was shattered. Chapter 213 Soul World. It's funny to say that the reason why the fire giant could become so powerful before was because it had the blessing of the Asgard continent. Because it was the fire giant that was predicted to destroy Asgard, this continent gave it a powerful blessing, and because of this powerful blessing, the fire giant was able to successfully destroy the continent under its feet. All these blessings were seen through Bai Sui's eyes. Although he didn't understand the principle of the blessing, Bai Sui could see the sudden change of rhythm. Now Surtur and Hela have lost a blessing of Asgard, and both sides can only rely on their own original strength. Without the blessing, although Surtur has a huge body and a powerful force that is enough to smash Hela with one punch, when he really faces Hela, he is a huge target with countless weapons inserted in his body, and he can't even touch the edge of Hela's clothes. Bai Sui watched Hela's unilateral crushing of Surtur from afar. It must be said that the fire giant was really tough and thick-skinned. Although he was attacked by Hela, he did not look like he was going to die. Although Bai Sui had deliberately stayed away from the location of the Asgard continent before, there were already many fragments splashed by the explosion flying over. So Bai Sui transformed himself into a piece of dark cloud and flew secretly to the dust that was closer, looking for items that could be used. The previous explosion was indeed powerful. The armor and weapons used by many warriors melted or even vaporized in the previous explosion. Bai Sui found that the most were some small metal particles, and they were often embedded with some oil and stones. If they were to be used, they needed to be further screened and smelted. However, since he had already come out to pick up garbage, he naturally would not be picky anymore. Naturally, he would directly install whatever he thought was useful into his own world. Even some earth, stone and bricks were not given up by Bai Sui, who filled them all into his own world. After all, there was only a large mass of seawater in the original world. If there is a chance now, it is better to add some land to it. The land of the Asgard continent is a very good material. After all, it has been infected by countless energies under countless years of nurturing. So when Hela and Surtur were fighting, a vacuum zone appeared in the place they ignored, and all the dust fragments flying towards that area would disappear. Bai Sui collected them for several months in a row, and then temporarily stopped. It was not because Bai Sui decided to leave, but because the battle between Hela and Surtur was coming to an end, and the fire giant could no longer hold on. After several months of fighting, even Hela, who had always been in the upper hand, became weak due to the loss of strength. Although compared with Surtur, who had become unable to fight back and had no air to breathe, he still occupied the absolute dominance of this battle. But now this exhausted Hela has reduced her threat to Bai Sui by countless levels, which made Bai Sui think of a sneak attack. After all, from the perspective of energy level alone, Bai Sui is not afraid of Hela, but Bai Sui himself is not good at fighting, and he does not have tens of thousands of years of conquest experience like the other party, so Bai Sui has never thought of fighting with her from the beginning. But now that Hela has lost her immortality and consumes a lot of energy, Bai Sui has the idea of giving it a try. After all, Hela is now a disaster. You must know that the territory ruled by the Airseer clan is the entire 9 realms. No one knows whether she will choose to attack the atrium, that is, the earth, after she recovers her strength. After all, if she wants to restore her original strength, she needs to get the bonus of the priesthood. Bai Sui did not hide himself in the cracks of space, because he was afraid that the fluctuations caused by disturbing the space would attract the attention of the other party. After all, he is not picking up garbage far away from the other party, but preparing to sneak attack. So Bai Sui further divided the god of the god into countless tiny dark clouds, which merged with the dust raised by the explosion to hide himself visually, and then used the transparent escape to further hide his own breath. Because this was just a divine clone, it did not carry a sword pill, but it didn't matter. After all, both the main body and the clone could connect to the world, so Bai Sui put his sword pill into the world, and when the time was right, the clone could open the world and control the sword pill to launch a sneak attack. Bai Sui approached Hila step by step, inch by inch, millimeter by millimeter, waiting for the other party to reveal a flaw. You damn barbarian, today is the day you will die completely, even the eternal fire can't save you. Hila grabbed the big sword in her right hand and stabbed it fiercely in Surtur's chest, directly revealing the beating lava heart inside. The skin of the fire giant, which could withstand countless slashes without any damage in the past, now became fragile without the blessing of power, and was easily dismembered by Hila. Perhaps to vent her anger, Hila just ignored the beating heart of the other party and chopped and hacked at him. The fire giant, who had completely lost his limbs, had no strength to speak. Now even his heart gradually became weak, and the color began to dim from bright red. Having vented enough, Hila finally cut out the heart of the other party with a long sword and bit it. Surtur's heart was even bigger than Hila's. Every beat of it would shock the soul like a drum at dusk. Now that Hila bit it, the heart could immediately see the change, losing all its vitality and turning into rock. At this moment, Hila, who was devouring the power of the fire giant, was at her lowest alert. In order to successfully launch a sneak attack, the power clone did not even transform itself from cloud to human form, but opened a very small channel at the first time, and released the sword ball from the world. Hila is indeed a killer. Although she is a little rusty because she was sealed by Odin for thousands of years, her combat experience is still not comparable to Bai Sui. Fortunately, Bai Sui did not want to fight with him fairly, but was ready to take his life while he was weak. This sword ball instantly crossed the space between the two sides and went straight to the back of Hila's head. Although Hila, who always kept a vigilant eye on herself, forcibly cut off the absorption of the fire giant's divine power at the last moment, thus avoiding this attack, she also suffered a certain impact in her body because of this action, because the divine power absorbed into her body was not refined in time and was now fighting against it. It can be said that Bai Sui chose this time very well, directly weakening Hila's state to the extreme. Seeing that the sneak attack had no effect, the clone no longer hid, but controlled the dark clouds that were scattered in the dust before, and turned into human form again. It was just that in a place that Hila did not see, there was still a dark cloud, still lurking in the dark. With the opening of the channel to the world, not only the sword ball was transmitted, but also the divine power accumulated by Bai Sui in the past few months. With the supplement of these divine powers, the divine power clone became more powerful, and the means it could use became more. This is also the benefit of Bai Sui's complete energization through the method of nurturing an immortal fetus in advance. As long as there is energy, even the clone can perform 99% of Bai Sui's methods. The difference is only the final power caused by the amount of energy. For example, now, after the clone has replenished the divine power, it can fight with the current residual blood Hila. Immortal law, Yin Dun Lei Pai. At the critical moment, Bai Sui subconsciously used the ninjutsu he was familiar with. Although it was called Yin Dun, it was essentially inspired by the blood inheritance network. After that, with a blessing of divine power and natural energy, a trace of light golden thunder appeared in the white light, and it was inspired from the clone's hand and went straight to Hila. Thunder and lightning originally carry the meaning of power, majesty, strength and energy, which is also the reason why the main gods of Asgard all control thunder. Although there was only one lightning bolt, in Hila's eyes it seemed to have blocked all her escape routes. Not only could she not avoid its attack, but she was not even fast enough to escape its range. The only thing she could do now was to call on all her divine power to see if it could break her defense. The moment the lightning bolt really touched her body, Hila immediately felt something was wrong. It was not because the lightning bolt's attack power was too high for her to defend against, but because this lightning bolt only had a powerful paralysis effect and no attack power. Knowing that she had been fooled, Hilar was helpless at this moment. After all, the lightning bolt that had given up all its lethality had an unexpectedly good paralysis effect, keeping her in a rigid state. A dark cloud that had been lurking in a dark corner turned into human form at this moment. It was Bai Sui's body. It had previously turned into a dark cloud, and had come here from the Huan world after the sword ball, and had been looking for an opportunity to take action. The reason why Bai Sui took such a risk in his true body was that the divine clone in front of him was just a paper tiger. Although Bai Sui's faith was not only spread throughout the country, but also opened up foreign markets, time was limited after all. Although he had accumulated a lot of incense in a short period of time, compared with a long-known gods like Hila, it was too poor, which made Bai Sui completely lack confidence. Therefore, Bai Sui decided to come in his true body. After all, he had already made an enemy with the other party, and of course he had to eliminate the trouble forever. He must not let the other party escape and then look for revenge. That would be too stupid. Bai Sui, who had recovered his human form, immediately activated his pupil technique. As soon as he got started, he used his strongest means to directly collide with his mental power. Although it is extremely dangerous to directly attack at the soul level, and the negligence may cause indelible damage to oneself, this is also the best way to annihilate the opponent, which can directly erase the opponent from the soul level. Even if the opponent is just a clone now, Bai Sui can connect to the opponent's soul through the mental power in the clone and fight with the original body directly. Even if the opponent divides his soul into countless parts as insurance, it is useless in front of Bai Sui. This method can also restrain the strong who can be reborn by dripping blood. Even if the opponent's body cannot be erased, the opponent can be turned into an empty shell without consciousness. Bai Sui is even 50% sure that the gods who can be resurrected from the world by relying on the priesthood will lose their memories and emotions before resurrection, so that they will be resurrected but become a new individual. Bai Sui's mental power gushed out from his eyes and also entered Hila's spiritual world through his eyes. Although both parties are immortal gods, the current situation is equivalent to a god who specializes in souls competing with a god who cultivates physical energy. Although the two sides may be similar in general, in the field of expertise, the difference is not a little bit. After pulling Hila's soul into the spiritual world, her body completely lost consciousness and fell directly to the ground. Since Bai Sui had completely energized herself, she now completely transformed herself into a soul state and entered her spiritual world. When Bai Sui's real body began to enter her spiritual world, she could clearly feel the shaking and cracking of the entire world. She simply could not fully bear such a powerful soul. In Hila's vision, she now returned to the night thousands of years ago that was sealed by her father. The sky was full of thunder, the eternal spirit emitting endless light, and her father's majestic and painful face. This memory that she buried deep in her heart once again emerged with the collapse of the spiritual world. Those memories that were deeply suppressed by her at the bottom of her spiritual world, as well as the beautiful life she had with her parents when she was young, the sincere smile in her memory, and the oath she made to protect her father and mother when she grew up, this time it was like a sharp sword piercing directly into her heart, making her doubt her own actions and shake her belief in usurping power and strengthening herself. Now, Bai Sui was not bored to randomly look through other people's memories, but to create a deeper crack in her already broken spirit. The existence of belief is the awareness and awakening of the instinctive nature of the self, and it is the part of the instinctive nature of the individual that can be unified with its behavior, ambition and interest. Now Hila's belief has been shaken, which has forced her spirit to passively produce a lot of tearing. Bai Sui condensed her consciousness into one, turning it into golden light and piercing directly into one of the deepest cracks. No, the reason why I want to obtain the throne of Asgard is to strengthen myself. Only when I have more strength than my father can I protect him. Hila's will was very firm, and she found a way to regain her faith almost instantly. But it was too late. Chapter 214 Punishment. It's not that Hila regained her faith too slowly, so it gave Bai Sui an opportunity. In fact, the moment Bai Sui entered her spiritual world, the ending was doomed. The spiritual power emitting golden light directly tore Hila's soul apart, causing her to be severely injured. The pain caused by the soul-tearing injury was simply unbearable. At this moment, Hila couldn't even think of resisting and was completely trapped in endless pain. Everything was very simple afterwards. Hila's soul was divided into thousands of pieces by Bai Sui, and then it was completely killed. After all, the other party was also a god. If Bai Sui hadn't found the weak period, it would never be solved so easily. These thousands of souls were all dispersed by Bai Sui with all the memories and emotions in them, leaving only the most original soul essence, and only the most original soul fragments, which slowly turned into gems under the effect of time. These gems emit a faint blue light, which makes people look like they are seeing an ocean at a glance, so deep and profound. This feeling can't be said to be wrong. After all, each of these gems contains a huge amount of spiritual power. If a mortal is lucky enough to absorb all of one of the gems, he will have the opportunity to ascend to heaven in one step and get the opportunity to ignite the divine fire. After Bai Sui took away all of Hila's souls, this spiritual world collapsed completely without the support of power. Bai Sui also took this opportunity to leave it. When he appeared again, Bai Sui stood in front of Hila's body. After thinking about it, he decided to collect it and decided to hand it over to the Shunmiao Bureau for them to study it carefully. What had also interested Bai Sui was the lava heart in front of him, which had half turned into rock. Bai Sui did not try to absorb the power in it, but directly took it into his own world and prepared to study it later. Since there was no threat, Bai Sui began to collect here, starting from the center and selecting things that he felt were worth seeing. What are the core fragments of the continent, the fragments of the Twilight Sword, the fragments of the Rainbow Bridge, the fragments of the Hall of Valor, etc., all kinds of things that are tens of thousands of times stronger than soil and metal debris, have been collected by Bai Sui in the world. Bai Sui is only searching here roughly. After all, Bai Sui left a shadow clone in the country. At this moment, he received a message, that is, the Hulk, who was teleported back to the Supreme Sanctuary in New York by Heimdall. Their experience told Doctor Strange and Wang that Thanos is coming. But it was the transport ship that was found by Thanos. After a fierce battle, half of the Asgardians on the entire transport ship were slaughtered by Thanos and obtained a space gem stolen by Loki. Heimdall used magic to teleport to the Earth before he died, which is why they obtained this information. Knowing that there was not much time left, Bai Sui also stopped and returned to the Earth. Although Bai Sui was not a creature in this world, he was not 100% sure that he would not be wiped out by that snap. Therefore, Bai Sui was ready to do his part when the Avengers dealt with Thanos. He could even prevent Thanos from collecting all the gems by ensuring that no one caused trouble at some important nodes. Sure enough, as soon as he returned to Earth, Bai Sui received an alert from the SHIEA that a spaceship was floating in space. Okay, I got it. If there is a chance later, I will leave the spaceship to Zhangxian. You can see if you can research something. By the way, I have a body of a god here. You can also take it to study. After leaving Hila's body to Zhangxian, Bai Sui opened a space channel and came to New York. Looking up at the spaceship hovering in the sky, Bai Sui found Stark and Ebony Maw right below. Facing the sudden appearance of outsiders, both Stark and Ebony Maw thought they were the other party's helpers, but Strange's eyes lit up because he knew they were not enemies. Sorcerer Supreme, you are here, Bai Sui also greeted them first. However, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, who were sent by Thanos, did not give the two sides any chance to communicate after confirming that they were also enemies. Black Dwarf directly swung his mechanical arm and smashed towards Bai Sui. The powerful impact directly smashed Bai Sui and the building behind him. Such a change surprised Stark and others. However, just when they were surprised, they saw Bai Sui coming out from the side. This substitute technique was quite useful. You actually attacked by surprise, which is really unethical. In this case, don't blame me. Go. Before the voice fell, a golden light broke through the sky and went straight to the fragile mage Ebony Maw. Feeling the danger, Ebony Maw clenched his right hand and immediately controlled a piece of floor that was shattered by the impact of the spacecraft when it landed, and quickly blocked it in front of him. However, the golden light was unstoppable and directly pierced through the floor, leaving a smooth round hole with a diameter of about 3 centimeters on it. Ebony Maw attached great importance to his own safety, so even though there was a floor to protect him, he still did not stop, but used telekinesis to tear the surrounding vehicles, stripping off the metal in them and blocking them in front of him. However, these were useless efforts. These metals were just ordinary iron, and they were all penetrated by Bai Sui's sword balls one by one. The last sword sealed the throat and cut off Ebony Maw's head. The incident happened too suddenly, and everyone hadn't reacted to what happened. One of the opponent's generals died. Stark looked at Doctor Strange beside him. Are you sure Thanos has the power to destroy the Earth? Judging from his subordinates, they are not very good. Although he said so, Stark still put on his own nano-armor, and seemed to be ready to fight with the opponent's giant alien with a mechanical arm. But Bai Sui, Strange and Wang knew that the matter was not over, because although Ebony Maw was dead, the mental power he exuded was even stronger, and in Bai Sui's vision, a slightly transparent image of Ebony Maw was standing up from his body at this moment. It was obviously his soul. Looking at the soul in front of him that was releasing its spiritual power wantonly, Bai Sui had a sense of deja vu, as if he had just seen himself who had just cultivated into a yin god. What a pity. It was unknown whether the other party had racial talent or had worked hard to cultivate later, but judging from the spiritual power he was showing now, his accumulation in the soul was really rich. If he was given a way to turn yin and give birth to yang, he might have been able to cultivate yang god a long time ago. Did he look at the ebony Maw in front of him? The spiritual power he exuded seemed to be more than Bai Sui's in quantity, but the states of both parties were different. Although ebony Maw had more in volume, the comparison between the two was like gas and liquid. Bai Sui simply revealed his own yang god essence, allowing a ray of light from the soul to shine on the other party's soul, and it burned directly. Although no one could see his figure, the roar and wail from the depths of his soul were heard by everyone present. Except for the two wizards, Strange and Wang, who saw this war at the soul level through the wizard's eyes. The others just felt horrified. This flame ignited Ebony Maw's soul, and all his mental power turned into firewood for this flame, burning from both inside and outside, and finally completely turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Outsiders don't know how powerful Ebony Maw is, but the Black Dwarf knows what's good for him. Although he was a little dissatisfied in the past, he knew in his heart how powerful Ebony Maw is. You know, he is a notorious top villain in the entire universe. But now that things have come to this, the Black Dwarf cannot retreat. After all, as the 5 Black Orders, they are the 5 strongest confidants of Thanos. If this trip damages Ebony Maw and fails to obtain the Time Stone, even if he can escape from the siege of everyone, Thanos will definitely not let him go. Therefore, for his own survival, Obsidian went straight to Strange, thinking that once he caught him, he would start the tractor beam of the spaceship and quickly drive the spaceship away from here. In his mind, Thanos is an invincible existence. No matter how powerful the other party is, he would not dare to chase him to Thanos. Stark has been staring at Black Dwarf. Seeing that his body was tense and obviously about to make a move, he rushed up. Seeing this red guy blocking between himself and the wizard with a time stone, Black Dwarf shot out an extremely powerful laser from his eyes, directly knocking Stark out. While firing the laser, Black Dwarf rushed straight towards Strange with his legs. But unlike Stark, who used his body to resist the physical system, Strange was the supreme sorcerer. He opened a portal directly in front of him and knocked Black Dwarf into it. On the other side of the portal was a very cold planet. Before closing the portal, Strange left a message for the other party. You should stay here and reflect on your actions. That's a good idea. As if agreeing with Strange's method, Bai Sui took a step and disappeared on the spot. He appeared outside the spaceship again. He put his right hand on the spaceship and took it into his own world. Then, without paying attention to whether Stark and the others would have any more ideas to communicate, Bai Sui disappeared in the air and appeared in the director's office of the SHIE Bureau. You organize the people. I will take the spaceship to a special space. When you are ready, I can send people there for research. Bai Sui explained his purpose in a concise manner. This person left too suddenly. By the way, do you know him, Doctor? Stark shook his head, got up from the ground, and removed the nano-armor on his body. I don't know much about him. I only know that he is an oriental wizard or a god. Strange thought for a while and said. Stark didn't care. God? Like Thor? But he seems more reliable than Thor, than a ring rang. And it was Pepper Potts calling Stark, telling him not to take risks. After all, they were going to get married soon. So after a brief chat with everyone present, Stark put on the nano-armor again and flew to Pepper Potts. And S.H.I.E.L.D., which is often a step behind in the face of emergencies, also sent people to clean up the mess. When they learned that the huge spaceship in the sky was not flying away but was moved away by someone, they felt regretful on the one hand, and on the other hand, They quickly sent people to investigate to see if they could find relevant information about Bai Sui. It's just a pity that all the information about Bai Sui is the highest level of confidentiality, which is usually difficult to obtain. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has also used some means to find some photos or videos of Bai Sui, it can't find anyone after all. Therefore, Lu Dan tried to use his own power to pressure through the United States Congress to pass the Eagle Sauce, intending to hand over Bai Sui and the spaceship. Faced with such a weak request, on the one hand, they declared that Bai Sui was a god, and if they disrespected him, they would inevitably cause some unbearable disasters. On the other hand, they declared that they did not know what the Eagle Sauce was talking about. It was a shameful thing that the spacecraft invaded their country, and now they could not watch it and let it be lost, and they even had the face to bite everywhere. Because those rain masters who managed the temples for Bai Sui were real people, and they had been helping some friendly countries to improve the weather, which made many neighboring countries know the existence of Bai Sui. Originally, they just kept it in their hearts, but suffered from no chance to talk about it. Now, following the Eagle Sauce's speech, those countries took the opportunity to talk about the issue of believing in gods. Seeing that his public condemnation this time not only did not cause any impact, but even took the opportunity to win a lot of benefits, he immediately arranged his lackeys to begin to declare that Bai Sui was the god of their country and that it was the people of their country who became gods. Faced with such a speech, Bai Sui was very disgusted, so he appeared publicly in the eyes of the whole world, and flew over the lackeys of the Eagle Sauce. Your dog barking is really too ugly. This time is just a lesson. If you dare to speak nonsense again in the future, there is no need for you to exist. After leaving this sentence, Bai Sui disappeared directly, but followed by endless dark clouds gathering in the sky. These dark clouds gathered crazily, but there was no rain. They just floated in the air and covered the entire sky. This cover lasted for a month. During this month, the country seemed to be completely disconnected from the world. Chapter 215 Vibranium. At first, facing these dark clouds, the country still tried to use artillery shells to disperse and rain, intending to use this method to disperse these dark clouds before they form a scale. However, these dark clouds are not exactly the same as clouds in nature. They have a certain counterattack ability. Once the ground intends to trigger the shells, thunder will directly strike from the air and directly smash those shells. If they still refuse to repent after smashing the shells, then these lightning will directly carry out a carpet attack on that area, regardless of life or death. After all, this is the punishment imposed by Bai Sui on them. If they dare to use means to hinder them, the punishment will be increased. Therefore, the punishment that was originally intended to cover the sky with dark clouds was further upgraded. A large amount of electric current flowed in these clouds, and a large amount of electric charge directly covered the country like a cover, making it impossible for it to get in touch with the outside world. All means of remote communication will fail unless a physical dedicated line is directly pulled. Faced with such a situation, the Eagle Sauce sent a group of fighter planes to the sky above this country under the name of humanitarian rescue, ready to use their more advanced means to forcibly disperse these dark clouds. However, these fighter planes disappeared as soon as they rushed into the clouds, and no matter how the Eagle Sauce searched later, it could not find any traces. And that country was further punished by Bai Sui. This time, power outages were added, and a large number of thunders hit its power generation and storage equipment, plunging it into darkness and chaos. A month later, the dark clouds in the sky all dissipated, and the outside world contacted the country again. However, what the outside world did not expect was that this country had undergone earth-shaking changes in just 1 month. Their people originally hated their government. This time, because of the government, they suffered such a price, which naturally further stimulated their dissatisfaction. However, this is not over yet. Due to the cutoff of contact with the outside world and the darkness caused by the power outage, a large number of cults that already existed here took this opportunity to win over the hearts of the people, directly overthrew the original government, and established countless new entities. Each of these new entities is a cult. Although they are different, they all have a common characteristic, that is, they hate the Eagle Sauce and hate being controlled by the Eagle Sauce to do things they don't want to do. And his big brother to the north also took this opportunity to launch a war of unification, and recovered 2/3 of the country's land in one fell swoop. As for the other third, it was torn down by a covetous foot-basin chicken. Although they were originally lackeys of the Eagle Sauce, they were naturally unwilling to let go of such an opportunity. After all, His original land was too disaster-stricken, with earthquakes and tsunamis, which made him miserable. Of course, to the outside world, the country established a pseudo-Korea in the name of helping it to restore its country, saying that it was an independent individual, but everyone with a discerning eye knew what was going on. And all this naturally made the eyes of the world once again focus on Bai Sui. After all, Bai Sui showed his strength to the world through this divine punishment. On the one hand, it made some people who originally had some dark ideas give up their thoughts, and on the other hand, it made those who wanted to introduce this belief more active. Especially those countries that originally had various weather disasters, they also understood the changes in the country in this month. Since the belief in Bai Sui was promoted in the country, there have been no more weather disasters. Not only that, the temperature can be adjusted within a certain range according to needs, and even external disasters can be resisted. For example, typhoon weather, now there is no chance to enter the country. When it just reaches the domestic waters, it will be directly eliminated, not to mention causing any damage. There is no chance to land. It was just after seeing the divine punishment that Bai Sui showed this time, those countries had a new understanding, knowing that this was also a warning to the outside world. Once they decided to introduce the belief in Bai Sui, they would never have the opportunity to regret it. This regret may not only be for Bai Sui, but also for the attitude towards the country. After all, they all knew that Bai Sui was a god of the Eastern pantheon. According to their understanding of Eastern myths and legends, they knew that it was difficult to get Bai Sui to give up his nationality and become their god, so they had to make a decision. European and American countries, who also understood the meaning behind this, were also a little panicked, so they immediately launched various aid and rescue at the international level to help various countries survive various natural disasters, trying to make those countries give up the idea of introducing the belief in Bai Sui in this way. Of course, they only dared to protest in this way, and did not dare to directly say anything to slander Bai Sui. After all, the last country that did so had disappeared from the world. The reason why the divine punishment can be carried out steadily is that after Thanos discovered that Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were all dead, he chose not to come to Earth for the sake of caution, and decided to make this the last stop after obtaining all the other infinite gems. After all, there used to be 2 father-level beings here. Although they all died one after another in a short period of time, and now even Asgard has been destroyed, no one knows whether the 2 fathers left any backup before they died. Especially in the legend of the universe, there is a hidden father-level strongman here on Earth, the World Tree. It is also called the Tree of Life, Jianmu, etc. The fame of the World Tree spread throughout the universe along with Odin's fame. After all, after learning about Odin, everyone would be interested in his blind eye, and then they would know the existence of the World Tree. The Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One also spread throughout the universe, because Ancient One cosmic people also learned about Kamartaj, Kunlun and Jianmu. At this time, many creatures in the universe discovered that there were so many big figures in such a small place as the Earth. Odin, Zeus, Vishanti, Ancient One Phoenix, Shenlong, etc. Any of these big figures who rule the universe are actually on such a small Earth, which impressed the entire universe. As a Titan, Thanos was born on Titan, a satellite of Saturn, and naturally knew a lot of information on Earth. Therefore, after Odin and Ancient One died, he dared to come to Earth to seek the Infinity Stones. When these 2 were still alive, he didn't dare to do so. And now, there has been an incident that was obviously unexpected to him, which immediately made him alert and suspected that the old immortals on Earth had taken action. So Thanos changed his route and went to collect the Soul Stone and the Reality Stone first. So far, he has collected 4 of the 6 Infinity Stones, leaving only the Mind Stone and the Time Stone. Compared with the possible backup left by the Ancient One, Thanos decided to get the Mind Stone first, so after preparing his own forces, he went to Wakanda on Earth. In order to be stable, Thanos let all the forces press towards the Earth at a steady speed and stop directly outside the solar system. Because Strange was determined not to destroy his Time Stone, thinking that it was a weapon of the extraterritorial demon god on the Mage Alliance region, the superheroes who gathered together again fell into a quarrel again. In the end, it was Vision who stood up and decided to let Scarlet Witch take out his Mind Stone and destroy it, so that Thanos would never have the opportunity to collect the Infinity Stones again. Faced with this move of letting herself kill her lover with her own hands, Scarlet Witch was naturally unwilling to accept it. In the end, it was Stark who stood up and decided to find a way to save Vision's self and memory. Dr. Banner also naturally joined the research, and the two finally found a way to solve it, but this required the help of Wakanda's power. Because according to the previous communication with Black Panther, Stark and others learned that Wakanda's heart-shaped grass can peel off the heart of a person, allowing all its ancestors to be in a complete state of self, glimpse the Panther God best, and receive his protection. They believe that only after the complete self of vision is condensed can data be transferred, otherwise it is nothing more than creating an artificial intelligence that looks very much like vision. Stark and others naturally saw the appearance of the parked outside the solar system and lined up for display, especially Thor, who was very excited after seeing the Thanos' car through the screen broadcast. After all, in his cognition, Thanos has killed all his people, and now he is a lonely man. Although Thor did not say anything directly while groping for the Stormbreaker on his waist, everyone present could feel the pent-up anger in him. This is equivalent to being attacked directly at home. The countries on the Earth are naturally very panicked, especially those forces with backers behind them, and they all contacted the assistance they could find. The country naturally contacted Ocean and Bai Sui as soon as possible. The response was not much different from the previous ones. The help that Ocean could provide was still limited. It was simply to provide a part of the power, and the rest was helpless. However, Bai Sui gave the country a definite message, saying that the problem could still be solved, but it only required a large amount of metal, the more the better, and he would use these metals for defense and counterattack when needed. After leaving a clone in the original place, Bai Sui came to the outside of Wakanda on the African continent, knocked on the energy shield outside, and said that he was looking for someone. After knowing that it was Bai Sui, although Stark was a little unhappy with his sudden departure before, he also let Black Panther and the others let Bai Sui in. After all, in his opinion, Bai Sui was also a good fighting force. "Oh, it's you." Thor was stunned when he saw the person coming, and then his facial expression became depressed, obviously thinking of his dead people. Thor still stepped forward to express his gratitude to Bai Sui. "Thank you very much for your help on that day. I wanted to express my gratitude to you later, but I didn't find your information. My people are also very grateful to you, but now they have no chance to express it to you in person because Thanos slaughtered them all." Then Bai Sui listened to Thor's story. Bai Sui thought for a while and said, "I think your people may not be dead. It's best for you to look for them again. As far as I know, although Thanos is a little crazy, he is still principled. He always kills only half of them when he is slaughtering, as if this is the purpose of his collection of infinite gems." As soon as these words came out, Thor was also stunned, and then a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes, but Strange looked at Bai Sui with a very strange look. In order to find a perfect solution to the problem, Strange used the power of the Time Stone to see countless futures. However, in the futures he saw, no matter how they won or lost, Bai Sui was missing. In those futures, even if Bai Sui appeared, his performance was very strange. He seemed to be able to control the clouds and rain, which was completely different from the Bai Sui he had seen. Since he felt strange, Bai Sui asked Strange about it. When he learned that the other party was surprised, Bai Sui was relieved in his heart. It is obvious that this alien creature is not within the jurisdiction of the Infinity Stones. What it can interfere with is only the cloud god that it has revealed before. In this way, Bai Sui will be more relaxed about the subsequent actions. After all, knowing that he will not be killed directly by a snap of his fingers, then his psychological pressure will be less, and he does not have to act so urgently. Bai Sui simply explained to Strange that the cloud god he saw was only one of his priesthoods, not all of him. He is essentially a dimensional god and is not controlled by the gems. Then, there was a flurry of footsteps. It was the Wakanda warrior who whispered something to Black Panther. Black Panther was also stunned, and then quickly turned on a projection, which showed Thanos. Thanos had interfered with the signal frequency band on Earth through his warship, turning all TV or network signals into such a video. "If you don't hand over the Mind Stone and the Time Stone within 1 day, I will order the entire fleet to launch a salvo at the sun and destroy the entire solar system." After that, Thanos also showed the portraits of Vision and Strange, as well as the appearance of the two gems. "Hey, Doctor, you are going to be famous." Stark took the opportunity to make a joke, but everyone present looked unhappy. Bai Sui looked around and cleared his throat. Should I ask you for some vibranium? If there's enough vibranium, I think I can directly deal with Thanos' fleet by myself." Chapter 216 Collecting Gems. "Impossible, stop kidding, that's a whole fleet. Everyone obviously didn't believe what Bai Sui said. After all, Thanos' fleet was rampant in the universe. Bai Sui opened his consciousness and quickly recorded the rhythm of the land under his feet into his inner vision, so that Bai Sui further enhanced his control ability within this range. Slowly opened his right hand, and through the control of gravity, he pulled a spear-shaped laser gun from the hand of a soldier present. In Bai Sui's domain, the spear quickly decomposed and reorganized, and finally formed a small space battleship that was more than 10 centimeters long. Although it was relatively small in size, it had all the functions that a battleship should have. Finally, this small battleship flew from the air to Bai Sui's right hand through its own operation, and also fired an energy bomb outward. Although the power was about the same as an RPG, it had already shown everyone that Bai Sui was not lying. Among those present, in addition to Stark and Banner, Wakanda, a country disguised as a tribe with high technology, was also stunned. "This is simply incredible," Spider-Man screamed with joy when he saw such a scene. It was Black Panther, the king of Wakanda, who made up his mind. "Do you only need vibranium? Do you need anything else?" Bai Sui smiled at him. "I have already collected other metals before I came here. Now I just need some special metals for the outer shell of the warship. Otherwise, the warship built in a hurry may not be able to withstand even a single shot from the other side." After Black Panther nodded, Bai Sui directly took away 1% of the huge mineral vein under Wakanda. If the nearly 100 tons of vibranium were only used in special parts, it would be enough for Bai Sui to use next. "Okay, then I will leave first. Next, I will do my best to build a warship to deal with Thanos' fleet. Goodbye." Since Bai Sui had already got what he wanted, he naturally left the place quickly, lest Black Panther felt that the situation was too big and he was reluctant to leave. After returning to the SHIELD, Zheng Xian had also prepared the other metals that Bai Sui needed and piled them in the warehouse. In order to avoid being discovered by Thanos and his men, Bai Sui did not assemble these warships on Earth, but collected all the metals into his own world and assembled them there. In this world, Bai Sui already had control, and with the guidance of his own spiritual consciousness, Bai Sui could assemble 10 warships at the same time, basically assembling a batch every hour. Bai Sui assembled a total of 10 batches, totaling 100 warships. Most of these warships were small warships of about 10 tons, and only 15 reached 30 tons. The drawings used for these warships were all standard versions developed by the Academy of Sciences of the Naruto world. Bai Sui only made certain changes to the energy inside and used the nuclear fusion technology of this world. Although he did not obtain Stark's miniaturization technology, the warships themselves did not need the reactors of satellites. So in the surprised eyes of Thanos' men, 100 prototype portals suddenly appeared outside the Earth, and 100 space warships flew out of the portals, and for a while they actually overwhelmed Thanos' warships in number. Using the same method as Thanos' previous occupation of the signal frequency band, Bai Sui also sent out a message: "Leave the solar system quickly. Your current behavior is provoking the dignity of the gods of the Earth. If you don't leave, we will directly launch an attack." When seeing that hundreds of warships suddenly appeared in just half a day, even Stark and his friends who had been prepared before had a sense of unreality, and even suspected that these warships were prepared by Bai Sui in advance. At the same time, Thor's companions also looked at Thor. The meaning was very simple. "We are all gods, why is there such a big gap between you?" However, in the face of Bai Sui's threat, Thanos' warship did not respond at all. It did not indicate to leave or attack. It was as if it had not received the signal, and it just quietly blocked there. Seeing this, Bai Sui immediately opened his spiritual sense and explored the warships on the opposite side one by one, but he did not find Thanos' figure in them, and even did not see the remaining 3 of the 5 black generals. Bai Sui almost subconsciously knew Thanos' plan. He must be secretly trying to use the fleet as a cover, and he and his confidants went to steal the house. Bai Sui tried to search in space with his spiritual sense to see if he could find Thanos and his men. Unfortunately, the scale of the universe was too large, and Bai Sui did not find them in the end. However, if this is the case, it means that this fleet will not actually attack the sun and the earth. After all, if Thanos really wants to get the infinite gems, he can't destroy this place. As soon as Bai Sui's spiritual sense moved, he immediately controlled all the warships to launch an attack. A large number of energy beams exploded in the opponent's fleet without any preparation. Just when Bai Sui fired the first shot, the other side also made countermeasures, evading and counterattacking at the same time. The only difference between the two sides is that except for the warship where Bai Sui was sitting, all other warships were unmanned, so they didn't care about being attacked and destroyed, and they could even crash into each other and die together. As a result, the warships of both sides engaged in a very fierce battle in a short period of time. Half of Bai Sui's 100 warships were destroyed in a short period of time, and Thanos' fleet was destroyed by 1/3. Although the battle loss ratio is much worse, don't forget where Bai Sui's warships came from. Bai Sui just sat in the seat of the warship and urged his consciousness again. A large number of warship fragments were reassembled under the guidance of his consciousness. Not only the warships that Bai Sui lost, but Thanos destroyed warships also became materials for Bai Sui at this moment. So the number of Bai Sui's warships was restored again, and even reached 112 directly. Although the warships that were pieced together later did not look good, this drama of resurrection from the dead directly defeated the confidence of the other side. Before, when they found that Bai Sui's warships often launched suicide attacks, their hearts were already shocked. Now they were told in front of them that these warships did not need human control, and they collapsed directly. Although they are still afraid to desert because of the fear of Thanos, they are actually lacking a leader. Once someone can't bear the pressure, countless warships will follow. While the warships in the sky were engaged in a fierce exchange of fire, Thanos and his confidants were also making an emergency landing on the Earth in a small aircraft. That is to say, Thanos and his confidants are not ordinary people, otherwise, with their emergency landing speed, humans would have been unable to bear it. Boom! A loud noise sounded the alarm in the whole Wakanda, because just now an unknown object directly hit the energy shield of Wakanda. According to the detection, its power is not much worse than that of an intercontinental missile. Stark and others immediately became alert and suspected whether this was aimed at the Infinity Stones, so they spontaneously surrounded Vision and Strange in the crowd. However, all this was in vain. Although Thanos, who only had 4 gems, could not destroy half of the living beings as he wanted, the power he could exert was not something that ordinary people could understand. With just one punch, the entire energy shield was shattered with the help of the gem. The powerful energy load even burned countless Wakanda equipment. Although it seemed that Thanos and his 4 companions were facing the entire Wakanda army, under the effect of the reality gem, Thanos summoned countless terrifying creatures. These semi-metal creatures on all fours had no desire other than killing, and the war was imminent. Thor saw the tall purple figure at a glance, and all the new and old hatreds surged into his heart. He tightly grasped a battle axe in his hand and stimulated all the power in his body at the first time. Endless thunder emerged from Thor's body, and any monster that tried to approach was solved by these thunder and lightning first. Thor didn't even look at these strange lives trying to stop him, and he only had Thanos in his eyes. With a reality stone, he can modify reality at will, creating and modifying all kinds of things that are unfavorable to him. The Power Stone provides Thanos with infinite power and abundant energy, allowing him to use other stones at will. The Space Stone gives Thanos the ability to teleport infinitely, just like just now, he used the power of the stone to avoid Thor's attack, and the Soul Stone allows Thanos to absorb and control the souls of living things. It is with its ability to control the undead that he created these terrifying creatures in front of him in combination with a reality stone. Strange and Wong originally wanted to use magic together to drag everything into the mirror world, but Thanos' punch directly shattered that world. Walking on the battlefield, Thanos completely ignored the attacks of others. He directly used the power of the gems to either virtualize himself or the enemy. The two sides seemed to be on 2 different levels. In order to stimulate the other party, Stark pointed to the exploding battleship in the sky and said, "Do you still want to persist? Your subordinates will soon be wiped out. If you go back now, you should still be able to save them." However, Thanos did not even look at the exploding battleship in the sky. "I said, I am not here to kill, I am here to redeem this world. There are too many creatures on each planet, which seriously affects the development of the world, and the resources of the universe are not enough to support the consumption of so many creatures. I am not here to rule the universe, I just want to randomly destroy half of the lives, that's all." No matter how sincere Thanos' words were, no one present could accept it. However, no matter what they thought, it was not important to Thanos. The only thing Thanos was concerned about now was Strange and Vision. Because now that he had collected all 4 gems, he could only be affected by the other 2 gems. And the only one who could really exert the power of the gems to affect him was actually Strange himself. That vision could do nothing except sneak attack with a knife. Only with the blessing of the 4 gems, Strange was no match for Thanos. Although he once used Satorak's crimson straps to tie up Thanos, he only slightly used the power of the power gem to tear the straps directly, and also used the force to pour Strange directly to the ground. Just as Thanos was approaching the opponent step by step and was about to tear off the time gem from the opponent's neck, he was suddenly penetrated directly from the back by a powerful force. At the same time, a powerful lightning burst on Thanos' body. The person who came was Thor, who was previously knocked away by Thanos. Although Thor's face was covered with blood, he looked so brave and domineering in the thunder that broke out. The blood added a bit of majesty to him. The severely injured Thanos slowly knelt on the ground, but he showed an imperceptible smile on his face. "You should aim at my head." Thanos endured the pain, crushed the eye of Agamotto with his left hand, and placed the time gem on his glove. Then Thanos activated the power of time, restored himself to the time when he was not injured, and stood in front of Thor again. Now, Thor, without Stormbreaker in his hand, has lost a lot of strength. The powerful energy wave released by Thanos' right hand, Thor only mobilized lightning to fight against it for less than half a second before being blown away. Now, Thanos has set his sights on Vision. Although Vision has persuaded Scarlet Witch to destroy the Mind Stone with his own hands, Thanos, who now controls the power of time, directly reverses time and space and restores the Mind Stone to the time before it was destroyed. Thanos roughly took out a Mind Stone from Vision's forehead and threw it over the glove, waiting for the glove to completely and firmly absorb the last gem. At this moment, a small but tough spider silk flew over and directly knocked the last Mind Stone away. It was Spider-Man who arrived at the last moment to come to the rescue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Death. Although Spider-Man successfully knocked the last Mind Gem away, it was also knocked away by the angry Thanos. This heavy punch made Spider-Man unable to get up directly. After several attempts, he could only lie on the ground. After venting his anger, Thanos still did not forget his purpose. After that, he could only honestly pick up the gems. But under Thanos' gaze, a small portal appeared under the Mind Gem and swallowed the gem in an instant. Seeing this situation, Thanos hurriedly used the power of his glove to try to go back in time and make the Mind Gem reappear on the scene. But Bai Sui, who had already grabbed the Mind Gem on the other side, easily resisted the influence of other gems with the power of the gem. The Mind Gem may be the most suitable infinity gem for Bai Sui to use. It can enhance the user's mental strength and increase the strength of mental abilities. At the moment of holding the gem, Bai Sui felt as if he was involved in the torn of the entire universe, being torn infinitely by the vortex, and the whole person fell into endless pain. Although on the spiritual level, he experienced a creation of the world and a cosmic explosion, but in reality it was only a moment. When Bai Sui came to his senses, he found that he had gained a supermental power that was enough to explore the entire universe with a single thought. This was the superpower obtained under the amplification of the Mind Stone. And because Bai Sui himself had been completely energized, the power of the mind could also be converted into all other powers, so this was equivalent to Bai Sui obtaining a nearly infinite source of energy in disguise. Holding the Mind Stone, Bai Sui took another look at the fleet that had begun to flee in front of him. Bai Sui ordered all the ships to cease fire and stop chasing. This did not mean that Bai Sui decided to let them go, but that he was ready to change his approach. Facing the power he had just amplified, Bai Sui felt it necessary to practice with it, so the battleship under Thanos in front of him was a good choice. Clang. A silent wave began to spread outward from the battleship where Bai Sui was, because this power was only the first time Bai Sui tried it, and it was a little too strong, causing Bai Sui to be unable to control it, which caused Bai Sui's own battleship to suffer the same damage in this wave. So under the gaze of all countries on Earth, a visible energy wave surged out, directly destroying everything on its way, whether it was a warship or cosmic dust. Each one turned into dust under this wave of energy. Although it was not said that it was directly broken into molecules, they turned into nothingness under observation. However, Bai Sui's consciousness could still feel these tiny powders and put them into his own world. After all, they can still be used in the future, and waste is not a good habit. Later, From the perspective of all countries, the only remaining spaceship in space passed through a circular space portal and disappeared from everyone's side as it came. Bai Sui appeared again, that is, he appeared alone on the land of Wakanda and stood in front of Thanos. Everything Thanos had seen in Wakanda before was clearly seen under the cover of Bai Sui's consciousness. This is also the reason why Bai Sui was able to snatch the Mind Stone in time. After all, as long as you are not stupid, you can think that Thanos' target must be Strange and Vision, who have infinite gems. Although Bai Sui didn't know when and how Thanos and his men would come here, he knew that as long as he left a part of his consciousness in Wakanda, he would be able to wait for them. As expected, Bai Sui successfully waited for Thanos and unexpectedly harvested a Mind Stone. Since there were no gloves or other artifacts that could hold the Infinity Stones, Bai Sui had to hold the Mind Stone in the palm of his left hand. There is a guy trying to stop me, but you won't defeat me. After taking a look at Bai Sui, Thanos stared at Bai Sui's left hand. Boom! A strong force suddenly erupted from Thanos' gloves, and it rushed directly towards the left half of Bai Sui's body. Thanos had a good idea. As long as the Mind Stone was shattered, Bai Sui would lose the protection of the stone. After that, he could use the power of the Time Stone to restore the shattered Mind Stone again. The powerful energy not only shattered the left half of Bai Sui's body, but also penetrated the earth directly, punching a deep pit of hundreds of kilometers on the ground. This punch directly hit the mantle and triggered an earthquake in a large area around it. There was also a lot of lava, which was now gushing upward along the deep pit shattered by Thanos. The first to bear the brunt were Bai Sui and Thanos, but both of them didn't care about the upcoming lava. Thanos immediately activated the gauntlet, trying to reshape the world and make the destroyed Mind Gem reappear, but things did not go as smoothly as he expected. Only half of Bai Sui's body was truly restored, and there was no Mind Gem. Bai Sui opened his clenched left hand before, "I'm sorry, the Mind Gem is not in my hand, I'm afraid you can't get what you want." Before, Bai Sui had thought about putting the Mind Gem into his own world, but he didn't expect that the Mind Gem would lose its function as soon as it entered it and turned into an ordinary gem. Bai Sui could also feel that before the original Infinity Gem entered the world, a force was drawn out of it. When Bai Sui took the gem out of the world again, the lost power returned to the gem, and Bai Sui's power was amplified again. "Impossible, I can clearly feel the power of the Mind Gem on your body, how could the gem not be on you? Thanos is not so easy to deceive." However, Bai Sui just tidied his clothes slowly. "I threw the gem into the universe. If you rely on the induction between the infinite gems, you should be able to sense that it is now far away from the earth. I just borrowed part of the power of the gem before throwing it away. If you don't believe it, just feel it yourself." Things are indeed as Bai Sui said. Thanos only felt a little bit and felt that the infinite gem was not on the earth, or even in this dimension. That's right, it was Bai Sui who sent the gem to his clone who was picking up garbage at the ruins of Asgard through the world, so now Thanos will naturally sense that the gem is not on the earth. Although all this is the same as what Bai Sui said, Thanos' intuition tells him that this is not the case. Once he really pursues the gem, he may really lose the opportunity to collect the gems. So Thanos did not leave, but once again raised his gloved fist and sent an energy shock towards Bai Sui. This time, the energy shock was no longer half of Bai Sui's body, but was directly ready to destroy everything in front of him. A huge energy wave in the shape of a trumpet was stimulated from the glove, as if to completely destroy the entire earth. Seeing this, Bai Sui could not hide it, so he had to fully stimulate his mental power to offset the energy wave in front of him. It was only because of the support of the Mind Gem that Bai Sui could squander so recklessly. The mental power consumed in just a few breaths was already 1/10 of Bai Sui's original reserves. If there was no blessing of the gem, Bai Sui could only resist it for less than a minute with his own strength, and would be completely defeated. With the blessing of the Mind Gem, Bai Sui can now not only confront Thanos without restrictions, but also has the spare energy to gather the overflowing energy to prevent it from causing irreparable damage to the outside world. Therefore, although Bai Sui confronted Thanos for several minutes, not even a blade of grass on the ground was damaged, and the huge pit that Thanos had hit before was also filled up again during this period of time. After a long period of energy confrontation, Bai Sui also discovered Thanos' flaws. In order to accommodate and use multiple infinite gems at the same time, he did not directly contact the gems, but relied on the gloves for control. This led to insufficient contacts between him and these infinite gems, and the power he called had an upper limit. In other words, Although the gloves allowed Thanos to use the power of multiple gems at the same time, it was at the cost of giving up the output upper limit. In other words, the current Thanos could not exert the full power of the gems. This gave Bai Sui an opportunity to completely remove the gems and exert the full power of the mind gem. It was also because in the original Avengers world, Thanos was almost robbed of his gloves several times. He was not using the gems directly, but the gloves were really using the gems. Although in other aspects, Bai Sui could not match Thanos who possessed the gem, but Thanos could not surpass Bai Sui who completely mastered the mind gem in terms of mental level and energy output. Thanos also quickly realized that he was doing useless work, so he burst out energy to disperse the stalemate between the two sides, and Thanos changed to a new way of attack. Since he could not directly crush Bai Sui in terms of energy, Thanos wanted to defeat the opponent by taking advantage of his own gems. After Thanos stimulated the power of the reality gem, a large number of terrifying creatures crawled out from under the earth and attacked Bai Sui, and these monsters seemed endless and kept crawling out of the earth. Facing such a group of guys without self, Bai Sui could easily control them and let them turn their spearheads and pounce in the direction of Thanos. However, these monsters that were instigated were soon torn apart by other monsters that came later. After all, they kept crawling out from under the ground, as if they were really endless. Knowing that this was Thanos' intention to let him use part of his mind to control or destroy these creatures from the air, although he didn't know what Thanos' next plan was, Bai Sui knew that he couldn't fulfill his enemy's wish. So Bai Sui changed his mind, converted the power of his mind into mana, and then used yin-yang to create countless undead puppets that could move. The composition of these puppets is very complex. They can be stone puppets formed by absorbing soil and rocks, or iron puppets formed by absorbing metals. And even the corpses of these strange creatures can form flesh and blood puppets. As long as these puppets still have Bai Sui's mana in their bodies, they can be resurrected without limit, and because they do not have vital points in the biological sense, they will only be considered dead after being completely damaged. Although this conversion through several procedures will cause some loss of mental power, since Bai Sui now has unlimited mental power, he doesn't care about this part of the consumption. Seeing that Bai Sui did not act according to the script he had planned, Thanos had to change direction again and try to attack from other angles. But Thanos forgot one thing, that is, Bai Sui was not fighting alone, and the entire Avengers team was here. Although they were all injured due to the previous battle, they recovered quickly with Bai Sui's secret support. It can only be said that if Thanos had not been protected by the Infinity Stones, with Bai Sui's current understanding of the Mind Stone, he could have directly tampered with the other party's mind without Thanos' knowledge, so that he would give up collecting the Infinity Stones, and use his love for death to make Thanos commit suicide to pursue death. When Thanos used the Reality Stone again to try to create an illusion that Bai Sui was unwilling to leave, Bai Sui immediately found the loophole because the other party did not know that this was a little distorted with things outside the universe, and took advantage of the situation to add the power of the Mind Stone to it, creating a more real and confusing illusion. In the illusion, Bai Sui was fooled by Thanos and revealed a secret that he had the gem in his heart, which gave Thanos an opportunity to successfully grab it. After that, Thanos successfully collected 6 infinite gems and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the creatures of the entire universe were randomly reduced by half, completing the redemption in his mind. After that, he found a planet with a beautiful environment and lived a farming life in it. In the process, he gradually realized the significance of the infinite gems to the universe. The only purpose of the infinite gems is the temptation of their power, so Thanos decided to smash all the infinite gems, which also caused serious damage to his body. After that, Thanos used the body of an ordinary old man to open up wasteland in a mountain forest. Every day, he watched the sunrise and sunset and waited for the call of death. The illusion suddenly disappeared at this moment. Thanos, who was still immersed in self-touching, did not react for a while. Even the first time after suddenly opening his eyes, he actually looked for the non-existent pitchfork beside him instead of using the infinite gems that had been destroyed in his own consciousness. With his right hand, Thanos actually grabbed a pitchfork and raised it above his head to defend against the sneak attack from behind. However, the wind behind him was not blocked by the pitchfork, and it directly broke the wooden pole of the pitchfork and further smashed Thanos' head. Chapter 218 Takamagahara. You're right, this time I'm aiming for your head. Thor looked at the headless Thanos in front of him, and for a moment he was filled with emotion. Bai Sui ignored Thor's sentimentality, took a step forward and came to Thanos' side, quickly took off his glove, and confirmed that he did not use the power of the Infinity Stones to come back to life, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Sui thought about it, took off all the 5 gems on the glove, and put them one by one into his own world, so as to avoid mastering multiple gems at the same time and then being torn apart by the power of the universe. Next, under the successive effects of the Soul Stone, the Time Stone, and the Reality Stone, Bai Sui restored the entire Wakanda trance state before it was destroyed, and resurrected all those who died in this battle. Afterwards, Bai Sui returned the Time Stone to Strange and the Space Stone to Thor, but before returning them, Bai Sui used these 2 gems to create a large number of energy blocks and sands of time. As mentioned before, although these 2 Infinity Stones that exist as remote controls are not of much use to Bai Sui, the products made by this remote control are very good materials and energy for Bai Sui. Although Bai Sui gathered 4 Infinity Stones in his hand at once, no one said anything. After all, judging from his previous performance, Bai Sui can not only use these stones very well, but also use these stones to protect the entire Earth. Only Scarlet Witch was very sad because Vision was not directly resurrected by Bai Sui. She did not come to Bai Sui for trouble because in her opinion, Vision, who existed because of the Mind Stone, was completely dead the moment he lost the Mind Stone. However, what Bai Sui said next gave the other party hope. The problem of Vision is not that simple. It does not have a soul. It exists based on a string of numbers and algorithms. The Mind Stone gives the program a self, which creates the existence of Vision. Because it has no soul, the Soul Stone cannot directly revive it, but looking back, as long as it has consciousness and self, it has become a complete life to a certain extent. As long as it is life, it will definitely emit a unique rhythm. If you can perfectly replicate that rhythm, you can revive him again in that state at that time, but I have never been in contact with Vision before, so I don't understand his rhythm. However, as long as I use the power of the Time Stone, I can go back in time and observe the scene before Vision's death, and I should be able to revive him, but this may take some time. Really? Oh, thank you, please revive Vision, I can't live without him. Scarlet Witch almost cried and asked Bai Sui, and finally decided to go to the country with Bai Sui and wait for Bai Sui to revive Vision. After this battle, Bai Sui successfully erased the subsequent plot of Avengers 4, and directly eliminated Thanos before everything happened, restoring peace to the world. After that, as Rocket Star-Lord and his team set off again, Bai Sui's reputation spread throughout the universe. Whether it was the previous annihilation of Thanos' fleet or the mastery of the 4 Infinity Stones, this made the entire universe realize that after Ancient One and Odin, a new patron saint appeared on Earth. Many civilizations were so angry that they felt that this primitive civilization that couldn't even do interstellar navigation was too lucky. Bai Sui was not completely unaware of the evaluation of him in the universe. Don't forget that he is also a god who can absorb faith. Those people's discussions and evaluations of him will be transformed into incense to some extent, but because it is not born from pious prayers, the quality is relatively poor. These poor quality incense can allow Bai Sui to understand people's views on him, and he can even often obtain some relatively fragmented information from these mixed incense, and these unintentionally revealed intelligence often contains a lot of information. For example, now, Bai Sui learned about a magical metal from the Yili incense. This metal is produced from Centauri 4 and is a mysterious mineral called Yucca metal. This metal has stronger control than mithril and is very sensitive to mind control and sound waves. This description reminds Bai Sui of Yondu in the Marvel world, who can control a short arrow to fly at will just by whistling. Now, combined with the information obtained by Bai Sui and the divine consciousness amplified by the mind gem, Bai Sui immediately detected the specific situation of this metal. First of all, this Yucca metal is very sensitive to fluctuations and mind control, but it is not as flexible as the short arrow in Yondu's hand. There is also the fact that Yondu and his race have lived with this metal for countless years. Yondu's race itself has the ability to control the mind. In the past, their race used the fins on their heads to communicate or control small animals in nature. Later, under the influence of the tens of thousands of years of mental fluctuations of the Yondu race, the Yucca metal gradually adapted and began to change in a specific direction, just like now they are semi-bound to the Yondu race. Only the people of the Yondu clan can arbitrarily control the arbitrary movement of the Yucca metal. Other people or races with mental abilities can only enhance certain control capabilities, but cannot control it as freely as the Yondu. However, this is not a big deal for Bai Sui, because he has discovered the key point here, that is, fluctuations. Whether it is sound waves or mental fluctuations, they are all special fluctuations. The Aka metal is only sensitive to specific fluctuations. And Bai Sui, with the blessing of the mind gem, easily found the kind of fluctuation that best fits the Aka metal, after all, adding it to his own spiritual fluctuations. After absorbing Aka metal, vibranium, adamantium, carbon or alloy, and Uru metal, Bai Sui's current sword ball has completely upgraded its quality to the level of magic weapons, and is no longer an ordinary product. Although the sword ball still lacks the polishing of time, its own materials are already very luxurious, and even if it is thrown into the mythical world, its quality can be considered above average. In addition to the sword ball, Bai Sui also tried to make a staff with various metals. The main body is made of Uru metal, and the outermost layer is coated with a layer of vibranium to absorb damage, and a piece of time sand is inlaid on the top of the staff. This staff was imitated by Bai Sui based on an Uru staff in the hands of Dr. Strange. Although Bai Sui does not have the huge star furnace like the dwarves, nor their forge and craftsmanship that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, these magic weapons of Bai Sui have an advantage that they do not have, that is, they can be taken into the body for further strengthening. This staff, because it is inlaid with a piece of refined time sand, although it cannot control time as arbitrarily as the time gem, it also has the ability to disturb the long river of time. As long as Bai Sui holds this staff in his hand and uses his pupil technique, not only will it consume less, but time will also have less pressure on himself, and the time he can move forward and backward will also be farther. Not only that, Bai Sui also built a set of armor for himself, which was inlaid with energy blocks to provide him with powerful defensive energy. When Bai Sui put on this set of armor, he could stimulate the energy on it to form a space barrier. This barrier not only has space turbulence, but also contains a lot of space blades. Bai Sui lived a modern life on the earth while collecting a huge amount of faith power. Finally, he used nearly 10,000 points of divine power to upgrade the immortal scroll in his body from the 6th grade to the 4th grade. This level is already on par with the 9 stars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the 4 spirits and 28 constellations. If Bai Sui is willing to join any of the already formed heavens at this level, he can easily step into the upper echelons and have a high position and power. Not only that, because of Bai Sui's previous achievements in destroying Thanos, his reputation has spread far and wide. Many gods attached to the earth have thrown olive branches to Bai Sui. Although Bai Sui did not join them, he benefited a lot from the exchanges with many gods. Not only did Bai Sui understand their collection and use of faith, but also made Bai Sui understand the perspective of the gods observing the world. After exchanging a lot of faith application skills with the gods, Bai Sui tried to use the Great Wish technique to directly revive vision with the power of faith, and after communicating with the Scarlet Witch, he resurrected a vision with a physical body instead of a machine. Out of gratitude, the Scarlet Witch taught Bai Sui all the chaos magic she mastered. Although Bai Sui did not have chaos magic, Bai Sui could use other powers instead. All Bai Sui needed was his energy application skills. Just as Bai Sui continued to believe and was ready to further improve his immortal level, he suddenly felt a strange spatial fluctuation. Bai Sui's consciousness swept and found that it was a hidden chess piece he had laid with Susanoo. A large number of beliefs pointing to Susanoo finally pried a trace of the seal leading to Takamagahara, pointing out a dimension in the dark for Bai Sui, a sealed kingdom of God. Bai Sui split out a divine clone and used Huanquan Barasika to connect the passage between the earth and Takamagahara. In a flash, the clone went to Takamagahara. What he saw was not any glory or majesty that the divine domain should have, but a decay. The entire divine domain was full of ruins and the atmosphere of decay was everywhere. Bai Sui was not shocked by this. After all, he had speculated before. Although he didn't know the specific reason now, at least the general inference was correct, or this kind of decay was the best news for Bai Sui. Bai Sui's divine clone had the same ability as Bai Sui. Along the way, he threw all the things containing power that he encountered into the world. As for what exactly was in it and whether it was useful, it was left to Bai Sui to use his divine sense that was amplified to almost endless to distinguish. The clone really dug 3 feet into the ground along the way, and even various building materials were not wasted. As long as it contained power, even a broken brick was thrown into the world. In fact, relatively speaking, this place is much poorer. When I was in Asgard before, the various buildings there were really luxurious. Although they were destroyed by the fire giants, the power contained in them is much stronger than the gods in front of me, who knows how long they have been in decline. In fact, in Bai Sui's opinion, the scale of this divine domain may not be much different from Asgard in the past. It is only because of the erosion of time and the lack of maintenance that the power has been lost and it has become what it is now. The clone walked along the road and soon came to a palace complex. At a glance at the palace in front of him, he knew that it must be inhabited by people of status or gods. After a careful investigation by the clone, no living creature was found. In desperation, Bai Sui could only uproot the entire palace complex and pack up the foundation and take it away. And with a little disappointment, he walked towards the next building complex in the distance. Of course, he would not forget to pick up all the rags along the way. And the main body far away in the world dealt with the various materials thrown by the clone one by one. Although the power contained in those bricks and tiles is very small, as long as there is some residual power, it is useful to Bai Sui. The reason can be traced back to the fragments of the continental core that Bai Sui obtained after defeating Hela. After experiencing the nourishment of various powers in the world, the core of the continent once again rejuvenated and began to actively absorb energy to repair itself. And these broken bricks and tiles that are useless but still contain power were fed to the core of the continent by Bai Sui to speed up its recovery. Although the core of the continent is still in a broken state, it has played its most basic role in Bai Sui's world, and began to gather various soil, stone and metal to try to breed a new continent. Bai Sui did not find anything good in the palace sent back by the clone. Although there are many weapons and clothes containing power, the power contained in them is too little, and the power is too small to use, so Bai Sui destroyed most of them to extract power, leaving only a small part as a commemoration. Some of the small objects, such as bottles, cups, and other daily necessities, are quite interesting. Although they themselves have no power, they all have some interesting abilities. For example, bottles that can permanently cool stored liquids, teacups that can be heated automatically, fans that produce constant airflow, and so on. Although these small objects themselves have no power, Bai Sui is very interested in the principles behind them. Chapter 219, Heavenly Spear. Bai Sui's clone walked along the way and picked up things, feeling puzzled. After all, although this place was in ruins, it didn't look like a large-scale battle. And if there was a real battle, there would always be corpses, but nothing was seen along the way. After exploring for most of the day, he finally found something different. The buildings in the distance finally showed signs of fighting. The buildings on the periphery were still intact, but the buildings in the inner circle were all destroyed from the inside out. Seeing this, the clone immediately began to be alert to the surroundings, but still found no signs of life, still no corpses, no traces. The clone relied on its own specialness. Although it was alert, it was not timid. It quickly passed the intact buildings on the periphery and came to the inside. From a distance, it was seen that this was a huge explosion pit, and half a spear was inserted in the pit. After a simple investigation, it was confirmed that there was still no life here, so the clone threw this half-spear into the world. Unlike the previous rags, this half-spear attracted Bai Sui's attention as soon as it entered the world. On the one hand, the power contained in it is powerful, and on the other hand, Bai Sui can see the rhythm of rules contained in it. Bai Sui has also seen this kind of weapon entangled with the rhythm of rules, that is Thor's axe, which also shows that the level of this spear is not low, and it is a divine weapon of the same level as the storm axe. You must know that in terms of level alone, the storm axe is the strongest divine weapon that Bai Sui has ever seen. Bai Sui's sword ball is more than one level worse than it. As for Thanos's gloves, if there is no gem, it is simply incomparable. And this half of the spear in front of him, although the rhythm of rules on it is already very weak, but from the perspective of its complexity alone, it is still at the same level as the storm axe, and it is a divine weapon stronger than all of Bai Sui's magic weapons at this stage. However, because of its own incompleteness and the loss of power, the overall power of rules has been uncertain, and it is obviously not going to last long. In a few hundred years, it may be completely damaged. Bai Sui did not hesitate. The divine power he had accumulated was to be used at this time. So Bai Sui took out some of the divine power he had accumulated and put it into the broken spear. With the supplement of Bai Sui's divine power, the broken spear immediately began to shine. However, Bai Sui only provided it with a small amount of divine power, which was not enough to fully recover it. Bai Sui himself did not want to recover it, but just maintained its own status to prevent the regular rhythm on it from fading. Now that its state has stabilized, Bai Sui directly put it into the core of the continent. The next step is to see what changes will occur after the core swallows it. The status of the spear itself is not low, and it will not be completely decomposed for a while. Bai Sui continued to sort out the materials in the world. The clone did not stop there. After confirming that there were no more valuable items near the broken spear, he continued to explore. There is a broken spear here, which means that there was indeed a battle here, but Bai Sui has not found the specific location yet. After studying the explosion pit, the clone headed in the direction where the broken spear flew, hoping to find the original main battlefield and confirm what happened here. Sure enough, facing the direction where the broken spear flew, the clone gradually began to find traces of battle along the way, and there were also many remnants of soldiers and abandoned armor. However, after Bai Sui's inspection, it was confirmed that these weapons and armor had no value and could only be used to extract energy. Even the metals made of these weapons had lost their own characteristics under the influence of time, and needed to be further refined by Bai Sui. Soon, the clone saw a high mountain in the distance, on which there were obviously a lot of traces of fighting. It was very likely that it was the original battle site. Just as the clone was about to go up the mountain, the core of the continent also completely decomposed the half of the broken spear. Although it is a spear, there are two main rules contained in it, and neither of them is inclined to combat. One of the rules is division, which can divide the things hit by it. For example, the power of faith obtained by Bai Sui can be divided into two after being attacked by it. One is pure power of faith, and the other is the prayer of believers. Another rule is soil transformation, which can transform any matter and energy into soil, which can be said to be a pure earth rule. Not counting the power contained in it, the harvest of these two rules alone is enough to make Bai Sui earn a lot of money from this exploration. And Bai Sui also learned how the priesthoods of the Aesir appeared through the core of the continent in front of him. Except for some of them cultivated by the Asgardians themselves, most of them were rules bred by the core of the continent through swallowing or other means. Under the influence of faith or other forces, these rules eventually condensed into priesthoods and gave them to the Aesir. This is why the Aesir can be deified artificially. It is just because this rule is condensed by the core of the continent, so its power can only be fully exerted on this continent, just like Hela, the god of death. Once the continent is shattered, the blessing of the priesthood will be lost. If you want to really turn it into your own power, you will go back to the old road before. After countless years of nurturing and familiarity, you will eventually turn this priesthood into part of yourself. After paying a certain price, you will completely take this part of the priesthood away from the hands of the continent or exchange it. Of the two rules that have been harvested now, one can make it easier for Bai Sui to integrate the resources in his hands, especially the materials he harvested this time, which can also be differentiated into materials and energy. As for the other rule, on the one hand, it can be used to fill in the Huan world to strengthen the stability of the world, and on the other hand, it can also be used as a reserve for Bai Sui to infect subordinate gods in the future. At the same time, after the broken spear was decomposed, a piece of information was separated along with the rules, which was about the identity of the broken spear. This spear is called Shiansi Kyung Spear, which is held by Izanagi in the Sakurajima pantheon. At the beginning, Izanagi used it together with Hatsu Izanami, and through the soil transformation rule, the sea water was transformed into soil, and Sakurajima was established on the sea. As for why it broke later, there is no relevant record. The clone continued to go up the mountain, ready to see what happened on the high mountain. As the clone moved forward, it was found that corpses gradually appeared from the foot of the mountain. Far away, at the foot of the mountain, there was a pile of remains. These bones were riddled with holes due to the loss of power and the erosion of time. Many places had turned into bone powder. After collecting all of them, the clone continued to climb the mountain. And the closer to the top of the mountain, the more bones there were on the road, and the lower the degree of decay, indicating that they were stronger when they were alive. All the way to the top of the mountain, the clone finally found a figure. But there was no breath of life on the body, so the clone walked over boldly. A person in the distance, standing in the middle of a group of people, did not see any movement, and heard the other party's voice. Haha, it's interesting, there are outsiders coming to the divine domain. It seems that my Sakurajima god system is really declining to the point that even an outsider like you dares to come here at will. Ha ha ha. The man's tone was strange, and the voice was sharp, which gave the clone a headache. The guy opposite, when Bai Sui ignored him, kept talking non-stop, which immediately made Bai Sui alert from the bottom of his heart. Sure enough, before the other party finished speaking, a black gas rushed out from the person in front of him. This black gas could not be seen from an ordinary perspective. If Bai Sui had not opened his enhanced version of the samsara eye as soon as he heard the sound, he would not have seen this black gas. Although he saw the other party turned into a black gas and rushed over, the clone composed of divine power did not dodge and pretended to be completely unaware. After all, in Bai Sui's view, this was just a ball of divine power. If he condensed another clone, the divine power consumed would only take Bai Sui a day to gather. What was there to be reluctant about? When Bai Sui wanted to see what the other party was going to do and make special preparations after getting ready, he suddenly found that the other party had begun to launch a mental attack on Bai Sui. With the invasion of black gas, a large amount of negative emotions were introduced into the clone. Feeling the extent of these negative emotions, the clone sent them all into the samsara eye. The clone simply tasted these negative emotions, which were all resentment towards the injustice of the world, dissatisfaction with one's own fate, etc., which could only be said to be trivial. Compared with the resentment of the entire planet that Bai Sui felt when he tried to spy on the Ten Tails with his mental power, these negative emotions were simply weak. After infusing his negative emotions, Heiki was still waiting for the clone to lose control so that he could further control the clone and leave this damn place. But no matter how you look at it, Bai Sui's clone didn't seem to be affected, as if those negative emotions were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the other party. This made Heiki a little dumbfounded. After all, no matter how powerful he was before and how many ways he had to deal with the clone, he could do very little in his current state. This was almost the limit of what he could do now. In the past thousands of years, the clone was the only one who came here. If he couldn't seize this opportunity, he might not know when he would have such an opportunity again. And his condition was not good, and the power of the entire Takamagahara was also lost very seriously. If nothing unexpected happened, he might not be able to hold on for another 1,000 years. Under such circumstances, the black energy could only further squeeze his power and infuse more negative mental energy into the clone. Even if he could not affect the clone through negative emotions, when the mental energy injected into its body reached a certain proportion, it could rely on its own status to forcibly control it. Although there would be a great loss of power and sequelae, now was not the time to retreat. So, the clone received a steady stream of negative emotions and converted them all into pupil power. As time went on, the black energy also felt something was wrong. Although he could feel that the negative mental power in the clone he invaded was indeed increasing, the speed and proportion were definitely not normal. He had already invested nearly half of his mental power, and now it felt that the proportion in the other party's body was not even 1/20th. Even if he had been declining for 1,000 years, it was definitely not a situation where such an error should occur. There was definitely a problem here. But what could the black energy do? Can he still give up? If it only relies on the remaining power now, let alone 1,000 years, it would be a blessing to be able to hold on for another 300 years. However, Heiki will never do such a thing again. Now all he can do is to forcibly occupy it. Before, there were too many sequelae of forced occupation. Not only would it cause great harm to himself and the other party, but it would also lose many memories in the process. Once some extremely important memories are lost, it may even cause the loss of self, so Heiki will try his best to find other ways. Now that it is a matter of life and death, there is no need to care about many things. As for negotiation, anyone who hears that the other party wants to merge with him will probably not agree. On the other side, Bai Sui's clone body, when he felt that the negative emotions coming from the other side began to decrease, knew that the other party had other plans. In this situation, Bai Sui was not going to wait for the other side to make a move and then break it himself, and was ready to take the lead and take down the other party. So the clone no longer passively endured the attack, but put his hands together and made a diamond blockade, ready to lock the black gas on the opposite side. After all, the black gas in front of him was the only life left in the entire divine domain. Bai Sui felt that if possible, it would be better to keep the other party alive to understand the situation. Unexpectedly, the other party did not hide from the golden chain, and the chain did not bind the other party, but passed through the body and fell on the rocks behind. Bai Sui made a further observation of this. The other party seemed to not exist in this dimension, but could interfere with things in this dimension. This reminded Bai Sui of a pupil technique that he had seen before, that is, Uchiha Madara's pupil technique Wheel Grave, Bayan-Ayu, which is the unique ability of Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. Using the Wheel Grave to split his own shadow, he can use the shadow to block the opponent's attack for the main body, and can also be used to surprise the opponent. Ordinary people can neither see these shadows nor perceive these shadows. Only those who have the Samsara Eye can see these shadows, and those who have learned the Sage Mode can also perceive these shadows. Since he had a guess, Bai Sui decided to use Yin-Yang Escape, which could cause damage to the shadow. Immediately, a chain formed by Yin-Yang Escape appeared in the hands of the clone, and it entangled the black gas on the opposite side. Chapter 220 World. Unlike the previous disregard, after sensing the Yin-Yang Escape aura on the chain, the black gas on the opposite side immediately knew that it would harm itself, and immediately controlled itself to split into two to dodge the attack. However, the chain is just a form of Yin-Yang Escape that is easy to attack, and its essence is still a group of Yin-Yang Escape. When the clone discovered the evasive action of the black gas in front of him, the chain that was about to fall into the air was rapidly deformed in the process, from a chain to a large fly swatter, and hit the black gas hard. This time, most of its body was directly broken up, leaving only a fist-sized black gas group. Although this black gas group is only the size of a fist, it still rushed towards the clone and merged into the clone body at once. The clone immediately sensed a large amount of mental power, intending to break its own thinking and occupy the magpie's nest to become the master of this body. In order to fight against it, the divine power clone immediately converted all the divine power into mental power to fight against it. It must be said that the other party is a powerful god. Although he is now so poor that he has no body, he still cannot be underestimated. Although it only had a small amount of mental power left, it was very resilient. Under the massive mental power impact of Bai Sui's clone, it still maintained its integrity. Although it eventually fell below due to lack of backup power, it still stalemated with a clone for a long time. Seeing this, Bai Sui simply opened a Huanquan billion Zika there, put the clone that was facing it into the Huan world, and sent a new divine clone to continue searching. Before, the attention was focused on the black air. Now that there was no obstacle, the attention was naturally transferred to the corpses everywhere. The clone did not care much. As long as it was confirmed to be dead, it would be thrown into the Huan world. After discovering that the whole mountain contained a strong power, the clone was ready to move the whole mountain directly into the Huan world. Unexpectedly, after several attempts, the mountain could not be shoveled up. After further exploration, the clone finally found the reason, which was still due to these corpses. The clones had collected the corpses on the periphery before, and the person standing before was surrounded by a circle of corpses sitting cross-legged. Looking closer, these people had been dead for a long time, but they still contained a huge power in their bodies, and this circle of people also connected the power in each other's bodies, and then took root in this mountain, forming a complete seal, suppressing the man standing in the middle, which might be the origin of the black gas. Now if Bai Sui wants to move this mountain away, he must first solve this seal. To solve the seal, he must solve these corpses. However, because the power of these corpses is connected, they cannot be solved one by one, and must directly fight against the combined power of these people. In this regard, Bai Sui is not without a solution. After putting all the things outside the seal into the world, Bai Sui released a big killer, that is, the 10-tailed beast. The moment the 10-tail appeared, it was controlled by Bai Sui's divine consciousness and turned into a sacred tree. Immediately, the entire mountain was wrapped by the roots of the sacred tree, and a towering tree grew on it. Which was really towering. The effect of planting trees without restraint this time was far beyond Bai Sui's imagination. As mentioned before, the sacred tree has enveloped the entire mountain, but this is just the beginning. The thick roots have begun to spread outward from the mountain. Wherever the roots pass, it has turned into a wasteland. When the clones searched before, in order to quickly explore the entire divine domain, they only selected those things that contained energy, and did not start with those ordinary sand, stone, water and wood. Now it is different. With the spread of the roots, the entire land is gradually turning into sand and dust, and starting to sink. As the nutrients of the earth are lost, the geology becomes softer and the roots spread faster and faster. If you look from a high altitude, it is like a domino that has been pushed down from the center, collapsing from the inside to the outside in circles. In this process, no matter whether it is a building or a natural landscape, it can be spared. The only difference is how much energy it contains. The more it contains, the longer it can last. This absorption rate is naturally faster than the search by the clones, but because in this way all things will be transformed into energy, if there are some artifacts or something, it is likely to cause the power of rules on them to be wasted. The reason why Bai Sui is now letting go is also because there are a lot of gains from the large number of corpses obtained on the mountain before. According to the collected houses, all the living beings in the entire Takamagahara on this mountain. The cause of the incident is indeed related to the Tenjin group 1,000 years ago. At that time, Takamagahara was dissatisfied with the Tenjin group, and was beaten up by the other party. Seeing that the strength of Takamagahara has declined, Huinquan Kingdom, who feels that there is an opportunity, decided to take this opportunity to conquer Takamagahara and become the top leader himself. Although the strength of Takamagahara has been damaged, it is still not comparable to Huinquan Kingdom, so he contacted Amano Hanori, who was dissatisfied with the former leader of Takamagahara, Amano Hanori. The god of aim Notsun has always believed that his status should be among the top 5 gods of creation. Although he may not be as good as the head of the gods, the god of aim no Mikoku, he thinks that he is much stronger than the other 2 of the 3 pillars of the gods. He should be the second in command of the entire pantheon, not without real power like he is now. The 2 sides hit it off and decided to launch a coup at a banquet. At that time, all the members of the Yellow Spring Kingdom were really dispatched, even some little ghosts were brought over. The incident happened suddenly, and there was a traitor leading the way. They took advantage of everyone's inattention and directly destroyed most of the armed forces in Takamagahara. Seeing the situation at this point, out of hatred for the traitor, the top leaders of Takamagahara decided to die with him. So after the gods destroyed their respective artifacts, they used this huge power to directly kill all the creatures in Takamagahara except for a few main gods. After that, he dragged his broken body to set up a seal and directly sealed the god of aim Notsun who betrayed everyone in the local area. However, the gods were originally broken bodies. Although they connected their respective powers, Xianzi Changli Shen was almost unharmed because he attacked by surprise. Sooner or later, he would be able to escape the seal. So Xianzi Yazhongzhu Shen, knowing that he would not be able to survive, was determined to destroy the core of Takamagahara, and the whole dimension was directly affected by strong law fluctuations. Under the fluctuation of the law, all the gods who set up the array were killed, and Xianzi Changli Shen was also seriously injured. Later, due to the existence of the seal, Xianzi Changli Shen could not recover from his injuries in time. After finding that he would eventually be exhausted to death if he continued like this, Xianzi Changli Shen was also a ruthless person. He directly abandoned his body and presented himself in the form of soul. As a result, he found that even the soul could not escape from this seal. He was also seriously injured in the process of trying to escape. In order to try to escape again, Xianzi Changli Shen used the constant law he mastered as a benchmark to stabilize his consciousness, and then prepared to try to transform into it. Yes, in the thousands of years of history of Huinquan country, there have been people who have seen the. Although the probability is low, it may be less than 1 in 10 billion, but it has been born after all. After research, the senior leaders of the entire Sakurajima god system also understood its existence. At this moment, Xianzi Changli Shen thought of its characteristics of being almost untainted by everything, and prepared to use it to escape the seal. If it successfully transforms into it can indeed escape the seal. However, unlike the fluctuations that permeate Takamagahara, Xianzi Changli Shen, who has now transformed into it, cannot stop it. He was injured as soon as he left the seal, so he could only hide back in the seal. It is ironic that the seal that he had always wanted to escape from before has become a shelter for his survival at this moment. In the following hundreds of years, these law fluctuations have gradually subsided. Just when Xianzi Changli Shen was about to leave here, he found that because he had lived in his body in the form of a for hundreds of years, he has become a state similar to a ground-bound spirit. In this case, he can only continue to wait for the opportunity here. After that, the god of heaven just waited until Bai Sui arrived, which led to his tragic ending. Combining the information collected on the scene with the memories extracted from the black air, Bai Sui gradually understood all of this, and also gained the constant law from it. As mentioned before, the gods have exploded their own artifacts, so they are often broken into pieces everywhere, and there are the most on this mountain. For example, the Heaven's Kyong spear found before, a small section was discovered here, and the power of rules contained in it is also the same. So after collecting many artifact fragments on the mountain, Bai Sui didn't care about the remaining artifact fragments in other locations, and let the God Tree convert them all into energy and chakra. The main thing for Bai Sui's main body is to sort out these artifact fragments and extract many useful rules from them. For example, the fragments of the 10-fist sword extract the sharpness rule, the fragments of the Senpin stone extract the isolation rule. The fragments of the 8-foot mirror extract the light rule, the fragments of the Yasakuni no Magatama extract the fire rule, the fragments of the Aim no Kyusa sword extract the protection rule, the fragments of the Aim no Magaka ancient bow extract the hit rule, the fragments of the Aim no Kakuya extract the killing rule, the fragments of the God sword extract the breaking rule, the fragments of the Chanoying and Gansu extract the tide rule, the fragments of the Butamaya soul extract the breaking rule, the fragments of the Amanuma Koto extract the stagnation rule, the fragments of the Yuxiang extract the guarding rule, etc. These rules were extracted by Bai Sui from the core of the continent and added to the entire Huan world. The reason for doing so is that Bai Sui is preparing to build the entire Huan world into his own kingdom of God. This technology is still summarized in the communication with many gods. These rules, fed to the current Huan world, are too nutritious for it, so it must spend a certain amount of time to absorb and digest them. And this absorption took nearly a year. During this period, Bai Sui also sorted out all the harvests here, and transformed many artifact fragments into the power of rules to fill the Huan world. The reason why it took a year was because Bai Sui also obtained the location of Huangquan country at the beginning, so Bai Sui sent his clone to search Huangquan country and then transplanted the sacred tree. After a year of uninterrupted high-power extraction by the sacred tree, the two dimensions of the kingdom of God not only absorbed the matter and energy inside, but also the dimension itself shrank and collapsed under the absorption. Before the dimension collapsed, Bai Sui took back the fruit and the sacred tree itself. In order to maintain its original purity, Bai Sui did not intend to eat any fruit, but threw it directly into the core of the continent. In the past, the energy of the earth was extracted by the sacred tree to generate fruit, and now this continent is the first to digest the fruit in reverse. With the energy replenishment of this fruit, the core of the continent finally completed the broken parts and became a complete core again. As soon as the complete core was conceived, Bai Sui asked the Huanshi to take over it. Now the whole continent is part of the Huanshi, unlike Asgard, where the sky is part of the continent. Although Bai Sui's operation will cause a lot of energy loss invisibly, since neither Takamathoran nor Huangquan kingdom belong to Bai Sui does not feel bad even if there is a lot of loss. All he cares about is when his kingdom of God can be formed. Although the loss is relatively large, it is a complete domain of both yin and yang. After Bai Sui fed it all to his world, it finally underwent a transformation. Although the size of the current Tuanshi has not increased, its spatial texture has undergone a qualitative breakthrough. The original Huanshi became a world completely on the surface. In essence, it was just an independent space. It just had a little prototype of the world, and even this prototype was produced because it was fed with a trace of the spirit of the 8 immortals' magic weapon. Now the whole world can really be called a world. Although it is still very immature, it is no longer a simple lifeless space, but a living world with self-circulation. In the past, everything in the world depended on Bai Sui's filling, but now it can breed itself. Although this process consumes energy. However, Bai Sui found that the speed of self-generation of energy in the current world has become faster. It can now draw an inexplicable power from the void outside the world and convert it into energy. However, this transformation has just begun, and everything is too fragile, so Bai Sui dare not move the whole world easily, for fear that it will directly puncture the world barrier it has just generated during this move. Chapter 221 Blue Naked Man. No matter how other countries look down on the foot basin chicken, they have to admit its own strength. After all, it came out of the East Asian monster room. Except for the 5 permanent members, no one can really touch it. And now, there has been no information about the foot basin chicken for several days. Even his like this, and other countries now dare not sing against a country. No matter how the World Conference argues, the domestic actions have never stopped. After a week of military operations, the foot basin chicken was officially destroyed. Part of it returned to the Ryukyu restoration, and part of it became the new territory of the country. Although there are still many foot basin chicken people who fled to the kangaroo country and became capitalists there, and their lives are not bad, they can no longer make a difference. After roughly understanding the situation in the country, Bai Sui did not intervene, but directly grasped his connection with the giant tree, wanting to try to see if he could go together. With the help of the hairpin, Bai Sui easily felt an invisible guidance. Bai Sui immediately shuttled through the dimension and searched along the induction. Soon, Bai Sui arrived at the place where he was sensing. This place was a dimension that was almost nothingness. In the endless nothingness, there was a big tree that bloomed with infinite brilliance, dotted with stars and surrounded by auspicious clouds. Just one look would give people a sense of sacredness from the depths of their hearts, and make people feel that the tree in front of them was the world. This was the projection of the giant tree in this world. Compared with the main body, this projection was more ostentatious. It did not have the simplicity of the main body, but it was more in line with people's imagination of the world tree. In contrast to the main body, the world tree in front of him was full of brilliance when he looked at it. Only when he glanced at it with his peripheral vision could he see that it was a giant tree. And unlike the endless main body, and each leaf was a world, the crown of the world tree in front of him was divided into 8 major areas, each of which corresponded to a world, and under the roots of the tree was a world that was not easily detected. These 9 worlds together were the 9 realms ruled by the Airseer. Bai Sui stepped out to the crown of the tree. He looked intently. In the canopy of the world tree in front of him, each area represents a world, and each leaf in that area represents a possibility of that world, which is also colorful. Bai Sui looked for it and found that there were no fallen leaves, but there were many branches and leaves that were already withered and even shriveled. Bai Sui looked among them and found that those were the possibility that a certain world had been completely abandoned. For the world tree in front of him, Bai Sui was bolder and picked up a lot of withered and shriveled branches and leaves. After all, in the legend, Odin's eternal spear was made of the branches of the world tree. After collecting a lot of branches and leaves, Bai Sui went down along the trunk to see if he could find the fountain of wisdom that Odin drank from. There is the place where the roots of the world tree penetrated. A root penetrated the capital of the giants, Jotunheim, where there is a Mimir spring, which is the fountain of wisdom and knowledge. This is what Bai Sui wants to find. It is said that as long as you drink a sip of the water of the fountain of wisdom and knowledge, you can get wisdom. The one guarding this spring is Mimir. Odin also came to the spring to gain wisdom and exchanged his right eye for the spring water. After drinking the spring water, Odin gained the knowledge of the world, but the burden of knowledge also made Odin no longer smile. Although he has not tried it himself, judging from the rumors alone, this may mean that there are some hidden dangers in the spring water. Out of caution, Bai Sui did not drink it directly, but put it into his own world. In addition, Bai Sui also found another spring, called Havergelmir's spring. This spring is easy to find. Bai Sui went down along the world tree all the way to the bottom and found a broken tree root, where he found this spring. Havergelmir is an inexhaustible spring in Norse mythology that has existed since the ancient times before the world was born, which means boiling cauldron. Havergelmir is the first spring in the world. It is located in Niflheim. The endless spring water supplies 12 rivers. These 12 rivers are collectively called Elverger, and Vimmer is the largest river among them. It is said that one of the rivers flowing out of it contains the highly toxic substance ether. The first giant Ymir was born from the glaciers frozen by these 12 rivers. Therefore, the blood of giants contains this poison, which makes the giants rough and violent. Only giants can drink the water of Havergelmir. Similarly, Bai Sui will not drink this obviously problematic spring water, and also collect it into his own world. After Bai Sui tried, he found that both springs were inexhaustible, so Bai Sui did not collect less, and each one collected as much as a sea. Compared with the Havergelmir spring, which was obviously problematic at first glance, Bai Sui was more interested in the Mimir spring, but Bai Sui did not drink it directly, but tried to put it into the core of the continent bit by bit. After almost the amount of a lake was put in, changes finally appeared. Countless runes floated out from the core of the continent. These runes spread outward from the core until they spread all over the continent. Bai Sui simply sorted out these runes and found that there were a total of 24 styles, which were very similar to the runes that appeared when Thor activated the storm axe. It is very likely that they are runes. The appearance of these runes made the continent more compact and more difficult to destroy. Although it didn't make much difference to Bai Sui, it was indeed strengthened, and Bai Sui also felt that the strength of this continent was continuously improving. Although this improvement requires energy consumption and the speed is still very slow, if the time is extended to hundreds of thousands or millions of years, its strength may not even be easily penetrated by Bai Sui now. However, this rune reminded Bai Sui, and Bai Sui took out his dragon rune that he hadn't used for a long time. In the past, when he was in the ninja world, because most of the things in that world were ordinary things and did not contain any energy, he had to gather ki first if he wanted to use them, which made Bai Sui's dragon talisman basically useless. In Bai Sui's Huan world, there are not only a lot of materials containing energy that Bai Sui picked up from all over the place, but now there is also a continent that can continue to grow and breed more materials. So in addition to the rune, Bai Sui further used the dragon talisman to carve out articles and classics on the continent. These different classics have different effects. The most effective one is the Tao Te Ching. Since writing that classic in the world of Jackie Chan adventures, Bai Sui has a different understanding of it from the past. Every time Bai Sui recites it, it feels like someone is explaining it to him. Bai Sui's understanding of this classic has become more and more profound, and he has also sensed a world coordinate in the dark. Although the coordinate is still too vague and cannot be accurately located, Bai Sui believes that as long as he studies it for more than 10 or dozens of years, he will definitely be able to find out the coordinate. Bai Sui circled the world tree for a few times, and confirmed that there was no other benefit to be gained. Bai Sui left this place and officially returned to China. After Bai Sui returned to China, he found that only a few months had passed this time. Bai Sui absorbed some faith power again, and refined it into divine power to further upgrade his immortal scroll to the 3rd rank. The reason why Bai Sui's promotion speed was so fast was that on the one hand, he now had billions of creatures to provide him with faith, and on the other hand, it was because he was not oppressed by his superiors. All faith belonged to him, without any commission or tribute, so that Bai Sui could devote himself to improving himself. However, even so, Bai Sui has now passed the high-speed promotion period. He has now entered the threshold of the 3rd rank. The divine power required for promotion will not increase by hundreds of thousands or millions, but will increase the span to 100 million, trillion, jing, gai, and z. Each promotion is a 10,000-fold difference. Just the divine power required to enter the 3rd rank alone may not be enough for Bai Sui to stay on Earth for hundreds of years. Therefore, after Bai Sui plundered some resources in the Marvel world, he immediately gathered the infinite gems and created a lot of energy and materials for himself. For example, the branches and leaves of the world tree that Bai Sui had picked before, under the power of the infinite gems, Bai Sui combined other materials to create a set of magic weapons. This set of magic weapons has a total of 24 banners, and each banner has a set of specific dragon runes and runes. It was Bai Sui who successfully made it stable and compatible with the infinite gems. Not only that, Bai Sui, in line with the idea of not taking advantage of the opportunity, gave each banner the power of the infinite gems. Although it is a youth-castrated version, it can be regarded as a great treasure. Seeing that the infinite gems are so useful, Bai Sui also strengthened his other magic weapons with infinite gems to make them more capable of keeping up with himself, so as not to become a chicken rib that is a pity to abandon. However, other magic weapons are ultimately made of poor materials. Without the blessing of natural treasures such as the branches and leaves of the world tree, the degree of improvement of other magic weapons is limited, but it is enough for Bai Sui now. Bai Sui is now fully equipped. He is wearing a set of armor that imitates the armor worn by General Fei Peng in the Fairy Sword, which can provide Bai Sui with high defense. Inside is a robe made entirely of soul power, which can provide Bai Sui with a certain amount of soul defense and can change with Bai Sui's soul. In this way, Bai Sui has both physical and mental resistance. Behind him is a set of pennants, which can not only be used alone but also combined at will, which can bring many aspects of blessing to Bai Sui. As for Bai Sui's means of dealing with the enemy, it is the sword pill that he has been practicing until now. After the strengthening, it has also been comprehensively enhanced. In addition, Bai Sui also imitated various magic weapons in myths and legends to produce a batch of imitation versions. Although the power may be much weaker than the original version, it did not consume any effort from Bai Sui after all, and these imitations are mainly auxiliary. After making a full set of preparations, Bai Sui left the earth and came to the world tree again. Of course, the only place that Bai Sui can go to at will is the projection of the real giant tree. As for how to go to its main body, Bai Sui still has no idea. However, The youth version of the world tree in front of him is enough for Bai Sui to use, because Bai Sui has a hairpin made of the branches of the giant tree. So even if the world tree in front of him is just a phantom, Bai Sui can use the hairpin and the world tree in front of him to exert a little bit of the ability of the giant tree, that is, to travel through the world. Bai Sui took off the hairpin on his head and swiped the tree canopy representing the atrium area in front of him, and a passage was opened. Just now, Bai Sui could clearly feel that the hairpin in his hand easily cut through some invisible obstacles and directly disturbed the entire void. Although Bai Sui seemed to be just swiping his fingers on the water, the difficulty here is really beyond imagination, and even gave Bai Sui a feeling that he was like the Queen Mother in the myth, who casually drew the Milky Way. Bai Sui stepped out and entered the passage. Everything in front of him was changing rapidly. When Bai Sui's sight was focused again, he was already standing on the earth, but it was the earth of Jackie Chan Adventure. After Bai Sui arrived, he mainly spread his faith formally. After all, the divine power he needed to be promoted was too much. In this case, he might as well spread more worlds and let these worlds provide faith for him together, which would shorten his promotion time. After that, Bai Sui followed the same method and formally established faith in both the Naruto world and the Demon Slayer world, and helped it spread quickly. After everything was ready, Bai Sui drew the hairpin again, but this time it was a brand new world. When Bai Sui took a step forward and entered that world, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis from the bottom of his heart. So Bai Sui subconsciously avoided and hid in his own world. As soon as he entered his own world, the sense of crisis disappeared immediately. Out of caution and doubt, Bai Sui quickly used his divine power and used the mirror flower and water moon in the world to check where he had just stood. There was first impacted by a vast sacred force, and it was obvious that the target was exactly where he had landed before. When this sacred attack dissipated, endless blue light suddenly appeared. These blue lights seemed to appear out of thin air, and there was no route for them to move. In front of Bai Sui's eyes, these blue lights turned into a naked man emitting blue light. Chapter 222 Action. During the time when Bai Sui was waiting for his world to hatch, in addition to collecting various materials and technologies, he also began to burn the earth under his feet into his inner view out of boredom. This time, Bai Sui also made new discoveries. Before in the Naruto world, although Bai Sui had already burned the planet under his feet into his inner view and passed down his faith, but because he was anxious to leave at that time, Bai Sui did not wait for the new power of faith to gather, but condensed the power of faith that existed before but could not be used by himself into divine power and left. Now, burning and generating faith at the same time, Bai Sui made new discoveries. The existence of the power of faith can help Bai Sui speed up the progress of burning to a certain extent. It feels like the light of faith has opened the fog of war, and in these areas where the fog of war has been opened, Bai Sui's carving speed has increased by more than dozens of times. And in Bai Sui's inner view, a map of faith also appeared. On this map, all the temples have become a bright spot, and the incense contained in these bright spots can be dispatched through this map. Not only that, but all the believers were marked on the map, and because of the different levels of people's faith, the colors of the highlights also appeared different, giving Bai Sui a feeling that he was playing a strategic game. At the same time, it also let Bai Sui know that he had not taken the wrong step now. After all, the changes that appeared in front of him clearly showed that his ability to perceive and depict rhythms was complementary to the power of incense. He had not noticed it before because he had no master and no one to guide him. With such a table, the most important thing is that Bai Sui can see more intuitively that those temples are prosperous and those temple priests have ulterior motives. It can be said that with such an ability, it will play an incomparable and important role in the collection and expansion of faith. With the increase of these beliefs, Bai Sui only took half a month to successfully record the entire surface of the earth into his inner vision, forming a complete map of faith. The reason why he was able to complete the work of decades in the past in just half a month was that in addition to the blessing of faith, there was also the blessing of the soul gem. The nearly infinite spiritual power allowed Bai Sui's consciousness to be divided into countless parts at the same time, and began to record and engrave at the same time. What really limited the speed of recording was Bai Sui's soul strength. If it were not to prevent himself from being hit too hard by the spirit all at once and getting hurt by the huge rhythm recording, it would actually take only 1 second to record the entire earth completely. When Bai Sui recorded the entire earth, he suddenly had a strange feeling that the earth under his feet had turned into a leaf. Although the earth is still the same earth whether it is seen with eyes or consciousness, Bai Sui felt from the bottom of his heart that the earth is a leaf. This feeling is really strange. However, at Bai Sui's current state, if you have a feeling, it is often correct, so Bai Sui also began to try to find the difference. When Bai Sui watched the sunrise again, he suddenly remembered the engraving of the heaven and earth on Guyu when he died, and began to try to raise his own spirit infinitely, trying to remove the places where those marks were revealed at the beginning. When Bai Sui's spirit followed the mysterious feeling and climbed upward, he suddenly saw a bright light. A tree that seemed to be made of the endless galaxy stood in front of Bai Sui. Looking closely, it no longer had the endless brilliance of the past, as if it was just a huge tree that could not be more huge. But once Bai Sui looked away, he would feel that there were endless stars in front of him, and there were colorful streamers entwined outside these stars. Bai Sui looked again, and everything turned into trees again. Looking back at the earth from which he came, he found that it had turned into a leaf, which was a leaf of the giant tree in front of him. Looking up, the giant tree in front of him had a thick and straight trunk that reached the sky. No matter how Bai Sui tried, he could not see the edge. On the trunk, there were countless branches, and each branch had countless branches, and each branch had large leaves. Each leaf is a continent, a planet, a world. What Bai Sui saw was an endless world, and these worlds were just a leaf of the sacred tree in front of him. The leaves of the giant tree were big and small, withered and flourishing. The moment Bai Sui saw the other party, he realized that the other party was the legendary tree of life, the world tree, or Jianmu. No matter what you call it, it doesn't matter, because these are just names to describe the other party. It doesn't care. No matter how you call it, the other party will stand there, nurturing and allowing the leaves on it to be born and withered along with the infinite world. Looking at the giant tree in front of him, Bai Sui bowed to the other party sincerely, although the other party didn't care. Bai Sui once again moved his eyes outward and found that the place where the giant tree was located was in a void, but this void was different from the void outside the world. Although the difference could not be told, it was easy to distinguish the two. The giant tree stood in this void, stretching its branches and leaves outward wantonly, directly covering this void. Yes, the giant tree stood in the void, but it also enveloped the void. Although it was very contradictory, it was actually presented in front of Bai Sui's eyes. Countless leaves were glowing in the void. Although there was no wind here, the leaves were swaying slightly, as if there was some invisible wind blowing gently. And every time these leaves swayed, in Bai Sui's eyes, they were the birth and death of the endless world. Even in front of Bai Sui's eyes, a withered yellow leaf fell from the branch, but Bai Sui had clearly not seen this leaf before. Bai Sui stepped forward, held up the withered leaf with both hands, and looked at it intently. There was a dead silence inside. Although it contained all kinds of substances and energy needed for life, it was indeed without any life. No, it should not be said to be life, because even ghosts did not exist in it. It was pure extinction, with only the purest substances and energy left in it. With a harvest of this dead leaf, Bai Sui waited for the next dead leaf to fall. Since each leaf is a world, Bai Sui did not have any idea of picking leaves, but just wanted to pick up some withered leaves. While moving on the branches of the giant tree, Bai Sui also understood the ancients' description of Jianmu. Jianmu is a bridge connecting heaven, earth, people and gods. Fuxi, Huangdi and other emperors all traveled up and down to the heaven on earth through this sacred ladder. As long as Bai Sui mastered the way to go here freely, he could use the existence of the giant tree to directly enter different leaves, and achieve the effect of traveling back and forth between heaven and earth at will. Having said that, Bai Sui had a premonition that once he left, he would never be able to find this place again, because he actually didn't know how he got here. This is also the reason why Bai Sui was reluctant to leave here and wanted to wait for a few more dead leaves, until Bai Sui found a completely bare branch during a move, without any leaves on it, and even the branches and leaves were withered. Bai Sui then mustered up the courage to remove the branch, and very measuredly cut off only the withered part of the branch, leaving the rest untouched. Bai Sui looked at the slender branch in his hand, combined it with a few dead leaves he had found before, made a hairpin on the spot, and inserted it on his head. While putting on the hairpin, Bai Sui felt that he had a very slight connection with the giant tree in front of him, and at the same time, Bai Sui had an idea in his heart that he should leave. Since he wanted to leave, Bai Sui went directly back to the leaf he first came to and returned to Earth. When Bai Sui returned to Earth again, he found that 7 years had passed. And in these 7 years, a lot of things happened in the world, such as the destruction of the foot basin chicken. Chapter 223, The Tree of Life and the Tree of Knowledge. Looking at a blue eagle in front of him, and thinking about the sacred breath that attacked him before, Bai Sui had some guesses about his situation. He might have come to the DC world. Bai Sui thought about it and felt that it would be better for him not to stay in this world controlled by the Almighty God. After all, judging from the previous sacred attack, the other party obviously did not like him. So Bai Sui waited for the blue naked man outside. Just like when he came, after disappearing abruptly, Bai Sui appeared outside again and drew the hairpin in his hand at the first time. With the hairpin, Bai Sui felt the world tree of this world at the first time, but at the first time he sensed the world tree, Bai Sui almost cursed. Because in Bai Sui's perception, the world tree is in a city shrouded by the sacred breath. Not only that, the world tree was artificially split in Bai Sui's perception and was divided into two. Almost at the moment of sensing all this, Bai Sui immediately returned to his own world. Sure enough, in the next moment, there was another sacred attack, and the intensity was dozens of times stronger than the previous one. Bai Sui, who returned to his own world, was also somewhat helpless. Although it was only a glimpse, Bai Sui already knew that he would not have the opportunity to use the world tree to leave in a short time. Because the world tree had been divided into two by God, becoming the tree of life and the tree of wisdom, and it was planted in the Garden of Eden in the holy heaven. In fact, this matter is also very normal. After all, if Bai Sui knew that there was such a world tree in his family, he would also find a way to turn it into his own. After knowing that it was actually an unlimited teleporter, for the safety of his family, he would naturally find a way to close the door or take strict precautions. It is obvious that his previous shuttle had touched the realm arranged by heaven, which was why he was counterattacked by heaven. The reason why Bai Sui only felt that he could not use the world tree temporarily, rather than having no chance to use it at all, was because Bai Sui had noticed something strange in the two attacks just now. That feeling was obviously just a passive defense method, not actively stimulated. According to Bai Sui's understanding of the DC universe, except for some individual worlds, God in most universes is in a state of missing or incompleteness, and is generally managed by the Archangel. In this case, Bai Sui was given a certain opportunity. As long as he found a way, he could still contact the world tree. As for the fact that the world tree was split, it didn't matter to Bai Sui. After all he needed was to use the connection between the phantom of the world tree and the main body. As for what the world tree had become, it really didn't matter. Later, in order to try out his conjecture, Bai Sui condensed a divine clone and let it leave his world. Sure enough, it did not attract a divine blow. Although there was no divine blow, the divine clone felt a kind of rejection. He could not passively obtain any power blessing in this world, and even could not draw power to replenish his own consumption. Once he drew power, Bai Sui felt that he would affect some kind of connection, thus attracting an attack from heaven. But this is normal. After all, this world is different from the previous ones. This world has an owner and is the back garden of the Almighty God. In this case, it is normal to have these restrictions. Just because there is no divine blow does not mean that there are no other accidents. The blue naked man appeared in front of Bai Sui again. This blue naked man, named Dr. Manhattan, is a powerful being with the power of connection. In the DC universe, there are 7 positive and negative original forces, and this connecting force is another force outside these original forces. To some extent, it is a force beyond the universe. The 7 positive and negative original forces are speed force, halting force, emotional spectrum, invisible spectrum, life force, tears of extinction, realm of God, wind of nothingness, collective unconsciousness, black apple, dimensional superstructure, 6th node, loyalty, dishonesty. Speed force is one of the 7 positive cosmic energies, which gives the multiverse the energy field to operate. The abilities of the Flash family and all speedsters come from speed force. Speed force is based on speed and movement, which is the manifestation of movement in reality and the cosmic force that drives time and space forward. Stasis force is the opposite of speed force. It is a cosmic force based on entropy and inertia, which can offset movement and has the ability to induce and accelerate entropy. Emotional spectrum is the second of the 7 cosmic forces, which is the energy field that gives the universe emotions. The abilities of the various light groups in the DC universe all come from the emotional spectrum. Red represents rage, orange represents green, yellow represents fear, green represents will, blue represents hope, indigo represents compassion, purple represents love, Black represents death, and white represents life. Each emotion has a corresponding entity, such as the parallax demon. The invisible spectrum is the opposite of the emotional spectrum and feeds on primitive emotions, especially hatred. The invisible spectrum also has a corresponding entity, called the umbra. The life force is the third of the 7 cosmic forces, allowing life to flourish and connecting each life to their soul. People with the life force can communicate with other lives through objects or energy itself. The power of Aquaman Arthur comes from the life force. The tears of extinction are the opposite of the life force and will bring death to any existence, even immortal gods, and send them to the graveyard of God. The realm of the gods is the 4th of the 7 cosmic forces and is the source of magical power in the universe. It gives power to the gods and those with divine powers. All the powers of gods, demons, angels, etc. in the DC universe come from the realm of the gods. The wind of the void corresponds to the realm of the gods. It is a cosmic force that kills all magic and divine power and comes from the tomb of the gods. The collective unconscious is the 5th of the 7 cosmic forces, giving life knowledge and wisdom. The power of the cosmic center of the telepath comes from the collective unconscious. The black apple is the opposite of the collective unconscious. It is a forbidden knowledge power that can even tamper with the consciousness of the Creator God Perpetua to a certain extent. The superdimensional structure is the 6th of the 7 cosmic forces, dominating everything imaginable and unimaginable. The Monitor, the Anti-Monitor and the World Forger hold the power of the dimensional superstructure. The 6th annotation is the opposite of the dimensional superstructure. It is an unimaginable cosmic force that is released when the impossible happens. Loyalty is the 7th cosmic force and is closely related to the nature of faith. It comes from the kindness and courage in people's hearts. Disloyalty is the dark counterpart of loyalty. It also comes from the heart and depends on the evil, selfishness and cruel nature in people's hearts. It will be unlocked when people lose their faith. The power of connection is not among the 7 positive and negative original forces. It is a power that can create matter and laws out of nothing. It is also the basis for Dr. Manhattan's invincibility. Dr. Manhattan, who possesses the power of connection, felt the slight vibration of the world just when Bai Sui arrived in this world. This vibration is very weak. No gods have discovered it except Dr. Manhattan. Even Dr. Manhattan's discovery is very coincidental. If he had not transformed himself into a quantum state at that moment, completely integrated into the bottom of the world, and was traveling in the long river of the world, even he would not have noticed this abnormality. Even he who discovered the abnormality suspected that he was too sensitive to sense it wrong, but he later discovered that the heaven launched a sacred strike, and the location was exactly the source of the fluctuation he sensed. Therefore, he knew that he was not wrong, and something he didn't know happened here. Then he saw Bai Sui's divine power clone appear from it. Dr. Manhattan did not appear at the first time, but explored the long river of time first, but did not find any Bai Sui in it, so he appeared at this time. Before, when Bai Sui saw the other party suddenly disappear, he actually did not leave, but turned himself into a quantum state again and spread around. By observing Bai Sui entering and leaving his own world, Dr. Manhattan finally located the gap between the 2 worlds, that is, he found the passage into the world. So in the eyes of the divine clone, this blue Dr. Manhattan, after appearing, just smiled at himself, and then turned into nothingness again. However, the main body in the world noticed the abnormality at the first time. After all, no matter what this world has become, its essence is still based on Bai Sui's pupil technique. Now that outsiders have entered through informal means, Bai Sui noticed the abnormality at the first time. Dr. Manhattan was also very cautious. As soon as he entered Bai Sui's world, he immediately turned into a quantum state to prevent being attacked by enemies he did not know. However, things were completely different from what he expected. Although he could still turn into a quantum state, that was all. He suddenly discovered that the physical rules of this world were actually different from other worlds he had seen before. His quantum state in this world was just a quantum state, and did not have the characteristics of those quantums. No, it should be said that he himself has all the characteristics that a quantum should have, but the world does not cooperate. It is as if the world does not allow dice to be thrown at all. He is restricted by the world. So in Bai Sui's reincarnation eyes, the other party turned himself into a ball of blue light as soon as he came in, and then tried to merge himself with the rules of the whole world and complete the action of physical harmony. It's just a pity that this world has an owner. Not only does it have an owner, but the owner is also at home, So all the other party's actions were ruthlessly suppressed by Bai Sui. Just a thought, the whole world lowered invisible pressure, forcing the other party to transform from light to human form. Bai Sui hoped that it would be better to communicate. However, Manhattan chose to commit suicide as soon as he felt the pressure. He annihilated every quantum of himself and disappeared in Bai Sui's world. And when Bai Sui was still a little confused, he saw the blue naked man who appeared outside again through the vision of the divine power clone. This time, Bai Sui spoke first. "I just want to talk to you. Why do you choose to commit suicide without saying a word?" However, Dr. Manhattan in front of him answered the question irrelevantly. "I know you are the master of a divine world. In this case, I hope you can abide by the creed signed by the gods and not come to the mortal world easily. Goodbye." Bai Sui really couldn't guess the thoughts of this blue naked man. It was as if he came suddenly and left inexplicably now, as if he didn't care that he had just died once. Although he couldn't figure out what kind of brain circuit this human god had, Bai Sui was indeed very interested in the creed signed by the gods in his mouth. Bai Sui still used the old routine in the Marvel world. First, he activated his immortal scroll to see if he could also get some benefits in this world. After emitting a mysterious glow, the immortal scroll brought Bai Sui the memory of this world. Bai Sui saw a goddess in his memory. Although he couldn't see her face clearly, he understood her name in his heart when he saw her, Perpetua. The goddess hatched an egg in the void in a way that Bai Sui could not understand, which is this world. The goddess has 3 children, namely the Monitor, the Anti-Monitor and the World Forger. Her 3 children are the managers of this new universe. Among them, the World Forger can forge the world with his hammer, while the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor manage the forged world. At the beginning of her creation, Perpetua tried to shape this multiverse into a weapon to fight against a certain enemy, ready to get rid of her predetermined destiny. Her sons betrayed Perpetua after discovering her intentions, and used the cosmic tuning fork to send signals to the outside of this world, trying to find rescue and help this world escape from doom. Finally, support arrived in time, and Perpetua and his own legion were sealed in the Wall of Origin. After that, the entire world pillar evolved and was divided into 3 layers, namely the 3 realms of heaven, earth and man. And these 3 realms are further subdivided. The top one is the heaven, which has different divisions. One of them is the dream world, where a family lives, an endless family born from the rules of heaven and earth. The second place is heaven, which emits a light that Bai Sui cannot look directly at, directly obscuring Bai Sui's sight. No matter how Bai Sui tries, he cannot see through the situation. The next place is the divine world where many gods live, but it is divided into 2 large areas, inhabited by new and old groups of gods respectively. Below the heaven is the human world. This human world is quite special, with 52 independent monomer worlds and countless pocket universes as complex as stars. These complex monomers and pocket universes together construct a complete human world. Below the human world is the earth world. This earth world is also divided, and they all correspond to the heaven. The nightmare dimension corresponding to the dream world, the hell corresponding to heaven, the underworld corresponding to the divine world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 6 Legs. Bai Sui also saw the creed signed by the gods in his memory. The reason was that the gods launched a war in the human world in order to compete for a faith. In this war, many worlds were destroyed, leaving only the last 52 independent single worlds in the entire human world. In response to this situation, the heaven, which had been watching from the sidelines, took action and suppressed all the gods with tough means, and finally gathered all the gods in one place to sign this creed. Because the heaven suppressed them one by one, rather than suppressing all directly, what they signed was only a creed rather than a contract. It was just an agreement without power, and the gods were willing to abide by it only because of the fighting power of heaven. I took a general look at the content of the creed, which is actually very broad. The main thing is to require everyone to walk in the human world in their true bodies unless necessary, and not to directly exert their divine power on the human world, but it does not restrict the gods from spreading faith. Everything is just to maintain the stability of the human world. Since there is such an agreement, Bai Sui decided to abide by it. After all, the first bird to stick out will be shot. He's going to enter the restricted area of heaven and directly contact the world tree. It is better not to be too high profile and attract other people's attention. Bai Sui first took back the divine power clone, and then separated a new divine power clone that was countless times weaker than the previous one, and the physical strength was only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. After all, Bai Sui has decided to abide by the creed, so in order not to violate it, the best way is not to restrain himself but to make himself have no chance to break the agreement. The divine power clone was sent to the earth by Bai Sui and lived there for half a day. After Bai Sui paid dozens of grams of gold, he obtained a temporary residence and thoroughly understood where this place is and the general situation of this world. It is not that these dozens of grams of gold were used to buy the above directly, but because after seeing Bai Sui's gold, many people regarded Bai Sui as a fat sheep and intended to solve Bai Sui here in the deep and dark alleys. Although this divine power clone is very weak, it depends on who it is compared with. At present, Bai Sui did not even use the pupil technique to subdue these gangsters. He only used the simplest illusion to subdue them all. It was with the cooperation of these gangsters that Bai Sui found out what he wanted to know. This is Gotham, and the time is the second year after the millennium. Bai Sui actually had some guesses when he saw the blue naked man before, but he didn't know at first whether this was a simple Watcher's world or a fused DC world. When he sensed the cosmic memory opened by the immortal scroll, Bai Sui was basically sure that the whole world should be a fused world. Now after understanding the situation in this world, Bai Sui thoroughly understood the timeline. Now it is the Golden Superworld after Manhattan restarted the timeline, although the Golden Super is still hiding as an ordinary person. The divine power clone learned some of the situation in Gotham through these gangsters, and knew that the eldest son of Bruce's family still had both parents and was happily studying in school. Look! The divine clone is standing outside the middle school in Gotham City, looking at everything in front of him. At this moment, it is the time for school to be dismissed. The sky is gloomy and the sun cannot be seen. The pedestrians on the road are either dull or calm and gloomy. Only when they look at the school will their pupils be touched. An extended car slowly stopped at the main entrance of the school. A man in a suit walked out of the driver's seat. He was holding a black umbrella in his hand and waiting at the back door. He was obviously picking someone up from school. Of course, there is not only one school to pick up people from school, but those who came later either looked at this person from a distance or greeted him, and their attitudes were very respectful. Listening to the conversation of the crowd, the driver was named Alfred Pennyworth, a butler of the local Bruce family. Following the compliments of several people, the butler suddenly said goodbye to the person he was talking to with an apologetic look, because the person he was going to pick up had already come out, and it was the first heir of the Bruce family, the future Batman, Bruce Wayne. Bai Sui suddenly felt a wave of space fluctuations. In the empty sky, a large number of dense fragments suddenly appeared. Touched by these fragments, the originally gloomy sky began to rain. As the rain and fragments fell, a fishy smell spread. It felt like the refrigeration system in the seafood cold storage was broken, and the seafood in it had been stored for 10 days or half a month. Seeing this, the butler immediately held the umbrella in his hand over Bruce Wayne's head. So disgusting, these damn aliens again, let's get back to the car quickly. At this time, Bruce Wayne was just a student, the eldest son of the Bruce family, and far from the future Batman, so he did not show any perseverance far beyond himself in this fishy environment, and pulled his butler to run to the car. Bai Sui looked at the boy in front of him and felt sorry for the suffering he would have to endure in the future. Although it was precisely because of those experiences that did not defeat him that he became Batman, he thought that he would prefer to live a happy life with his parents. However, Bai Sui was not prepared to interfere with the other party, mainly because he did not want to confront Barbados. If he could help with just a casual move, Bai Sui was still willing to help. But Barbados's madness was unreasonable. After all, the other party was the one who could kill his master as the World Forger. The World Forger was able to turn all kinds of negative emotions into the existence of the world by his own strength, and Barbados was the world destroyer that the other party used to destroy those unqualified worlds. Bai Sui did not seem to want to confront the other party because of such a small matter. There was no need to say such empty words that the other party could destroy the whole world because of anger. Bai Sui simply did not want the other party to hate him and cause trouble for himself. No longer paying attention to the poor man in front of him, Bai Sui turned his eyes to the strange rain falling from the sky. The gray, soft, and somewhat sticky fragments were the remains of a group of octopus aliens. This matter started with Dr. Manhattan. In order to give his wife Jenny a surprise, Dr. Manhattan repaired Jenny's broken watch for a long time, but forgot it in the quantum conversion room. When Dr. Manhattan walked into the quantum conversion room, the door of the room was locked. Dr. Manhattan, who became the god on Earth after his rebirth, has been working for the US government until President Kennedy was assassinated. In view of Dr. Manhattan's invincible power and the only 60% interception rate for nuclear bombs that exploded simultaneously around the world, which sounded so fake, the world was about to enter a nuclear war. In order to keep the world peaceful, the Pharaoh, who also belonged to the Watchmen organization, designed a trick against the invincible Dr. Manhattan and summoned an alien octopus. It was an extremely large supergiant octopus with a body of more than 100 meters high and tentacles hundreds of meters long. It itself does not have the technological crushing that makes humans despair, but it has extremely powerful spiritual power. He descended in the Manhattan area and killed more than 3.5 million people in an instant through mental pollution as soon as he appeared. More than 100,000 people who were lucky enough not to die also collapsed and went crazy because of their mental pollution. But it was at this moment that the entire giant octopus collapsed and turned into a pool of mud. After the research of those scientists, it was learned that it was because the body of this octopus could not withstand the space transmission, causing its DNA chain to collapse, which led to its instant death. And after these scientists calculated, they learned that this octopus was just a pioneer investigator who accidentally arrived on Earth through a wormhole. It is very likely that there will be more alien octopuses coming after this. As expected by these scientists, in the future, any location on the entire Earth may have an octopus reign like the current one, but there has never been an alien attack. And because of the alien invasion, the Earth immediately united, and the original nuclear crisis disappeared. Bai Sui simply analyzed the octopus fragments in front of him, and after confirming that it did not contain any strange power, he stopped paying attention to it. Although Bai Sui sensed a huge scam from it, it had nothing to do with him. Bai Sui came here to choose his own spokesperson today. Bruce Wayne was not Bai Sui's target before. His target was still in the school at the moment. Bai Sui did not enter the school directly, but waited outside until everyone in the school was gone. A thin figure walked out in the misty drizzle. The other party was carrying a big school bag and holding a broken black umbrella in his hand, limping out of the school. Although the other party had been tidied, Bai Sui could still see some traces on him, which proved that the other party had just experienced school bullying before. The man in front of him was named Oswald Chesterfield Cobblepot, the Penguin, and he was Bai Sui's target this time. Bai Sui admired this young man who worked hard to become a gangster boss from a doorman. He had his own love and always loved his mother. Even if he became a madman and even affected his identity in the gang, he was still unwilling to give up. In addition, the other party was able to climb from the bottom to the top in just a few years, which showed that he had both the mind and the means, and was a good candidate to spread his faith for himself. Although Bai Sui had not heard about Cobblepot from several gangsters before, Bai Sui calculated that Batman still had 6 legs when he went out with his family, so Cobblepot was very likely still in school. There were not many schools in Gotham City, and although Cobblepot's mother was a little mentally ill, she loved her son very much and would definitely arrange a school for him as well as possible, so the clone came here to try his luck. Because the clone's strength was weakened by Bai Sui, it was not until Bai Sui arrived at the school that he felt a sense in his heart and knew that he had found the right place, which was why Bai Sui had been waiting. Looking at the clothes on the other person, which had been carefully washed but still had a faint mark of the drink, the clone stepped forward and raised the umbrella in his hand to the other person's head. "Oh, first, sir." Bai Sui's sudden kindness made Cobblepot very embarrassed and stuttered for a while. Bai Sui just put the umbrella in his hand into the other person's hand and took the broken umbrella from the other person's hand. Although the umbrella was broken, Cobblepot was very resistant because it was prepared by his mother for him. Cobblepot was about to take the umbrella from Bai Sui's hand, but he saw an unexpected scene. A light flashed in the clone's hand, and the umbrella that was originally broken by the classmate was miraculously restored. Bai Sui opened the repaired umbrella and returned all the umbrellas that had been placed in Cobblepot's hand. Not only that, Bai Sui pressed his right hand on the other person's clothes before the other person came to his senses. A light flashed across his originally wet clothes and instantly became warm and dry, and even the stains on them disappeared. Bai Sui didn't even give the other party a chance to speak, and directly blocked the other party's words. I have something to talk to you, but not now. Your mother should be waiting anxiously. You should go home quickly. But tomorrow is the weekend, and I hope to talk to you in the square in front. Kabert followed Bai Sui's finger and looked at the bench in the park in the distance. Just as he was about to agree, he found that Bai Sui had disappeared, as if everything just now was just his own illusion. But feeling the dry clothes on his body and the umbrella in his hand, Kabert knew that he was not dreaming. He was stunned for less than a minute, and suddenly seemed to think of something and ran towards home. The next day, after taking care of his mother, Kabert hurried to the park. He didn't know if the other party had been waiting there while he was taking care of his mother, and whether the other party would be waiting anxiously. When Kabert ran to the bench he saw yesterday, he saw Bai Sui holding a newspaper, crossing his legs and reading the newspaper. There was a cup of hot coffee on the armrest of the bench. Sir, I'm sorry, I'm late. Kabert apologized to Bai Sui in a voice that wouldn't disturb Bai Sui from reading the newspaper. Come on, kid, sit here, stay with me for a while. Bai Sui knew what the other party had done before, so he just patted the bench and motioned for him to sit down first. Chapter 225 Two Legs. Looking at Kabert, who was still breathing slightly in front of him, Bai Sui stretched out his left hand and grabbed the other's right hand. Kabert felt a warm yet refreshing power coming from his hand, which directly dispelled all his original fatigue. Having once again felt the magical scene, Kabert was extremely curious, so he carefully asked the question he wanted to ask yesterday. Excuse me, are you God? Bai Sui shook his head. No, I'm not the God you mentioned, but I am also a deity, so do you have any wish you want to fulfill? Really? Kabert screamed subconsciously, but he immediately lowered his volume as soon as the sound came out. I'm sorry, I'm too excited. Bai Sui looked at him with a smile. It's okay, I'm sitting here, so you don't have to be nervous or excited. Yes, great and merciful God, my wish is to cure my mother. If possible, I also hope that I will no longer be thin and walk without a limp. Of course, if there is only one wish, what I hope most is to cure my mother. Kabert almost subconsciously expressed his wish. Perhaps because he felt that he was too talkative, he finally emphasized his first wish. Bai Sui looked at Kabert with more and more satisfaction. Very good, you are indeed a good child with a heart full of love. Let me give you a chance to cure your mother with your own hands, and you will also strengthen your body and restore your health in the process. Really? Thank you. I really don't know how to thank you. Thank you, great and kind immortal. If Bai Sui hadn't been holding Kabert's hand, he would have jumped up from the chair. The clone let go of Kabert's left hand and touched his forehead with his right hand. Then it gradually faded in Kabert's astonished eyes, and finally disappeared in front of his eyes. However, at the moment when the clone disappeared, Kabert felt the extra sacrifices and cultivation methods in his mind. There were methods to absorb the world's power and return it to oneself, and there were also methods to strengthen oneself by borrowing the power of faith. Bai Sui directly listed the advantages and disadvantages of the two methods. Looking at the newspaper and coffee on the bench, which were also gradually fading and disappearing, Kabert made up his mind. He walked quickly towards home, but this time he was different from the past. Although his steps were still staggering, he showed his determination and vision for the future. After contacting Kabert, Bai Sui really liked him. Such a good child is rare, especially the sensibleness revealed by him everywhere, which makes people think of his tragic experience. Otherwise, Bai Sui would not have taken out two methods. You must know that the one that Bai Sui provided before, the method of extracting power directly from the world, is extremely rare in this world. After all the power in this world has its source. As long as you use this power, you must repay it one day in the future. There is no ownerless power in this world. And what Bai Sui provided to Kabert directly turned the borrowing object into the world, not a specific god or demon, which made him return directly to the world that created him after his death, instead of falling into the hands of a god or demon. And because it is borrowing directly from the world, there will be no debt collectors. He can even become a magic master directly by this, and get rid of the cycle of life and death from then on, and hope to enter the gods. However, that night, Bai Sui felt Kabert's prayer, and he had made up his mind to take the path of faith. Since the other party chose this path, Bai Sui responded, pulling the other party's spirit and directly introducing it into his own world. So after Kabert prayed to Bai Sui, his eyes suddenly went dark, and when he came back to his senses, He came to a magnificent and strange world. This world is not a planet, but a continent, and there seems to be endless seawater flowing down from the continent, flowing into the void below, and there is no place to return. At this moment, little Kabert realized that he was actually in the air. He panicked and danced in the air for a fear that he would fall. In this case, Bai Sui used a trace of thought to pull the other party to the center of this continent, a palace on a high mountain. In the palace, it was Bai Sui who sat on the throne, and Kabert was being pulled in front of Bai Sui by that force. Looking at Bai Sui sitting on the throne, little Kabert hurriedly imitated the priests in the church and saluted the statue of Jesus, but was stopped by Bai Sui's wave of his hand. No need to do that, you have seen the whole world before, this is my world, my kingdom of God, now you have one last chance. I should have written it in the precautions. If you really choose this path, when you die, your soul will come here and start a new life here, until your soul feels tired and wants to reincarnate. Bai Sui pointed to the door behind Kabert, indicating that the outside world is his destination after death. Kabert had obviously prepared himself mentally. Although he looked like a teenager, Bai Sui could feel his determination from the bottom of his heart. Yes, I am willing to offer you my faith. It is you who gave me the power to change the future and gave me a new life. Bai Sui looked at the immature figure of Kabert in front of him, nodded, and said what the other party had not said. If you want your mother to reunite with you after death, you just need to ask your mother to believe in me. Even if it is just a shallow belief, I can open a small back door for you. Bai Sui shook his hand, stopping the other party from thanking him, and said solemnly, I hope you are prepared, because this road is not easy to go. I think you should know the scale of God's faith in you. We gods cannot easily invest power in the human world, so everything depends on you. The help I can give is very little. When Kabert came to his senses again, he had returned to his home. Because he heard a sound in the room, Kabert's mother came to the door and asked, Baby, what happened to you? I heard someone fall down there. Although Kabert's mother became mentally ill due to the death of her husband, her love for her son was indelible. At most, due to her mental disorder, this love was sometimes not so appropriate. However, Kabert could feel his mother's love from it, so he was always unwilling to give up his mother, even if she would lock him up and not let him eat because he was caught in the rain, even if his mother would suddenly go crazy and lock him in the cupboard, but he still loved his mother. Kabert hurriedly got up from the ground and patted the non-existent dust on his body. It's okay, Mom, my school bag strap is loose and fell off the chair. I have fixed it again. Although Kabert felt that he should not lie to his mother, he did not know what his mental state was at the moment. He was afraid that if he said that he believed in other gods, it would irritate his mother. He was not afraid that his mother would punish him because of anger. He was afraid of betraying Bai Sui's trust and being unable to continue practicing and heal his mother. After sending his mother away, Tepet hurriedly prayed to the tablet he had prepared before, hoping that Bai Sui could forgive his lies. In the kingdom of God, Bai Sui observed that the thread of faith connected to Tepet gradually became thicker and thinner, and he officially became a true believer of Bai Sui. This was enough for Bai Sui, who did not like fanatics and saints. Because in his opinion, it was sad to blindly believe in others and completely abandon oneself. Although for the gods, the faith that each fanatic can provide is 100 times or even more than that of the devout believer, Bai Sui did not become a god through faith after all. His own cultural thoughts made him somewhat repulsive to fanatics. As for saints, to be honest, Bai Sui did not lack a descending container that fully accepted his own ideas. If he really wanted to descend, if he lacked a container, he could use the hands of believers to use divine power to imitate yin and yang escape and create a body out of thin air. Such a body would be more in line with himself, wouldn't it be stronger than occupying someone else's body? The order that Bai Sui gave to Kabert was actually very simple, which was to spread faith as much as possible while protecting himself and collect various magical materials in the world. Bai Sui was also very curious about the various magical materials in this world. After all, the various metals here were not necessarily worse than those in the Marvel world. Even because this world was directly interlaced with the multiverse, the boundaries were more blurred, so some of the magical materials that could directly act in the multiverse were even more outrageous than those he obtained in the Marvel world. From this day on, Kabert began his journey of prayer and cultivation. According to the advice provided by Bai Sui, Kabert just buried his head in accumulating strength at the beginning. Although Bai Sui had deliberately adjusted the feedback ratio of Kabert's faith power, almost 90% of his own faith power was fed back to the other party so that the other party could grow quickly. But because he only had his own faith, the amount was still too small. And the best way to solve this situation is to expand faith, because Bai Sui decided to feed back 20% of the faith power collected in this world, and Kabert could allocate this 20% to a certain extent, thereby speeding up his own power accumulation. But he is still a student, and he is weak, and he has problems with his legs because of an illness in his childhood. As a result, Kabert's words will naturally become very unreliable, and basically no one will care about what Kabert says. It must be said that Kabert is indeed precocious and mature in his childhood because of his own experience and the environment around him. In the next few months, although Kabert's training speed is very slow, he is getting stronger step by step. Although he has not completely cured his leg disease yet, he is much stronger than before. At least when he is not doing strenuous exercise, ordinary people can no longer see that he walks abnormally. Not only that, Kabert's body has also grown rapidly in the past few months. He has grown in nearly 10 centimeters in a short period of time. Although he is still not too tall, at least he is no longer a dwarf among his peers, and his originally weak body has begun to show muscles. It is precisely because of this change that the number of children who used to bully Kabert has decreased, because he is no longer such a freak. Compared with Kabert, who has grown up, they are more willing to find other little guys to bully. After all, they are also afraid that Kabert will fight back if he is forced. However, even though Kabert has gradually changed his body shape due to cultivation, he has never chosen to fight back in the face of school bullying, and just endured it silently. It's not because he is weak and can be bullied, and he has been bullied for a long time, but he doesn't want the school to find his mother because of him, which will stimulate his mother whose emotions are gradually stable. When a person is not beaten because of cowardice, then his inner perseverance will turn into powerful force, but ordinary people can only use this force to strengthen their hearts, while Kabert can really use it on the body. No matter how the power of faith changes in the hands of those gods, they originally come from the heart, so when Kabert's heart becomes stronger and tougher, the power of faith fed back by Bai Sui will play a stronger role. While Kabert was silently enduring during the day and secretly practicing at night, a piece of news with a very bombing effect suddenly broke out in their school. This news did not only bomb the school, but directly bombed the entire Gotham. Bruce Wayne's parents were assassinated in a deep alley. From then on, Master Wayne became Mr. Wayne, and the whole Gotham changed. As soon as this happened, several big families in Gotham joined forces to suppress the entire underworld. For a while, Gotham's knights were no longer dangerous. The public security became very stable by searching for the murderer who assassinated the Waynes and their husbands and the instigator behind them. For a while, many Gotham residents who felt a long-lost tranquility even had an idea in their hearts: why did Bruce Wayne only have a pair of parents? If more of them could die, would this kind of public security last for a while? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.